Chapter 8:22. Zhou Gui and the others indeed felt very comfortable. Even as a servant of little Zhuangzi, they were valued by Li Dongzhu. We're actually the same. We serve others. Like me, I serve the people of the Tang dynasty. Sometimes, people from the imperial court also come to ask me to serve them, like correcting teeth or something. So, there's no difference between us. We each serve the people we serve well. That's our ability. Like shining shoes, I think my skills are not bad, but they don't want me to do it. I'm scared. Ha ha ha. Li Yi talked with Zhou Gui and the others. When he said this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. They were indeed scared. Who would dare to let Li Dongzhu shine shoes? What about me? I heard it outside. Can I take off my braces? Just as everyone finished laughing, the door was pushed open. Bai Gu and two other people walked in. Old Bai, Old Lu, Old Li, why are you here today? Won't you go back tonight? Li Yi turned around and cupped his hands. He put down his hands and introduced, "This is the young and beautiful girl, Li Wentian. This is Xiaolan, who helps Wentian take care of Zhuangzi. The other one is manager Zhou Gui, Li and Mrs. Li, Li Yuanyang, Xiao Yezi, and Li Ling." He turned around and introduced the three people who came in. "I called you by your names. Don't lower yourself to my level. Otherwise, others won't understand. This is Lu Youqiu, who used to be a political advisor. He's the Prime Minister's assistant. This is Li Rizhi, who used to be a political advisor. He's also the Prime Minister. The two of them are now scouts of the first inspection team of the Tang dynasty. They investigate the Tang dynasty's territory. This is Bai Gu, who is now the Minister of Revenue, Assistant Minister of the Yellow Door, and Prime Minister under Ziwei." The others didn't move. Zhou Gui and the others stood up and didn't know how to salute.
"Sit down.
You're not under their control. They came to me, so I'll take care of it." Li Yi waved to the 6 people. The palace maids, eunuchs, Xiaolan, and Princess Yongmu were all sitting. "So, what if you're the Prime Minister? Who cares about my harem? If I hadn't come in my capacity as the Prime Minister, it wouldn't have been a problem for me to greet you on account of your age." On the other hand, Bai Gu and the other two nodded slightly at Princess Yongmu as a form of greeting. She was the eldest princess, and it was inconvenient for them to greet her, so they just nodded. "Xiao Yi, have I worn enough braces? It's hard to brush it off, and it's transparent. It's easy to lose it." Bai Gu sat down at Li Yi's table, which was lower than Princess Yongmu's but higher than Xiaolan's. Lu Youqiu and Li Yi sat down next to him. Li Yi moved his chair a little to form a line. Xiaolan stood up and stood behind Princess Yongmu. "Let me see." As Li Yi spoke, Qing Song hurriedly opened his suitcase and took out a small mirror and a flashlight. Li Yi shone the flashlight and put the things back to be cleaned. "Okay, you don't have to wear them anymore. You can keep the braces yourself. No one else can use the same braces as you." Li Yi found that Bai Gu's teeth were fine. 3 sets of tableware were sent over by the palace maids. The 3 of them were now guests. "Old Bai, Old Lu, Old Li, are you here to ask about the Ministry of Revenue or the inspection team?" "I'm here to see my teeth." Bai Gu removed himself from the topic. "The inspection team." Lu Youqiu expressed his intention. Li Rizhi nodded slightly in agreement. Li family Zhuangzi didn't even dare to breathe loudly. 2 former prime ministers and 1 current prime minister were like this when they came to the Li family Zhuangzi. No wonder Dongzhu didn't care when facing the Jiang family. Li Dongzhu spoke so casually when facing the Jiang family, who were high and mighty in the eyes of others. However, Zhou Gui was thinking about something else. Lil Miss' position was not right. Why was Lil Miss in the main seat after the exchange? Li Dongzhu went to the side to accompany him. His own Dongzhu and Xiaolan ran to the maid's position. There was no one behind the others. "Is it far?" Li Yi asked. "Hezhou, Changzhou, and Xianzhou. Among them, Hezhou has the biggest problem." Li Rizhi named the 3 provinces. "They meddled with the iron mine? The imperial court didn't manage it?" Li Yi thought of the names and directly pinpointed them to the Manshan iron mine. The iron mine was located in the middle of the 3 provinces. Hezhou was separated by a river. It was west of Changzhou and north of Xianzhou. The location was good. Bai Gu didn't look good. Alas, the local government organized people to secretly dig. There are many iron mines there, and the provincial government profited from it. It's said that there are people who want to use the river to transport the iron ingots to Tubo and sell them at a high price. So the whole regiment is going to go out and arrest all the officials in Yizhou and take over completely like in Huazhou. Li Yi's expression was calm. He was used to it. Wasn't it normal for people to betray the country for profit? Xiao Yi, the people in the regiment are old. How can we protect them? If they're going to die, they should die on the job and not on the road. Bai Gu looked at the other two people and stated his intentions. As for how to deal with it, how many people to kill and how many to exile, everyone knows how to do it. What about their health after such a long journey? Everyone wanted to work, but that didn't mean they wanted to die. Bring more oxygen tanks for the regiment and medicine for emergency treatment. Before we set off, everyone should get used to it and eat cheese. After getting used to it, eat cheese for every meal. Cheese can be used to adjust the gastrointestinal flora. Cook your own food. Buy things and soak them in clean water. Whether it's vegetables or meat, don't eat the fish or prawns in the river. Drink boiled water. Don't drink raw water. Don't eat raw things, including fruits. I'll bring you canned food. Remember to bring the bottles back. Li Yi became serious and thought of a solution. When they were outside, they were most afraid of not being able to acclimatize. Usually, they would bring soil by the well at home. If they were not acclimatized, they would use water to flush the soil by the well to achieve a balance of flora. The three people looked at each other and were satisfied. With Li Yi's logistical methods, at least they wouldn't eat themselves to death. What about safety? Bai Gu knew that the two people were too embarrassed to ask, so he asked, "Bring the winged knights." The winged knights aren't under anyone's control. It's impossible to bribe them. Just treat it as training. 1,000 people is enough. The thing that Li Yi cared about the least was safety. The winged knights could be mobilized at any time. The capital government didn't need 30,000 winged knights. If there was a crisis that required the 16 guards and all the winged knights, he would take action. He had saved a lot of life and had enough to defeat the enemy. Is there anything else you need to remind us? Bai Gu asked on behalf of the two people. When we investigate, we might not be able to find anything. Local protectionism. As long as the local officials unite, it will be very difficult to investigate. At this time, we need a breakthrough. Find this breakthrough with security, promotion, and money. Tell them that if they provide evidence, their family will be sent to Chong and to live. They will be given to the officials of Chong and don't pursue the past. Gather the local officials together for a meeting. They are not allowed to leave. This way, we can send people to investigate. Spread false news at the same time. For example, a certain official will be beheaded or his family will be executed. Also, Li Yi began to teach them how to find a breakthrough. Send them to another place and then attack their hearts. In the past, he had seen officials who he bribed get promoted more than once. Once the promotion was a transfer and not a political position, he knew that it was over. It was time to find someone else. For example, when it was not time for a change, suddenly transferring the first or second in charge of the city to the provincial government as a secretary would seem to have a bright future. In reality, it was to make it easier to investigate the problem. Once the person left and the position was not high enough, some things would be exposed in the city. Chapter 8:23. Li Yi spoke slowly. No one was in a hurry to eat and listened attentively. The palace maids and eunuchs took notes quickly and cooperated well. Zhou Gui and Li An's family trembled in fear. What were they listening to today? Princess Yongmu blinked her big eyes with a look of worship. Li Yi was a different person in front of her. One moment, he was flirtatious, playing with her and always saying embarrassing things. The next moment, he was giving advice, and even the prime minister came to ask for advice. How did this person change so much? So interesting and so capable. How did you deal with the Jiang families? Bai Gu felt a headache coming on. There were too many schemes, and they were all intertwined. Jiang Hui owes someone money. Li Yi hadn't asked about it recently. He was busy designing the primer for the bullets. The gunpowder for the primer required a new process. The ignition device was not as good as the firing pin striking the primer. He was using the laboratory to make the primer. How was he going to mass produce it? It couldn't be industrialized, so it was obviously not suitable. Xiao Lan couldn't help but say, "He gave us the shop and gave us 1,000 yuan. The shop is empty. I don't know what to sell." She stuck out her tongue. She shouldn't have said that. I hope that after this incident, the Jiang family will understand the imperial court's policy. They are too bold to bully and buy things in the capital. Li Yi was thinking from the country's point of view. He didn't want to kill Jiang Hui's family. The 16 people who went to the shed were just there to light the fire. They didn't have the intention to kill. Otherwise, it would have been a different ending. Li Lang, is the shop going to be empty? Princess Yongmu didn't want to waste space. Wen Tian, do you want to make a lot of money, or do you want to use it as entertainment? Li Yi asked. What's the difference? Princess Yongmu was interested. If you want to make a lot of money, you can open a club. I have a business routine at night. I specifically look for noble and rich women, but it's more chaotic. What if you want to be happy? We sell women's accessories and clothes. The first floor of the shop will be demolished and rebuilt. We'll build 4 floors. The first floor was filled with cheap items, the second floor was slightly better, the third floor required members, and the fourth floor was probably a warehouse or a place to eat. On the third floor, there are beauty dishes. On the fourth floor, there are better products for members. As Li Yi spoke, he realized that something was wrong. He couldn't start another business. Li Longji didn't even have a bath. The first Princess Yongmu understood. She didn't like it. She felt that the second option was fine, but Li Lang, what should we do? Princess Yongmu chose the second option. I'll design it, and Zhuangzi will produce it. If others want to learn from me, then let them. Every once in a while we'll. The genre. To be honest, it was both fun and profitable. It was just that the expansion of influence was very slow. It was not as good as the first type. If the first method works well, we can complete the wife's diplomacy. You just need to be innocent. You don't need to think about diplomacy. Li felt that Princess Yongmu shouldn't be involved in more politics and messy things. He could handle it. Okay. Princess Yongmu was satisfied. She liked this feeling. She didn't have this feeling in the palace before. I'll go and support them. Bai Gu expressed his attitude. Let's go together. Li Riji and Lu Yoqiu quickly echoed. Men are not allowed to enter. Li Yi didn't give them any face. I have a woman in my family. Bai Gu glared at Li Yi. Yes. Li Riji and Lu Yoqiu echoed again. Okay, I'll give you a 20% discount. Princess Yongmu already knew how to do this. Remember to pay the tax. Bai Gu didn't care about the 20% discount. I still have to pay tax? Princess Yongmu was surprised. Yes, 30% tax. Li Yi agreed. Here it is. Luxury goods are 30% tax. Bai Gu couldn't take it anymore. What kind of joke was this? Where did the luxury goods come from? Everything is cheap. The goods imported from Zhuangzi are not more than 10% markup. How can it be considered a luxury good? Li Yi asked Bai Gu with a confused look. How much does Zhuangzi cost to ship the goods? Bai Gu didn't fall for it. He had learned to be smart. After deducting the research and development costs, the added value of Zhuangzi's goods is not more than 10%. Li Yi was still confused. How high is the research and development cost? Bai Gu asked. How much do you think it's worth to melt gold and then restore it back to its original state? Give me a number, and I'll give you 3 times the amount. You can research it for me. Li Yi was reasonable. Wasn't the cost of my technology a cost? Bai Gu nodded. Fine. I got it. Just you wait. Don't let me catch you, or I'll punish you to death. Bai Gu understood. Li Yi had taught him a lesson. He could only collect 30% tax from Princess Yongmu's shop. Li Yi would not compromise on this matter. Then he had to keep an eye on him from other aspects. Let's eat. Let's not talk about this nonsense. Li Yi didn't care and asked everyone to eat. Everyone didn't eat much. After dinner, Bai Gu and the other 2 didn't leave. They were celebrating the Lantern Festival at Li Family Zhuangzi. It was very lively. Princess Yongmu went to rest and waited for the event at night. If Li Yi were to copy books, he would never be able to finish copying them. Zhou Gui and the others were arranged to continue to walk around Zhuangzi and look at the labor in various places. Bai Gu and the other two went to take a bath, dry their hair, put on loose clothes, and put on a military coat. They went to the high platform of Zhuangzi's artificial canal to enjoy the breeze. Tang Dynasty's iron and steel cannot be exported. Tubo and Turkic arrows all come from here. Every additional arrow is a threat to the Tang Dynasty's soldiers. Lu Youqiu looked at the busy scene in the distance and talked about the Monshan iron mine. Private mining had just emerged. The biggest mine was naturally controlled by the imperial court. Those who wanted to make a fortune organized people to look for mines in the surrounding areas. Their idea was simple. As long as there was an iron mine, they would be able to dig it out in the surrounding areas. The fact was as they thought. There was indeed an iron mine. The Monshan iron mine was a mine. Li Yi pointed out the main mine. The output of other mines was not small for the Tang Dynasty. Normally, when they excavated the mine, they would sell it to the imperial court or make their own tools to sell. The imperial court was not strict and could not absolutely restrict them. However, someone secretly reported that there was a local force that wanted to refine iron ingots and sell them outside. This was absolutely not allowed. The key was that the local officials were involved. The officials there had big and small problems to begin with. After an investigation, they found out the situation. The Tang Dynasty's inspection team wanted to go there. A team went there. When they arrived, they cleaned up all the important places in the state capital and arrested all those who should be arrested. In addition to Lu Youqiu and other ministers, there were also subordinates. The subordinates could also go to the county to take over the administration. Yao Chong and the others had taught a lot of people. When these people went together, they sorted out the local government affairs. They were worried that they would not be acclimatized. They were worried that someone would organize people to kill them when they arrived. They specifically came to Li Yi. The main reason was to ask Li Yi to solve the problem of acclimatization. They could find their own guards. In the end, Li Yi arranged for the Winged Knights. I hope the place is not so chaotic that it can't be governed. Otherwise, too many heads will roll, Li Riji said. He was ready.
Kill.
Kill until heads roll. Organizations that could mine privately would not be willing to submit. There were families in the local area, and the officials were in cahoots. In the past, when they encountered such things, they focused on conciliation and balanced the place. However, the scale of the mine now was too big. Bai Go looked into the distance and said, "Those who deserve to be killed will be killed." If Zhu Yi were to go, he would probably kill even more people. He is not soft-hearted, but the Jiang clan is a different matter. Chapter 8:24. I can't see through Li Yi. Sometimes he's so soft-hearted that he's still pleasant when others bully him. Sometimes he gets angry and directly exiles them. After arriving at Chang'an, Li Riji began to ponder about Li Yi. He knew that without the emperor's verbal order, he would have died. At that time, he didn't have any thoughts. His life was over. In the end, the emperor sent someone to deliver a verbal order. Oh, there was still a chance. He wanted to enter the capital. So he came back to life. It was so magical. Later, he heard that it was Li Yi who spoke to the emperor, including Lu Youqiu. This group was not bad. If one said that they had no power, they could deal with any official. If one said that they had great power, they could restrict each other. Looking at the people in the group, no one could compromise at will. They all had their own personalities. Li Yi's methods were good. He created a group that was above any official. The worst person in the group was a minister. However, with this group, the targeted officials couldn't bribe even if they wanted to, let alone show off their qualifications. The key was that this group would have people coming in one after another. Everyone who came in was not simple. Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan, which of these two would compromise? Yao Chong was a senior official of several dynasties. Then Li Yi, who was almost 20 years old, became complicated. It was impossible to guess what he was thinking. When others bullied him, he would negotiate with them, or even cooperate, like you Huaid. Sometimes, when you didn't touch him, he would look at you for a moment and force you to make a report even if you wanted to die. He could kill people himself, and he wouldn't have any psychological burden after killing people. He would do his best to save people for a statement. Even if you were unpardonably evil, he would save you first and then judge you. When he made money, he was full of schemes. When he made a lot of money, he would donate it with a wave of his hand. He took the initiative to pay taxes to the Ministry of Revenue. When the Ministry of Revenue wanted to collect some taxes from him, he would think of ways to not pay. How can people be like this? Li Riji thought about it and said in distress. Bai Gu understood and laughed. Xiao Yi is indeed very interesting. Previously, when I came to ask him for money, he would fall out with me. Then, when I talked about the matters of the imperial court, he would patiently tell me. Even if you offended him in private and communicated with him as an official, he would still let go of his personal grudge and talk to you. Or, if you suddenly fell sick, he would not want to see you die in front of him, even though he had a personal grudge against you. That's why everyone has a good impression of him once he retires and joins the group. His attacks on the Jiang family could be said to be earth-shattering, but he suddenly stopped in the end. That's what makes him so terrifying. He doesn't decide life and death based on his emotions. Liu Youqiu wanted to comment on the matter of the Jiang family. Li Yi had completed his plan in just a few days. When he made his move, he did not give anyone any chance. At the critical moment, he didn't force the other party to his death, and at the same time, he also brought benefits to the people. It wasn't that they couldn't do their best, but they had to assess the situation and achieve their strategic goals. They definitely wouldn't advance rashly. The people of the Li family, Zhuangzi, work too fast. When they are working, they never chat with others. Zhou Gui and the other 5 people walked around, and Lian discovered the situation. He felt that when they were working, everyone talked while working, and it was lively. However, the people of the Li family Zhuangzi were very serious when they were working. Their hands were very fast. Even if they were next to each other, no one made a sound. And the people who didn't work also didn't go to the working area. They found a place to study and discuss work matters. It's like an army. Xiao Yezi gave his opinion. They are discussing how to improve the working process. Is this something that the people who are working should care about? Li Yuanyang heard a few words from the villagers and was very puzzled. How do you work? You should just listen to others' instructions. Why do you have to think about it yourself? That's why the villagers of the Li family Zhuangzi are different from others. They have a high monthly salary. They are all literate and can write. Zhou Gui sighed. In the past, he had only heard that the Li family Zhuangzi was very powerful. Today, he saw it with his own eyes. He found that the information that was spread out was wrong. The villagers of the Li family Zhuangzi were very powerful. They indeed only worked for 8 hours a day. When they were working, their 8 hours of work was more than the 12 hours of other people. When they weren't working, they were thinking about how to work better. This was scary. The stewards were also different from what Zhou Gui thought. In the factory, the stewards were more concerned about the state of the villagers than scolding and urging them. When they saw poor quality goods, the stewards would think about the situation and not directly blame the workers. When they encountered a problem, they would think of a way to solve it. They didn't let the problem fall on someone's head and let them bear it. The workers and the stewards were working together to improve work efficiency and product quality. No one was doing it to cope. Zhou Gui was learning. He knew that in the future, his Zhuangzi would need to follow the same model. Everyone was working together. Let's take a break. The program will start in 2 hours. We have to participate. Sun Xian came over and said to the 6 people. Everyone went to the lounge and lay down to sleep for a while. In fact, Zhou Gui and the others couldn't sleep at all. They just lay there and let their imaginations run wild. It wasn't until someone came to find them and the program started that they washed their faces with cold water and were taken to the barbecue program. The water curtain still rose in the winter. The girls of Nankou began to perform. Each stage was free to play. True love is as vast as the grassland. Layers of wind and rain can't block it. There will always be a time when the clouds part and the sun shines on you and me. Snow flutters and the north wind whistles. The world is boundless. On the stage where Li Yi was, the people of Nengku were singing and dancing. The audience below the stage sang along. A cut of plum blossoms stands proudly in the snow. Love, my love, no regrets. The people of the Zhang family village and the imperial plantation all came. There were also many people from the residential area. There was also a water curtain where the captives were. They enjoyed it together. There was a bonfire, roasted lamb, and meat skewers. The only thing that limited them was alcohol. Many people outside knew that they could see fireworks everywhere, but they still ran to the Li family Zhuangzi. Then, the Li family Zhuangzi made a bonfire and roasted lamb for them. The 16 guards and the winged knights were depressed. There had to be people patrolling back and forth, and they weren't allowed to touch alcohol. Li Yi was wearing a long robe. He danced in front of a bonfire, displaying the heroism of a man. Xinyan suddenly joined in. She danced together with Li Yi. Princess Yongmu pouted and ran to change her clothes. She also changed into a beautiful robe and danced with Li Yi. Xinyan spun a few times. Her skirt flew as she turned and left. Princess Yongmu knew how to dance, but she was usually embarrassed. Now, she had no choice but to dance. Her spot had been stolen. When she jumped up, the smile on her face didn't change. Lil, Miss can dance so beautifully? Li Yuanyang was stunned. The Lil Miss he saw was quiet and liked to smile. When she played badminton, he didn't have the qualifications to watch. Now, he suddenly realized that the people of the main family weren't given for free. He didn't know that Princess Yongmu had a father who was the ancestor of the pear garden. His children promised to learn. Let's go too. Xiaolon called out. The 8 maids rushed over with her and danced around Li Yi and Princess Yongmu. Tao Hong curled her lips. Let's go. We all came from the same place.
We are better than them.
Thus, the other palace maids and eunuchs also ran over. The entire scene seemed very grand. Zhou Gui was dumbfounded. What did the people his Lil Miss brought over usually learn? I haven't seen you dance before. Do you all know how to dance? Should I learn? Li Dongzhu, why are you jumping so high? Chapter 8:25. When the beautiful fireworks bloomed in the sky, the people in and around Chang and city stopped doing most of their things. Those who had fields at home knew that they had to get busy, because today was Jingzha. It was going to rain. Those who were waiting for the winter wheat harvest did not need to wait long. Those who did not plant winter wheat had to wait for the rain to start plowing the land. Farm manure had to be piled up. There was also some mineral powder that could be bought according to the situation of the land. The soil in Lantian County was good, so the people thought that it was just that place. After the newspaper introduced what kinds of crops were suitable for different kinds of soil, the people of the capital government went to look for soil everywhere. Some people in Lantian County wanted to organize people to dig up soil, but they were stopped by the county government. At the same time, they auctioned off the mining rights of the imperial court's soil. Now the financial deficit of Lantian County had been made up. At the same time, it had become the richest county among the 20 counties of the capital government. In addition to the large amount of money handed over, there was also the county surplus.
Goodbye.
Remember to come and play with me when you miss me. On the morning of the 16th day of the first lunar month, Princess Yongmu was in a hurry to leave. She wanted to repair her shop. Li sent them to the bridge and waved goodbye. Bai Gu and others also left. He ignored them, but he packed a lot of things: oxygen tanks, first aid medicine, and cheese. Of course, if the inspection team was going to set off, they also had to bring the soil beside the well. This time, the first inspection team of the Tang dynasty was going to fight a tough battle. It was useless to investigate secretly. The size of the team was obvious. Unless the old man dared to take the risk and separate from the team, he would go alone and find the people who were secretly digging in Manshan. Then he would ask the winged knights to quickly arrive and arrest the people. At the same time, he would get physical evidence and statements to prove that the local officials were involved. Once they failed, the old men would most likely die there. The local officials would say that it was done by bandits. Suppressing bandits. Princess Yongmu had a lot of fun yesterday. She was preparing to build her own shop. With the compensation of 1,000 yuan, she could build a 4-story building. If she dared to build a 4-story building, she would dare to build a 3-story building next to it. They would investigate together. Of course, building a 3-story building with bricks and wood would cost a lot. Bai Gu and others waved their hands. Seeing Li Yi ignore them, they got in the car angrily. When the car set off, Bai Gu was no longer angry. He said to the two of them, "If we bring Xiao Yi with us, he'll be able to collect the evidence when we get there. He's very flexible. The last time I saw him, he didn't look like yesterday. He looked like..." Lu Youqiu was thinking about Li Yi's situation. He has the same age and experience as us. He's calm and steady. It's hard to treat him as a young man who's not even 20 years old. Li Riji gave the answer. That's right. Yesterday, he didn't look much different from an ordinary person. He wasn't steady enough. Lu Youqiu agreed with Li Riji's statement. Bai Gu glanced at the two of them. Xiao Yi wants to change. Who would like to be an old man all day long? The imperial court needs him to be treated like an important official, but he doesn't want that. For this investigation, do as he said. Gather everyone and lock them up. Also, make a promise to the officials below. Illegal mining is a small matter, but illegal trading in Tubo is a big matter. Lu Youqiu didn't think about Li Yi's personality. He decided to settle the matter of Li Yi's Ma and Shan iron mine. Li Riji nodded. He also knew that the other inspectors were useless. If they couldn't catch anyone, they could only call a halt or order the imperial court to transfer a few officials away. Illegal mining couldn't be stopped. They had to be uprooted. The three of them returned to the palace. Yao Cheng and others were waiting in the political affairs hall. Xiao Yi not only gave the item, but also gave the idea to the inspection team. His methods are good. Everyone, please take note. Bai Gu repeated what Li Yi said. He's suitable to enter the bureaucracy. Yao Cheng had heard of it and gave his evaluation. Too sinister. In order to achieve his goal, he's simply unscrupulous. Song Jing shook his head. Then I don't have to worry. Lu Huaishan was quite happy. Now we can consider the new provincial governor and military staff. Su Yi planned to transfer people. The first inspection team of the Tang dynasty was in charge of sorting out people and straightening out the administration. The others were sent and directly took over. Yao Cheng suggested, choose reliable people. Don't ask for meritorious service. Just don't make mistakes. Just keep the achievements. It's better to leave as soon as possible. Yin Xizhen was anxious. She was afraid that the local iron ingots would have to be transported along the Yangtze River if the weather was warmer. Prepare today and leave tomorrow. We'll eat cheese on the way. I heard that cheese has a sour smell. Yao Cheng showed a distressed expression. The cheese Xiao Yi brought for us is milk. It's very hard and has to be soaked. It does smell a little sour, but it has more of a milk smell. He said that he specially processed it. Bai Gu said as he took out a small bamboo tube. He unscrewed the lid and poured out the irregularly shaped milk. He smelled it and threw a small piece into his mouth. The others followed suit. They did not believe that Bai Gu would poison them. It's okay. Xiao Yi really put in a lot of effort. Lu Huaishan agreed. You don't have to worry about acclimatization if you eat this. Yin Xizhen felt that the taste was strange. She had never eaten it before. Don't drink unboiled water, and don't eat raw food. The fish and meat you buy must be fresh and soaked in water more to avoid being poisoned. Bai Gu had worked in the local government before. He knew that the local officials could be very impulsive sometimes. Especially the low-ranking officials, they did not know the specific situation. When the higher-ups said that the matter was serious and promised benefits, the low-ranking officials dared to take action. There were also some who did not belong to the government. They were idlers and did all the dirty work. Li Yi also gave us a few big boxes. They are made of copper. Water is poured into them, and there are valves at the bottom. When the valves are opened, the water will come out. It takes a certain amount of time for the water to come out. Li Riji introduced another thing to filter water. It could also filter part of the poisonous water and then boil it. The box was very heavy. When the lid was opened, they could not see what was inside. However, there was a manual. Yao Cheng took it and read it. The device for filtering water is a copper box. There is an activated carbon layer, a layer of wheat flour stone, a filter layer of washed river sand, and a layer of replaceable cotton cloth at the bottom. If the water is poisonous, pour it in. After a while, it will be collected from below and then boiled. Ordinary poisons will lose their effect. Good stuff. Why don't we ask Li Yi to give us a few more? He has money. Bai Gu did not consider the cost at all. He did not have to pay anyway. Okay, with this, it will be much safer. Yin Xizhen was also afraid of death. Dongzhu, it seems to be against the rules to build a 4-story building. It's too high. Princess Yongmu and the others returned to Zhuangzi and began to prepare for the repair of the shop. Zhou Gui was worried. He meant that if the shop was built in the name of the Li family Zhuangzi, the imperial court would not pursue the matter. No, not at all. It's only 4 stories. If it's not troublesome, we can even build 6 stories. Xiaolon did not feel that there would be a problem. It was just building a 4-story building.
What was so difficult about it?
What should the imperial court do? Why don't we talk to Wanyan County first? Zhou Gui was still a responsible manager. He wanted to bribe them. Them? Why don't we consider the surrounding shops first? Building a tall building requires digging the foundation. It will affect the surroundings. Let's see if they want to build a new one. Xiaolan's thoughts were on not harming her neighbors. Brothers and sisters who were reading outside the station, if you have the ability, go back to Qidian to subscribe. There were also monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. The farmers bowed. Chapter 8:26. Light rain started to fall, and the people planting the greenhouses started to get busy. The greenhouses were made of silk, so the lighting wasn't good, and the heat dissipated quickly. When the rainwater hit the cloth, it not only increased the weight, but it also seeped down. The farmers started to put up straw curtains for the greenhouses. When the rain stopped, they would take down the straw curtains. The greenhouses couldn't be removed yet. They had to wait until May or June for the other vegetables to be produced. Only then could they earn more profits, especially cucumbers. Cucumbers required a high average temperature, and Li Yi's scientific estimate was 18 degrees Celsius. It seems like there isn't much chaos today. It's suitable to restore the people's livelihood and continue to build roads. Zhang Juling is in Guangzhou and isn't in a hurry to come back. Li Yi finished copying another medical book and felt that it was about time. There were many medical books, and many of the contents were repeated. Some even had some changes. He didn't need to copy every single book. He just needed to combine the contents. Putting down the brush, he mumbled to himself as he thought about this year's matters. He knew that some history had changed. The surrendered households that were most likely to rebel had been moved to the side. There was one less war, and many people were saved. Li Longji didn't run till Luoyang. He stayed in Chang'an. The positions of the officials were much different from in history. Zhang Shuo ran to Henan, and Bai Gu didn't die. Wei Zhigu was still the Minister of Works, and Song Jing was still the Minister of Works. According to historical records, Guozhiyun attacked Tubo in the Juku region in July, and it was very successful. Would he attack again this year? Would the Sulu tribe lead Tubo and Abbasid Caliphate to attack the 4 towns of the Tang dynasty? Ingzhou's commander-in-chief manor had become 4 commander-in-chief manors, and there were many surrendered households in Bingzhou. Should they keep the Celestial Army or continue to move inland? They had the seeds for Zhanqing rice. They planted it themselves. Henan and Luoyang started to rent the land and collect taxes. Restore the original names of the Secretariat, Minxia, and Huangmen provinces. This is a small problem. Also, restore the records no matter what happens. This, Zhuangzi doesn't need to do so. Yes, Princess Yongle to marry the Khitan king. No, we won't. If he has the ability, he will rebel. Actually, it's not a problem for me to copy out the books written by Qianyuan Hall. No, it's a waste of time. Let them do it. Dictionaries are ready now. Sihai is not in a hurry. Make more money to print dictionaries and rent them to the people. Rent them at a cheaper price. 1 coin a month. It was a new year. Li was thinking about which historical things he could use and which changes he could grasp. He found that the historical data was getting more and more out of line. While he was influencing the capital office, the tax revenue from the imperial court had increased, and the situation was different. The ice sculptures in Chang and melted, and the people helped to send them out. The streets had been cleaned up. Otherwise, the rain would turn into water and make it look damp. It was obvious that the sleigh would not be able to move. Fortunately, the roads to the various counties were paved with stones, so the main road was not so muddy. Everyone was waiting for the water in the water net to be able to move the boats, so that they could step on the boats and travel back and forth. The capital magistrate ordered the people to continue burning the Kong beds. The spring weather was humid, and the cold wind was bone-chilling. They had to continue burning for a period of time to avoid getting sick. Yuan Qianyao was changed from the prime minister position to the governor. He didn't seem to be very negative. Instead, he became more proactive. At least he was still an official in Chang'an. His position was not low. If he dared to complain, he would be directly promoted to the provincial governor. The people in the capital office were waiting for the tea leaves. Once the tea leaves were ready to be picked, they would pick them and sell them to the Li family Zhuangzi. The people knew that the Li family Zhuangzi earned tens or even hundreds of times the money from the tea leaves, but they didn't feel that they were losing out. If the Li family Zhuangzi earned more from the tea leaves, they would definitely use the money to help build roads and improve the people's lives. In the eyes of the people, it was equivalent to selling the tea leaves and reaping benefits. In the past, when the people talked about building roads, they didn't think much of it. Whether the roads were good or not, they would still walk. When all the roads in the capital office were paved and all the villages were connected, the people finally realized that things were different. The speed of travel was much faster than before. After a large number of livestock were used, the time saved could be used to do a lot of profitable work. When the people were preparing for this year's good day, Li Qingqi ran over to Li. Before the roads are paved, the last batch of fresh food is still fresh. Eat it sparingly. When the weather warms up and there is no more reflux, we can continue to transport frozen food from Dengzhou this year. We stored a lot of ice last winter. Li Qingqi came over to deliver frozen seafood, including oysters, scallops, and hairtail. There was no need for sea cabbage. Sea cabbage and kelp, which were the expensive kunbu, could be dried in the sun. Is the sea cabbage selling well? Li Yi asked about the most worthless thing. He ate shrimps and hairtail just to satisfy his appetite. It's selling well. The price is high. The newspaper said that eating too much can cause neck disease, so everyone bought it. You even said things like iron and zinc. The people believe you. Li Qingqi didn't know whether to complain or be happy. He sent people to the seaside to sell the sea cabbage, and the price was high. In the past, he paid the people at the seaside to help him pick up the cabbage, but no one ate it. When the newspaper came out, and the Li family Zhuangzi said that the cabbage was good, the people immediately ate it. The newspaper was not only published in the capital office. The people at the seaside began to pick up the cabbage themselves. They dried it and sold it. The businessmen ran over to buy the cabbage, and Li Qingqi sent people over to pay extra. If they were not familiar with each other, the people at the seaside knew that those people were inextricably linked to the Li family Zhuangzi in Chang, and so the price would be higher. Relying on the reputation of the Li family Zhuangzi, the people at the seaside gave a discount and limited price. They also said that if Li Dongzhu came in person, they would give all the cabbage to him. Brother Yi, the people at the seaside all said that they would pick up whatever you said was good, and then dry it to make more money. They said that they hoped that you would go to them. Once you go to them, you will be home. They can guarantee anything. You are now. Don't worry about not knowing friends on the road ahead. Who in the world doesn't know you? Li smiled and said 2 lines of Gao Shi's poem. Gao Shi had not written it yet. Good poem. I copied it. I know. Actually, if you can't eat seafood, spinach, celery, and mustard are also good. For the mainlanders, eating spinach is not bad, although it is a little high in oxalic acid. In addition, pig liver is also quite good. Li Yi recommended spinach. In order to let people eat spinach, there were cartoons made abroad. Write it in the newspaper. Pig liver is fishy. Unless it is sauced, braised, or stir-fried, ordinary people can't afford it. Li Qingqi felt that the best way to promote was through the newspaper. I have already published the recipe for the garlic sauce and soy sauce. What about chicken liver, duck liver, foie gras, and lamb liver?
All are fine.
The key is to keep up with the breeding. Without poultry and livestock, how can we eat? What's the plan for this year? Does the imperial court need to prepare in advance? Li Qingqi came to ask about this. In the new year, the people in the political affairs hall were looking at the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi was the wind vane. Li Yi thought for a while and replied, "This year is mainly about the expansion of labor-intensive industries. The new textile equipment will have a certain impact on the textile market. Internal consumption and external exports will both be promoted. The local authorities will encourage mining and prospecting." Li Yi began to talk about the local construction of the Tang dynasty. The industrial development must be promoted after the city-occupying rice could be planted in other places. Chapter 8:27. I've brought food for everyone. It's Li family Zhuangzi's boiled meat slices with spinach and bean sprouts. One dish is enough for everyone. In the political affairs hall, Li Qingqi rushed over before lunch. He brought a lot of boiled meat slices. The political affairs hall didn't only have 3 people. There were also some minor officials. The staple food was fragrant rice. The people in the political affairs hall didn't need to eat the food from the imperial kitchen. In the beginning, the minor officials would bring their own food or get someone to buy it when it was time for lunch. There would be people at the door carrying a cart to sell the food. But ever since Li Longji became rich, he took care of the meals of all the officials. The result was that the Jiang family went to the officials to bully others. The officials didn't dare to do so, as there were many bonuses and benefits. It was easy to bully others. But after the bullying, others would find a lawyer to sue the officials for free. King Song, have you gotten the answers? The 3 prime ministers of the political affairs hall weren't focused on eating. Let's eat first. We'll read it after eating. Otherwise, we'll have a headache. Li Qingqi decided to eat as well. Let's read it first. Otherwise, we'll vomit after eating. Why can't Xiao Yi speak properly? Bai Gu glanced at the boiled meat slices. There was a layer of oil on it to keep it warm. All right, let's read. Li Qingqi took out a piece of paper. I'll read it. Su Yi took the paper and sat down in a comfortable position. The current situation in the capital should focus on agriculture and farming. Farming should drive aquaculture, and aquaculture should promote farming. Place vegetable baskets and rice bags first. Under the premise of satisfying the needs of the people, vigorously develop aquaculture. Pay close attention to the construction of water conservancy projects and rationalize the allocation of water conservancy resources. Coordinate with land transportation. Under the premise of improving water transportation, expand the functions of water transportation. Rationalize the distribution of water baskets and water mills. Arrange the distribution of water handicraft industries without trapping, blocking, or limiting water. Expand the scope of employment and increase the number of jobs. Create a model pilot project for small handicrafts and labor-intensive industries. Create a people-oriented industry with different types of work as the benchmark. Drive. Su Yi flipped through 6 pages and read for half an hour. Finally, he finished reading. His head was in a mess. Song Jing and Bai Gu frowned. Indeed, they were having headaches. Why was it so long-winded? However, if you were to say something wrong, or if there was a problem during the practice, you would definitely be able to find out where you did not do it well. I've already explained everything clearly to you. Why did something still happen to you? Bai Gu rubbed his temples as he looked at Li Qingqi and asked, King Song, is that what Xiao Yi told you? How is that possible? This was written by Brother Yi himself. It's much simpler to explain. He told me that we can't stop growing crops, including vegetables, and we have to increase our breeding. Then he would see if he could raise fish. Now that there were more seasonings and cooking methods, the fish was quite delicious. For those who don't have fields to farm, the water wheels on the river should not be too dense so that there would be sufficient water for watering downstream. He will come up with a solution, and everyone will follow suit. It's very simple and not difficult at all. Li Qingqi shook his head and told the three of them what Li Yi had said. It was indeed simple for the three of them to comprehend it in an instant, but what was the point of writing these things? Was he too free? As though seeing through the thoughts of the three, Li Qingqi continued, Brother Yi said that the official documents had to be written like this. Otherwise, it would be difficult to convict someone of a crime if something went wrong. It might seem useless, but every single word is actually useful. It would be difficult for the local officials to change it privately. It's difficult to even comprehend it, let alone change it. Song Jing was convinced that there was nothing wrong with it. Let's rest for a while before eating. Where's my oxygen bag? I can take 2 breaths. Bai Gu went to look for an oxygen bag. Su Yi and Song Jing also returned to their offices. A moment later, each of them returned with an oxygen bag and inhaled it. After inhaling the oxygen, they felt much more comfortable. Are these for the officials to see? For the various counties. Song Jing decided to print it and send it to the local officials.
No, these are for you to see.
If you continue to implement it, it will be your fault if something goes wrong. I've already explained everything clearly. Li Qingqi shook his head. The handicraft industry means the textile industry? Using the textile equipment designed by Xiao Yi to operate? Bai Gu asked for the details. Yes, it's written down. It's about supporting individuals, organizations, and departments that focus on technology research and development. On the basis of not making false reports, omitting reports, and concealing reports, we will reward the technical personnel, etc. Li Qingqi did not finish his sentence. He was afraid that he would have a headache if he thought too much. He took out the kimchi. It was not spicy cabbage. Spicy cabbage did not taste good with boiled meat. Kimchi tasted sour, sweet, fresh, and salty. It was crispy. Li family Zhuangzi made it according to the method of Sichuan kimchi. It was not spicy at all and tasted very refreshing. It was just enough to relieve the numbness and spiciness of boiled meat. It was not a problem to eat it directly with rice. It's almost done. We can eat it now. Bai Gu did not want to rely too much on oxygen. Li Yi had said that they should avoid inhaling if they could. He closed the valve of the oxygen bag and sent it back to his office. Song Jing and Su Yi inhaled a few more times. When they felt comfortable, they also took it back. Oxygen bags were lifesavers, especially when the air pressure was low. Older people found it difficult to breathe. Taking a breath of oxygen would make them feel refreshed and able to continue working. Each of them had a small clay pot. As expected, it was still hot. When they touched the clay pot, it burned their hands. This meant that there was a lot of oil and the temperature was suppressed. We've finished the food. What about the soup? Su Yi saw the layer of red oil on it and had some thoughts. Take it away. Even the clay pot is given. Li Qingqi knew what he meant. Okay, we'll use it to cook food when we go back and let our families taste it. Chili noodles are expensive. Her Majesty only gives us half a tael per month. This was Su Yi's purpose. He wanted to take it back and let his family taste the dishes that were not made with chili noodles. There was no such thing as heaven and earth. Only the Li family Zhuangzi existed. The seeds were not released. If the people in the palace wanted to eat it, they had to find Empress Wang. Empress Wang helped to order the dishes. The seeds in the dishes were all ripe. If the kings wanted to eat it, they had to tell Li Qingqi. Li Qingqi would go and get it. The price was high, and the Ministry of Revenue would take half of the tax. Bai Gu was very happy. Xiao Yi didn't say anything big, right? Bai Gu ate the bean sprout and asked. He didn't say anything. Probably because he had too many things to do this year. He didn't think of anything else for the time being. King Song recalled his conversation with Brother Yi and confirmed that he didn't say anything. Let's hurry up. Who knows when he'll suddenly think of something and blow things up. He hasn't stopped doing it year after year. Bai Gu didn't dare to let his guard down. He was prepared to solve the problems left behind from last year as quickly as possible. He was ready to see Li Yi stir up trouble at any moment. There are too many surrendering households in the 9 clans. Should we move them to the interior or set up a new army? Song Jing talked about the matter that Li Yi was pondering. Li Yi didn't know what to do either. They had to wait for the imperial court. If we move them, we have to settle them down like we did in Huazhou and Tongzhou. If we don't set up a new army, the pressure on the House of Subjugation will be too great. Su Yi didn't know what to do either. He knew the pros and cons, asked Xiao Yi. If he can make the arrangements, we won't have to worry. In the Tang dynasty, other than Her Majesty, who has more authority than him? Bai Gu threw the question out. Chapter 8:28. Time to work, time to work. Use the river sand we dug out last year to pave the road and fill in the cracks. While Bai Gu and the others were eating, the rain stopped. The Southwest barbarian captives' days of rest and language learning were over. They pushed the wheelbarrow with picks and shovels to soak in the sand by the river. The river sand they dug out last winter was cleaned up along the way. The silt was used to fertilize the fields, and the river sand was put together. In winter, the river sand was frozen solid. After the rain, it was still hard and frosty inside. They needed to use picks to dig out large pieces of sand. They put them on the wheelbarrow and pushed them to the gravel road. After winter, some parts of the gravel road were swollen and some parts sank when the rain fell. They had to be flattened with sand and shovels. Otherwise, they would continue to sink and become a depression. The common people had finished weaving cotton and sorghum stalks. Since they had nothing else to do, they helped to repair the road. The imperial court provided free soup, black bread, and pickled vegetables. The common people didn't get paid, but they were willing to repair the road. The common people of the capital government didn't try to be polite. They felt that they had taken advantage of the situation and quickly reported it to the imperial court. Of course, the captives couldn't stay idle. Their bodies were better than when they were fighting the military forces of the Tang dynasty. To put it bluntly, the food they ate when they were soldiers was not as good as when they were captives. The Li family Zhuangzi gave them plenty of food. The Khitan captives were once again in charge of management. Their families were all here. Now they were working and didn't feel like captives anymore. A group of people left and returned to Khitan to help with spring plowing and trade arrangements. They had knowledge, experience, and plans. The 16 guards sent out a small number of people to watch over them. For every 100 captives, there were basically 3 people watching over them. The captives didn't have any other ideas. They worked hard and learned, hoping to become officials when they returned. Those who didn't want to go back told the Li family Zhuangzi about the situation at home. The Li family Zhuangzi went to the southwest to find people and bring their families out. The latest news showed that more than 2,000 families had arrived in the Tang dynasty's territory. The soldiers in the southwest were in charge of them. When the weather got warmer, they would go south along the Yangtze River and walk through the canal to the Yellow River. When they arrived, they would be given a house to live in. They wouldn't live in their own shacks and tents. There were also some who were very angry. They had been captured, and their wives and children were with other people. These people held their breaths and worked hard, hoping that one day they could go back and take it back. Obviously, they wouldn't rebel even if he asked them to. They had nowhere to run. Even if there was a chance to steal a horse, how could a horse outrun the 3 horses of the Winged Knights? Sprinting to the side of the mountain and taking the land route, they had to cross the mountains and the Qinling Mountains. How many people did they think they could survive in the Qinling Mountains? Or go all the way west and take the plank road, where the people on the plank road won't stop you. Therefore, with picks and shovels in hand, they had no other thoughts. They only hoped that the person in charge of guarding them would give them a good evaluation in the book so that they could accumulate more points and exchange them for more resources. It's actually not the right time to build roads, but it's too late to catch up. Li looked at the people on Zhuangzi Highway plowing the soil by the cement road and estimated the situation. It was just the beginning of spring, and the roads had been smoothed out. When the rain increased and the temperature rose, the roads would continue to be repaired. If they didn't fix it now, it would take a lot of work in the future. The people would be farming and wouldn't have the time. Even though they knew that they couldn't do their best, they still did it. After the repairs were done, it would be easy to repair it again after some time. There was no need to build roads on Zhuangzi Highway. All roads were made of cement, and there was space on both sides of the road. Manure was dug in, And after a few days, flower seeds were planted. After summer, flowers could be seen, but there were no shrubs. Songda and the palace maids and eunuchs stood at the side to listen and learn. They learned with a purpose. Even though they knew that they shouldn't build roads immediately, they still built roads. Administrative orders and actual situations might not always be the same. Many seemingly unreasonable administrative orders had special considerations behind them. Of course, these considerations didn't include forcefully rejecting other people's grain when it was about to be harvested. Behind these considerations were the bureaucrats, not the people's livelihood. The real consideration was to actively organize the people to replenish the seedlings or change to other crops when the flood was about to hit them. Even if they knew it was too late and that the other crops weren't good enough, it was still better than leaving the land idle. If they could increase their income, they would increase their income. Doing one's best to help the people get 40% of their losses and compensation. This was administrative flexibility. It was the same at the moment. After they knew it, they still had to fix it. If they didn't take the opportunity to fix it and fix it later, it would cause the people to delay their work. How could the people not know? It was like they were tidying up the land. Doing something was better than not doing anything at all. Li Yi told these words to Songda and the palace maids and eunuchs. This was called administrative. This was called the people's livelihood. Just like fighting a war, it is difficult to win with a surprise move. In terms of administrative affairs, it is difficult to win with a surprise move. It is better to do things properly and try to help the people a little. As Li Yi spoke, he went to the riverside to take a look at the situation of the river. Due to the weather, the upper reaches of the Yellow River weren't open yet. However, there were icicles flowing downstream. If the upper reaches of the river were open and the upper reaches were still not open, there would be an ice flood. At the start, they would use artillery. Later on, when their blasting skills were good enough, they would use explosives. If it really didn't work, they would still use artillery. The kinetic energy of artillery shells was the greatest. Li Yi didn't use explosive shells to blast the ice surface, but it didn't have much effect. Thus, if he felt that the ice flood would come, he would try to drill holes and use gunpowder to blast it. It would be more concentrated and loose. Otherwise, the ice flood would flood the North Protectorate Manor. There were also small icicles in the Ba River. They were irregularly shaped and collided with each other as they flowed downstream. Is there any news from Lantian County? Li looked at the river and asked. No. The icicles downstream have been washed away. The river there is much better. The silt was cleared in autumn. Songda knew what Dongzhu was asking about. Lantian County was one of the counties that Zhuangzi focused on. It was connected to the Ba River and had many industries. Is there any news from Huku Waterfall? Li Yi asked about another place. Yes, our people have finished building the boats there. Now, the ice at the waterfall has been washed away. The big ice blocks above have not been seen yet. They said that they would have to wait for 10 days. Songda immediately replied. It wasn't easy for him to be in charge. Make the necessary arrangements. Don't be like Zhuge Liang in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It's useless even if you tire yourself to death. Li Yi turned around and looked at Songda. He was satisfied, but also not satisfied. You have so many assistants by your side. When I ask you a question, you let your assistants answer. Do you think I will look down on you? Songda smiled. It's just that other people are in charge. I just happened to take a look and remember it. Buzz. There was a sudden movement in the sky. A large flock of pigeons flew in circles with whistles. Some of the pigeons fell behind and flapped their wings to return to the group. Some of the pigeons realized that they couldn't catch up with the pigeons and took a shortcut. Jiang is quite good. Good carrier pigeons will take the initiative to hide in the bushes when the enemy is near. They will fly close to the ground, and after flying for tens of feet, they will return to the bushes. When they feel that they are safe, they will fly up into the sky and fly towards their nest. The grassland will raise eagles to deal with them. Li Yi saw the pigeons and was satisfied. However, he had his own opinions. Chapter 8:29. The palace maids and eunuchs scribbled notes again. Who knew that carrier pigeons could be so capable? Dongzhu, it's not easy to raise an eagle.
Songda said. Jiang Jiao knows how.
Didn't he join the regiment? Let him raise one. I'll pay for it.
Li Yi thought of someone.
Zhang Jiling knew how to raise pigeons. Someone in the future made up a rumor that he and Hanyu were good friends. That was pure nonsense. But Zhang Jiling really did raise pigeons, and they were not bad. Jiang Jiao was also good at raising eagles. He and Li Longji met because of eagles. Li Longji knew how to raise both pigeons and eagles. He couldn't ask Li Longji to do that job, could he? Li Longji knew many things, but he was only in charge of court affairs. Li Yi thought of Jiang Jiao. People should make the best use of their talents. For example, Zhong Xiaojing was now studying the Sea of Words. He was doing well with dictionaries. Zhuangzi's movable type printing was old Zhong's calligraphy. It was beautiful. He heard that old Zhong was proud when he talked about it. He was living a good life. Dongzhu, Jiang Jiao followed him to He province. Will he fall sick and die there? Songda knew the situation and was worried about Jiang Jiao. Impossible. He has a long life. If not for, I can't be an official. It's too tiring. Being an emperor is even more tiring. There's no freedom. Li Yi was full of emotions when he talked about being an official. At first, he wanted to be an official, a county magistrate or something to increase his lifespan. Later, he found that it was not necessary. Being outside the system could affect things within the system. Who would want to be part of the system? Dongzhu, the women in the settlements have less work to do now. All the cotton has been processed, and there's still fur, duck down, goose feather, chicken feather, and cashmere. Sheep don't have cashmere and have less cashmere. Sheep have a lot of wool and have been defat. Why don't you ask them to knit sweaters? It'll be another source of income. Songda had a lot of things to think about and took the opportunity to say them. Li Yi narrowed his eyes and said, the labor-intensive industries, especially the handicraft industry, rely too much on raw materials. The palace maids and eunuchs continued to take notes. Dongzhu's words needed to be sorted out. An ordinary sentence might have a guiding significance for the development of the Tang dynasty. Songda waited. He believed that Dongzhu would have a way to arrange for the women in the settlement. Grind the flour. Make more treadle flour grinders. Grind the flour in 3 shifts. There has to be something to do. Buy wheat from elsewhere. At the same time, he could also make dough wrappers and sell them wholesale. He could also adjust the ratio of gluten and dough wrappers. If the density of flour and water in the process of making dough is high, you can distill it and then make sweet sauce. Let's try it out. It works in theory, but I don't know how to do it in practice. Li Yi came up with a temporary solution to let the women in the settlement who suddenly had nothing to do to grind flour. The production of the dough skin was interesting. If there was more gluten, there would be less dough skin. If there was more dough skin, there would be less gluten. However, there would still be water from the flour being flushed out. It could only be made once. It was guaranteed that no one would waste it, just like the pollution of the river in the starch factory. If there was more water in the flour in a short period of time, after evaporation and cooking, it could be made into sweet sauce. Sweet sauce and big sauce were 2 different things. Sweet sauce was made from flour, while big sauce was made from beans. Sweet sauce could be fermented or not fermented for a short period of time, but big sauce must be fermented. In history, the reason why China had sweet sauce was because they were poor. If they didn't have money to buy soy sauce, they could only make some for free. This was not a matter of his time. In Beijing and Tianjin, simple sauces were made with flour as seasoning. The most classic dish was shredded pork with soy sauce. The sauce inside was sweet sauce made from flour. Later, people couldn't get so much sweet sauce, so they made all kinds of sauces according to local customs. At the same time, Tianjin gubuli steamed buns and Quanjued roast duck were famous. The latter was made with sweet sauce. In the end, people found that it was not delicious and expensive.
Why?
Was it because of the brand? Yes, it was because of the brand. Match the fat and lean meat of the pork and make them into fillings. Add water and steam the buns. The buns will be oily and fresh. Feed the ducks until they are fat. After the roast, the fragrance of the fat will be accepted by everyone. The premise is that they can't be eaten in Zhuangzi. There is no shortage of oil in Zhuangzi. The farmers don't care about these two things. Li Yi mumbled. His thoughts were diverging, and as he thought about it, he thought of two brands. These two brands had already declined when he came to the Tang dynasty. In the beginning, these two brands were delicious because the people were poor and didn't have oil. Fat ducks loved to eat them, and buns with water were more fragrant. When the people didn't lack oil, they ate these two things for the sake of tasting the freshness. No one wanted to eat them every meal. This was inflexibility and lack of flexibility. They didn't make their brands big until the sun set in the west. For example, when the country was just founded, Old Qin even organized the production of aspirin. At that time, people said that aspirin was available overseas and was cheap.
Why should they make it themselves?
At that time, under the central government's politics, this kind of talk was considered short-sighted. Later, when the electronic industry developed, some idiots said that they didn't need to produce and research their own technology. In the end, they said that they wouldn't give you chips, and they wouldn't give you chips. The idiots who shouted about the division of labor in the global village didn't say anything. Weren't they quite happy at that time? If there was no aspirin, it was written in the textbooks. It was not a problem to shout about the division of labor in the global village. They had already experienced things, including the atomic bomb. How could they be so stupid? Not forgetting the past was a teacher for the future. Other people were idiots, but Li Yi didn't want to be an idiot. He said to Songda, "Tell the Zhuangzi workshop that every time they develop a new thing, give them a reward of at least 10 yuan. Of course, there is no freedom. They can forget about leaving the Li family Zhuangzi for the rest of their lives. However, they will allow their children to be officials. If their children can't pass the exam, I will directly arrange for them. They will get what they deserve." "Yes," Songda replied with a word. He remembered it and continued to encourage the workshop to do research, even if the investment was huge. Li looked at the palace maids and eunuchs again. The country is different, so the politics will change. The internal and external are different, so the people will change. The doctrine of the mean is neither left nor right. The doctrine of the mean is not in the middle. It is like riding a horse galloping, combining movement and stillness. It is also like a bicycle, seeking balance in motion. What cannot be changed is the momentum of a towering mountain. What can be changed is the impermanence of flowing water. There is no difference between the lives of the people and the operations of the army. The imperial court is like a tree. Its roots are firm, and its leaves should not be limited. The palace maids and eunuchs tried hard to remember. They knew that Dongzhu suddenly had some ideas that were related to the imperial court and the people. When the water is alive, the fish will come out. When the clouds send the rain, there will be little left. Li Yi said again and walked back with his hands behind his back. He didn't want to say more. It was too deep and meaningless. He had to think of a way to solve the problem at hand. For example, copying medical books. No matter how rich his theoretical knowledge and literary talent were, it was not as realistic as throwing out a medical book that could help cure diseases. Otherwise, he could invent new tools that could save the people's time and solve the problems of the people's livelihood. Remember to remind me how many large vats there are. I will earn more money and let the imperial court fork out some money to deal with the pollution of the cesspool. In detail, Li Yi immediately thought of a situation. The methane pool was not successful. It was easy to deal with the pollution of the soil, but it was a problem of money. Chapter 830. The palace maids had stars in their eyes, and the eunuchs, it didn't matter whether they had stars in their eyes or not. In the eyes of the palace maids, Dongzhu could influence politics and the people's livelihood with a wave of his hand. He could be ambitious, but instantly fall to the common people. In the beginning, they were talking about administration, but in the blink of an eye, they were talking about the specific situation. It was a pity that Princess Yongmu didn't come, otherwise, Dongzhu would be a different person, the kind that was fun to play with. Dongzhu changed as soon as he met Princess Yongmu. It was interesting. That night, Li Yi's words and the copied medical books were sent to Xingqing Palace. Li Longji flipped through the medical books a few times and put them aside. He kept the original copies, every one of them. The copied copies were printed without missing a word and sent to all parts of the Tang dynasty. Li never cared about the original copies. Li Longji knew that Li Yi cared most about whether the people of the Tang dynasty learned the contents of the books well and applied it to the common people. He picked up the book of Li Yi's daily words and sighed after reading it. What did Uncle say this time? Empress Wang took it and read it. Isn't it normal? Whoever gets Li Yi gets the world. Empress Wang didn't think there was anything wrong with it. It had always been like this, and all the officials who were qualified to know the situation agreed. Whoever got Li Yi's assistance could stabilize the world. Li Yi's knowledge was from top to bottom. He could give advice today, and tomorrow he could lower his head and farm. It was hard not to be convinced. He knew everything. He had no problem being the prime minister, and he could also be a craftsman. If he wanted to teach, he could teach. If he wanted to practice medicine, he could practice medicine. If he was happy, he could even cook for himself. Li Longji shook his head. No, I was thinking that if I met Brother Yi before I rose, fewer people would die. No, more people might die. He killed people without mercy. I believe that at that time, if Madame Wei and Enlu could poison Zhongzong, Uncle could poison them. Uncle had always liked an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Moreover, he was even more aggressive when he killed people. He never cared about the lives of others. Empress Wang knew Li Yi quite well. Don't be fooled by Li Yi's appearance. When he made his move, he was absolutely decisive. Watching him kill people, so many people were sniped by him. Most importantly, he didn't look uncomfortable at all after killing the man. He looked very normal. How strong was his mental fortitude? Normal people wouldn't be able to do it. As for the many people who had offended him, he didn't kill them because he felt that they weren't worth it, including the Jiang family, who wanted to take over Princess Yongmu's land. Li wanted to see how the other party would act. The Jiang family was smart. They hurriedly sold their goods and paid for their shops. They did not struggle and looked for Li Linfu, but Li Linfu did not help. Otherwise, Zhang Jiao. Alas. Li Longji sighed again when he thought of the people he knew before he became the emperor. Empress Wang walked over and snuggled up to Li Longji. Li Yi didn't see the situation, or else he would have sneered. Zhang Jiao knew you when you were the emperor. You were defeated by him. Empress Wang, before you became the emperor, your life was so hard. You couldn't even eat a bowl of noodles on your birthday. The empress's father pawned his leather jacket to make noodles for you. Empress Wang supported you all the way to become the emperor. What happened after that? Li Yi really didn't know that Li Longji and Empress Wang were showing off their affection. He was designing the blueprint according to the data on the data. The 30,000 recruits were all in place and were undergoing training at Mount Taibai. Mount Taibai was also covered in snow in summer. It was also a royal resort. There was a royal palace on Mount Taibai. The royal family had occupied all the good places around the capital office. There weren't any hot springs among the commoners. The only hot spring was behind Drunken Immortal House, which was no different from the royal one. The royal family couldn't occupy the hot springs deeper into the mountains. The commoners knew there were hot springs, so they wouldn't travel so far just to take a bath. Li was drawing a picture of a glider that could fly. The parachute jump was already done. The winged knights knew how to jump and how to fold their parachutes. They had to fold it themselves. He didn't trust others to fold it. However, parachuting had been done a few times on the lake in autumn, so they weren't familiar with it. The lake was just a psychological comfort. If there was a problem with the main parachute and the secondary parachute, they would die if they fell from that height. If they could survive falling from a height of more than 1,000 meters, there must be a problem with the water. Fortunately, the parachute opened successfully every time. The secondary parachute didn't open. Now they were using a glider. In theory, a glider should always hover downwards. However, there was wind. If they controlled it well, they could rise again. Li Yi was going to let the winged knights jump and use the glider on Mount Taibai. He didn't want to recruit 30,000 new soldiers. Mount Taibai was more than 3,700 meters above sea level. It didn't matter. To jump and glide, it depended on the relative height. The local area was more than 700 to more than 1,000 meters above sea level. In other words, the relative height was about 3,000 meters. Otherwise, in a place where the altitude was 10,000 meters above sea level and the local average height was 9,900 meters, it meant that from the highest point to the platform, it was more than 100 meters. If they parachuted, it was likely that they wouldn't be able to open the parachute and would fall to their death. Parachuting and gliding required relative height. It had nothing to do with altitude. Carry the parachute, then put on the goggles first. Find a suitable place to glide with the glider. If it doesn't work, let go of the hand and open the parachute. Li muttered and carefully drew according to the data. He didn't dare to be negligent. When the glider was combined with the parachute, he knew that there were many mountains in Tubo. If a team of 1,000 people glided down and got stuck in the key position, the most frightening thing was the airborne troops. The airborne troops would never fall in front of the enemy's main forces. They were guaranteed to be at the back. Like the Normandy landing, the airborne troops played the most important role, even if the casualties were not small. The enemy was tired of dealing with them. One by one, the strategic positions were occupied by the airborne troops. Of course, there was another place that couldn't be ignored, the Calais Peninsula. Before Operation Overlord, which was the Normandy landing, the Allied forces had been carrying out another deceptive plan called Operation Ghost Shadow. It targeted the Calais Peninsula, including the extras who played the role of Montgomery. There was also a large number of artillery attacks. The Normandy landing was successful because most of the enemy's forces were tied down. Even if they paid a heavy price, the strategic goal was achieved. So, the glider troops of the Tang dynasty also need to be coordinated by the ground forces. The airborne troops must directly hit the enemy's important positions. Li Yi thought about the classic battle process, the tactical deployment, and the strategic goal of the winged knights in a new position. Based on what he knew about the application and technology of the airborne troops in the classic battle, as well as the strategic and tactical deployment, the people in the political affairs hall didn't even dare to think about it. The support of the skeleton, the material of the skeleton, the angle of the glider wings, the direction of the wind, and the height of the wind. Taibai Mountain needs to be located at a suitable place. Li Yi marked the data and graphics, and his mouth kept muttering. He couldn't trust other troops, so it had to be the winged knights. Last time, the winged knights didn't fight well. Dozens of people died because of mistakes in command. The main reason was that they weren't familiar with the battlefield. He couldn't make the same mistake in the future. It's about time. Let the workshop build it. I want to fly too. I know how to do it. I've done it before. Li put down the pen and clenched his fist. He had done parachuting and gliding before, but those things were made by other people. Now it was Zhuangzi who made them. Chapter 8:31. It's really cold in the morning. I wonder what questions will be tested this year. On the morning of the first day of February, many examinees were waiting outside the Fonglin Gate of Fonglin Garden. It was very cold in early spring. There was even frost on the roof tiles. The examinees felt cold on their hands and faces, but their bodies and feet were not cold. They changed into new shoes and clothes. Just like last year, the emperor provided them with new clothes and shoes. After the exam, they left with their old clothes and shoes. Wang Su put his hands in front of his mouth and blew, trying to warm his small hands with the warmth of his breath. The three people who went to Liangpa village to be village officials were beside him. They got along well. They're coming. One serving each. Don't eat too much. Go inside and sleep. The imperial court's carriages came out. Stacks of pottery bowls and bamboo chopsticks came out. A large barrel was filled with mutton stew and lean meat. Some examinees might have a stomachache if they ate too much without oil for a few days. There were also tea, eggs, cucumbers, pickles, and steamed buns. Each person was given half a bowl of mutton. A big steamed bun was placed on top of the soup. The tea, eggs, and pickles were soaked in the soup. There were many examinees this year. Those who did not pass the exam and went to be village officials in the previous years all had to take the exam. There were also new examinees from various prefectures squeezing on the road. The imperial court is getting richer and richer. They're willing to pay for floor heating, clothes, and the 4 treasures of the study. This year, I must pass the exam and become a good official who works for the people. Xiahao held his mutton stew and squatted beside Wang Su. Wang Su looked at the people in front of him enviously. They were all examinees. The difference was that they did well as village officials. Without taking the exam, they were already exiled officials. If they were not exiled first rank, they would be exiled second rank. These people did not need to take the imperial exam. There were places to arrange for them. They came to take the exam because they wanted to be promoted to a higher rank after passing the exam. If they passed the exam, they would be promoted faster. If they did not pass the exam, they would be able to enter the 9th rank after 2 years. Like Wang Su, after studying hard, the village gave him a good evaluation. He had the identity of an exiled 6th rank, but there was no place to arrange it, unless he continued to be a village official. The minor officials in the county were all exiled 3rd rank and above. The capital government did not lack officials. In fact, all the examinees who went to the countryside had an exiled official. The most was a 7th rank official. It was a reward for them. At the very least, they could read and write, which was many times better than ordinary people. If they were not even given an official position, how are they going to live? The officials from the Li family Zhuangzi who passed last year's exam have replaced us as village officials. Do you think they will be rejected? Not far away, someone was talking with an expectant look. Everyone knew what he meant. You passed the exam and you even got first class. When you reached the village, you were still not as good as us. What did that mean? Brother Donglai, who went to Liangpa village, will he do well? Chai Baohong asked Wang Su. Wang Su took a sip of the hot soup. We've all been to the Li family Zhuangzi before. Do you really need to explain how Li Dongzhu teaches people? If there were people who wanted to see him make a fool of himself, just wait and see. Those 220 students would not be given away for nothing. Previously, the 40 students became county magistrates, and their limelight overshadowed the county magistrate and deputy county magistrate. That's true. Other people with Li family Zhuangzi's background would try their best to get promoted quickly, but they aren't in a hurry. Zhu En expressed his admiration. Out of the 42 students, the best was first class. Everyone else had an official position, but Zhao Donglin did not. However, someone in the imperial court said that whenever Zhao Donglin wanted to be an official, he could join the army. If he waited a little longer, he could be promoted to provincial governor. Zhao Donglin was in charge of 41 students and mobilized 20 counties in the imperial government. Wasn't that just being a provincial governor? Being a provincial governor was nothing more than military affairs. Zhao Donglin was trained by Li Yi in the Li family Zhuangzi. How could he not learn military affairs? The others were still working hard in their positions as registrars and county officers. They never mentioned anything about being promoted. It's a pity that I didn't make it, Xiahao said and lowered his head to eat cucumber and pickled vegetables. He regretted it. The Li family Zhuangzi had given him 2 chances, but he had rejected them both. Since then, there were only a group of students who lived outside the village. They would also take part in the imperial examination this year. On normal days, they would help the people to file lawsuits for free. After being baptized by the village officials, those who had become officials outside the village were not so arrogant anymore. The new examinees were different. They felt that they were more confident and easy to take the exam. They were outstanding people in their local areas. Therefore, they gathered together and looked relaxed. They thought that the imperial examination was just a formality for them. In Liangpa village, which was mentioned by Wang Su and the others, a man in a military coat was recording the location of the toilets. Changyu, come and eat some steamed buns. They're stuffed with pickled vegetables and oil dregs. A woman called Zhou Changyu. Zhou Changyu was first class in the imperial examination last year. He was arranged to be a village official in the village. He did not look like an official at all. If it were not for his straight back, he would look no different from a farmer. His face showed that he had been through hardships. There were even small cracks on his hands. There were skin cream and hand cream, but he did not use them. When he arrived at the village, he first looked at the toilets, the size, the terrain, and the surroundings. He took out a notebook and wrote and drew. He smiled at all the villagers. He did not ask the village chief, Chen Mo, for the account books. He knew how to behave. How could he ask for the account books casually? "Third Madam Chen, I have leftovers from last night. They won't go bad in the cold weather. I can heat them up when I go back." Zhou Chengyu smiled and waved his hand to refuse. The woman came over and pulled his sleeve. "Heat up your food at noon. Eat steamed buns in the morning. I have money. I don't need a pair of chopsticks." Zhou Chengyu was pulled to the house of Third Madam Chen. There were a son and a daughter-in-law. There were also 2 children, a boy and a girl. The boy was big, and the girl was still breastfeeding. He greeted them one by one and chose a seat opposite the daughter-in-law. She was pregnant with a baby. "Little Zhou, you have been here for some days. All you do is look at other people's houses. Don't you have any ideas? You are from the Li family Zhuangzi." The old man sat in the main seat. There was a small bowl in front of him. The bowl was filled with rice wine. He drank it early in the morning. After drinking it, he would not feel so cold when he went out to work. "Third Master Chen, it's almost time. After breakfast, I will go see the village chief and discuss with him to see if my ideas are right." Zhou Chengyu picked up a steamed bun and gave it to the 6-year-old boy and answered respectfully. "What's there to discuss? Your family is from the Zhuangzi. You can't trust other people, but you can trust Li Dongzhu." The old man said casually. Dongzhu said that every matter must be discussed and not taken lightly. If we do it right, we should do it right. If we do it wrong, the people will suffer. Zhou Chengyu was still so respectful. The old man nodded. "That's right. Li Dongzhu is better than others in teaching people." The 4 children who came in the first year thought they were very capable. In the end, they couldn't even cook. They are actually not bad. They are thinking for the village. Their starting point is good. Zhou Chengyu did not criticize others. "You little brat, let's eat." Third Madam Chen grabbed 2 steamed buns and put them on Zhou Chengyu's plate. "Let's eat. After eating, I will go with you." The old man did not say anything more. He picked up the bowl and drank. Zhou Chengyu did not stand on ceremony and ate. This family was indeed rich. They planted 10 mu of greenhouses and even hired 2 outsiders to work together. After eating, he helped the old man to the village chief's house. Chapter 832. Uncle Chun, I have seen the latrines in the village. They chose to build them on the roadside. This is very good. When they arrived at Chenmo's house, Zhou Chengyu first talked about the location of the latrines. The latrines in the village were all built on the roadside facing the road instead of behind the courtyard. There were 3 main functions. One was to prevent thieves. When they wanted to go to the latrine, they could build it at the roadside door. The second was to prevent the children from always going to the corner and falling into the latrine pit. The third was to make it convenient to dig out feces. They could directly dig it out and take it away. Change the location? Chen Mo was interested in Zhou Chengyu's identity as a Li family Zhuangzi. If Zhou Chengyu said to change it, he would mobilize the villagers to change it. There is no need to change the location, but the latrines should be raised. When it rains heavily, the rainwater will not flow out after pouring in. After investigation, Zhou Chengyu found that the latrines were low. When the rainwater flowed out, it would not be easy to walk. Even if a drainage canal was dug on the roadside, the drainage canal would lead to the river and the pollution would be heavy. In addition, there were many mosquitoes in the summer. People would get sick easily and their quality of life would be affected. Is the project big? How long will it take? Chen Mo considered everyone's free time. It is just the time before the spring plowing. The latrine pit needs to be cleaned and composted. As long as we build a public latrine to solve the living problems in the next few days, we can quickly build a new latrine using the original pit. Zhou Chengyu took out his drawing and showed it to Chen Mo. The latrine pit was partly filled, the surrounding area was raised, and a large pottery vat was placed on top. In this way, a part of the original pit and the location of the latrine pit were used to make the latrine pit higher. After adding a large vat, the feces will not seep. At the same time, it is more conducive to fermentation. Unless the rainwater is too heavy, it will not flow out. People will not get sick easily. Zhou Chengyu introduced the project. It was not a big project and would not affect the normal life of the villagers. Is the vat expensive? Chen Laosen next to him considered the cost. I intend to apply for subsidies in the name of strengthening people's health and safety awareness in the village. But I can't directly send it to the Ministry of Revenue. Everyone knows that I am not Dongzhu. I don't have the ability to invite the Minister of Revenue to have a meal at my house. I will apply to the county. The county magistrate will consider whether it is cost-effective to provide a large vat for the people's health. Zhou Chengyu did not think of asking the villagers to bear the burden. The villagers were responsible for digging and building. Is the imperial court involved in this matter? Third brother Chen felt that this was his family's problem. Why should the government pay for it? Third uncle, if we don't get sick, we'll work more. The more we work, the more food we'll harvest. In the winter, we'll pay more taxes for planting greenhouses. We have increased taxes for the imperial court, and the imperial court has to give us a portion of it. Tax is taken from the people and used by the people. That's true. Chen Mo, the village head, nodded his head. That's right. The village had to pay taxes to grow vegetables in greenhouses. When the villagers went to Chong and the county to buy things, the merchants had to pay taxes. After paying the taxes, the merchants would raise the price. When they bought things themselves, they had to pay taxes. Third brother Chen thought for a moment and nodded. That's right. If we don't fall sick, we can do more. If we fall sick, how much less work will we be able to do? The whole family has been dragged down. If that's the case, I will go and apply for it. Uncle Chen, please help me talk to the villagers. Zhou Chengyu proceeded to the next step. Will the county agree? Chen Laosan expressed his concern. There are also people from Li family Zhuangzi in the county. This matter is reasonable. How can they disagree? Be careful that Li Dongzhu impeaches them. Chen Mo felt that there was no problem. It was reasonable for the village officials of Li family Zhuangzi to ask the county officials of Li family Zhuangzi for a vat. With the county magistrate and deputy county officials, how can they disagree? Okay. I can do it. It's just 2 days of work. My daughter-in-law needs to feed the children. She doesn't need to do any work. Third brother Chen felt that he had made a profit. Chen Mo was doing this for his own good. Everyone knew that it was easy to fall sick with feces. Now, even drinking water was boiled. Most importantly, he had made a huge profit. No matter where the vat was used, it would be his family's. Also, the canal in our village is a mud canal. I want to apply for cement to build a cement canal. It will be easier to clean. Grass sticks, tree branches, leaves, and soil will be added in. No matter if it's scooping or pushing, it will be easier than the previous canal. I will apply for cement. Can the village's public funds be used to hire people from the workers' union to help with the work? Zhou Chengyu lowered his voice. He needed money. The village's money belonged to everyone. The cement canal by the roadside of the county? Here, free cement. It's worth hiring experienced workers to do the work. Chen Mo thought for a while and agreed again. What's the point of keeping the money? We can't give birth to babies. Life is better now. We can't let the rainwater not drain the canal. Let's make it lower. 2 inches. Third brother Chen agreed. Now that his family had money, he started to pursue quality of life. When it rained, the mud canal was not easy to clean. Especially when the soil was washed down, it would mix with the mud in the canal. The canal was always blocked. When everyone scooped up the grass sticks, they had to scoop up the mud. It was very tiring. Now that he did not need to pay for the cement, he was benefiting from it. Chun and Mo showed a worried look. It's all thanks to Li Dongzhu, okay? It has nothing to do with Dongzhu. When I apply, I will report a project that also uses cement. Then we will pay taxes and raise pigs. The pig pens on the cement floor are easy to clean. The male pigs who are not breeding pigs will be able to grow quickly. Originally, I wanted to bring everyone to raise chickens. Since everyone is raising chickens, there is no need to centralize the management. Zhou Changyu said another way to help the village develop. The village's money? Chun and Mo did not want to pay any more. There are 3 models. One is to completely bring in the merchants. We will provide the land and labor and share the profits with the merchants. The other is to completely pay for the village. When the time comes, all the expenses will be deducted, and the money will go to the village. The other is that the merchants will pay a part of it and the village will pay a part of it. The village will have more shares. Zhou Changyu raised 3 fingers. Each model had its pros and cons. The risks and benefits were directly proportional. The Li family Zhuangzi will pay? Third brother Li's eyes lit up. The Li family Zhuangzi can pay, but it doesn't have to be the Li family Zhuangzi. Other merchants who are willing to invest can also do it. Zhou Changyu shook his head. He did not intend to force Zhuangzi to invest. He would talk to other merchants. Chen and Mo pondered again. After a few seconds, he asked, "How many pigs should we catch to raise?" Zhou Changyu raised 2 fingers. 200 pigs. It's too big. The imperial court will not give so much cement. If it's too small, it can't be scaled. You know how to raise pigs? So many? Chen and Mo asked again. Zhou Changyu smiled. Yes, Dongzhu taught us. The Li family Zhuangzi has more livestock and poultry. We have to learn and we have to work in the pig farm. We will raise them. We don't need anyone else. The village will pay for it. If we lose money, we lose money. Chun and Mo was bold. In fact, he believed in Li Yi. The people taught by Li Yi would not be bad. Wasn't it just raising pigs? The pigs raised by the villagers were dirty and smelly. It was better to use a new method. They could also use pig dung.
Pigs eat grain.
Third brother Chin was worried that too much food would be consumed. Little pigs eat less. When they are bigger, we can harvest wheat. We can feed them with wheat bran and straw. They will be very big before the end of the year. Zhou Changyu still had a way. The time was right. Chapter 8:33. Chun and Mo, the chief of Liangpa village, was very supportive of Zhou Changyu's ideas. He found that Zhou Changyu was much better than the previous village official. His ideas were all complete, and he would also help them apply for funds and subsidies. When asked about the details, he would explain it clearly and clearly, making people feel that it was feasible. Since the village had money, why should they let others in? If they wanted to make money, they should make more. Zhou Changyu started to get busy in Liangpa village. The other officials also tried their best in other villages. If there was a beach near the river, they asked people to raise more ducks. If there was a small hill at the foot of the mountain, they asked the villagers to raise more chickens. There was also a natural pond to raise lotus roots, fish, and shrimp. They organized people to make snacks and sell them outside. The river nearby was not bad. They built a group of water piles to help with grain processing. The variety of Chinese medicine on the mountain was good. It was suitable for a certain kind of Chinese medicine to grow. There were ores nearby that could be used as fertilizer and ores for other purposes. They organized people to identify and mine them. Every official worked very hard and arranged things according to the specific situation of the village they were in. The previous official did a good job. He left to start and continued to develop according to others. He didn't fight for credit and didn't change. Many officials could not follow the rules unless the previous local official did not leave and was promoted. Only then would they follow the rules. Otherwise, when the new official thought about it, if he didn't come up with such a good idea, wouldn't he be increasing the political discipline of others? No, he changed and changed. He didn't want this at all. The 220 officials sent out by the Li family Zhuangzi didn't think so. The previous official's idea was good, so they continued to promote it. What the people needed was a good life. The villagers in the villages around the capital government were satisfied, especially those who were worried that they would make money if they followed the previous official's idea. They also considered whether they should change the Li family Zhuangzi's official's idea. In the end, not only did he not change, he even helped to improve it and praised the previous official's idea. The imperial examination was in progress. It had been a day. Those who didn't know came out early. Those who knew continued to answer questions. Those who needed interviews waited for arrangements. In Heavenly Earth, Song Jing and the other three gathered together. They went to the examination hall earlier and went for a stroll before getting off work. Yuanji and the others have left. It's strange that it's so quiet. Bai Gu looked at Wei Zhigu and said, Wei Zhigu didn't feel that his ministers were any worse than the prime ministers. Their salaries were a bit lower, but the Li family Zhuangzi gave them a lot of benefits. More importantly, the Bureau of Works could look for Li Yi and King Song for help. Many examinees went to Ming Fa today, so Ming Fa doesn't lack people. Wei Zhigu began to talk about the exam. The examinees who lived in the building outside the Li family Zhuangzi took turns helping the commoners file lawsuits for free. Of course, they had to study it thoroughly and communicate with each other. When it was time for the imperial examinations, he would realize that the other subjects were not stable, but the Ming Dao was stable. Everyone discussed and decided that they would all take the Mingfa exam. If they passed, they would at least have a way out. If they failed, they would be too ashamed to face their elders in their hometown. They felt that the Ming method was not good and that the elementary scholar examination was the best, but it was a pity that it was no longer open. Next was the advanced examination, but it was too difficult. Those examinees, Li Yi helped them a little. If they passed the Ming Fa exam, they would have a chance to become a governor in the future. Song Jing felt a little regretful that Li Yi didn't help those examinees take the Grand Scholar examination. The examinees had learned the law through work, so they had no choice but to take the exam. The new examinees are too impatient. They answer the questions too quickly and have no foundation. Su Yi criticized the new examinees. Those who hadn't been to the village as village officials had little experience. He hadn't heard of this batch of examinees, which meant that they hadn't traveled much. Such examinees had a low chance of passing, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to get a good position. By the time the 220 students of the Li family village managed the village, who wouldn't be given a good position. Looking at the 42 students at an even higher position. How many positions were there in the imperial court? Shaoyi has been quiet for the past 2 days. Something is going to happen. Bai Gu began to consider another problem. More than 10 days had passed, so why hadn't Li Yi done anything? The women in the Li family Zhuangzi settlement had new jobs, but this didn't count. They had always had jobs. There was also a request for the kills to burn large pottery jars. They didn't require the outside to be smooth, but the price had to be low and thick enough. Needless to say, the bigger the jar, the thicker it would be. If it was too thin, it wouldn't be able to withstand the water. He's probably copying books. I heard that he was going to be given a set of books to teach auditing. Su Yi didn't know enough about this, and thought that Li Yi copying books would delay other things. What's there to be afraid of? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Song Jing was scared out of his wits. He shouted to boost his courage. Wei Zhigu said, the examinees who have been village officials did well in answering the questions. Being a local official and having experience will make you think about problems. No matter how many poetry gatherings you have, it's useless. Bai Gu had some understanding of this. The other 3 nodded in agreement. The examinees had indeed learned a lot from being local officials. At least they could arrange their own lives. Other results would only be known after the exam. There's more this time. Nearly 130,000 people. Should we move to the mainland or set up military defenses there? At night in the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Longji's family was eating hot pot skewers. After tasting the spicy food, the little guy wiped his tears and stopped eating the red skewers. If he insisted on tasting it, then let him taste it. Li Longji ate spicy food. The cold in spring was different from the cold in winter. He felt cold from the inside out. If he wore too much, he would get heaty. If he wore it, he would catch a cold. The people worked a lot and exercised a lot. As long as the house was warm, they would be satisfied. Li Longji asked about the new 9 families of Tiela who had surrendered. There were more than 130,000 people.
Move.
Don't set up a heavenly army in Bingzhou. It will cost too much money and food. Huazhou and Tongzhou can continue to build terraced fields. Li Yi chose to move. If they left the people outside, they wouldn't be able to contribute to the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty still needed manpower to watch over them. When they moved to the mainland, farming would solve their own livelihood and also increase the production of the Tang dynasty. Or, do you buy the land? Li Longji followed the previous plan. Also, I have to pay for their income. I don't care about spending the money to buy the land. Li Yi didn't care. Deal. Li Longji agreed. He felt that it was safer to put the people in Li Yi's hands. The more than 30,000 people who had surrendered last year had been very obedient. They even learned to do the manual work and learned the Tang dynasty's language seriously. At the beginning of spring, they first transported the farm fertilizer to the mountains and prepared to plant food to pay off their debts and become free people. Intelligence reports showed that these people cherished the things at home very much. Every day after cooking, they would wash the pots clean. In the past, they used half of the pottery pot to cook. Now that they had an iron pot, they seemed to be very satisfied. It was said that they were working hard to learn how to make new dishes. They knew that the oil must be cooked before adding the vegetables, otherwise the taste wouldn't be good. Chapter 834. Do you know that the examinees who stayed in Zhuangzi for free applied for the same subject this year? Li Longji put down one matter and brought up another. Bright law, they are not suitable for the Jinshe examination. But anyone who has even the slightest bit of confidence in their own talent will not be willing to live in the village. Li grabbed a stick of fried tofu and analyzed the student's psychology. You're judging people by the benefits? Li Longji seemed to understand. They don't want to go back to their hometown because it's embarrassing. They know that the reduced treatment is like humiliation, but they are still willing to come. In reality, they are desperate. Li Yi ate a piece of tofu after he finished speaking. He swallowed it and continued speaking. They are already confused by their studies and are not confident in themselves. If the imperial court gives up, they will really be abandoned. I used Song Jing's gift from the Minister of Personnel to arrange for them to litigate for the people for free. After helping the people, they are very familiar with the specialties and are willing to work hard. Of course, they will choose the bright law for the imperial examination. At least there is a way out. Otherwise, what else can they do? I see. Li Longji remembered that when he first talked about these students, Li Yi said that there would be arrangements. The depth of his plan and the painstaking effort were indescribable. Li Yi took another sip of wine. They are not useless. They are good at one subject. In the future, the Tang dynasty's judicial system will be independent. They will be useful. It is also independent now. Li Longji thought of the censorate, the Ministry of Justice, and the Supreme Court. That is only independent in the imperial court. The local judicial system is independent. The local judicial system is still under the jurisdiction of the county officers and county magistrates. Li Yi shook his head. Marble and the censorate only targeted high-ranking officials. The Ministry of Justice dealt with low-ranking rank 7 and the common people. Where could they find the Ministry of Justice? The local officials had too much power. Without checks and balances, provincial governors, and military governors were all out of the question. The county magistrates were in charge of administration, ideology, and the judicial system. If they were not in charge, they would be corrupt. If they were in charge, wouldn't they be even more corrupt? Who would control them? Li Longji paused with the wine bowl in his hand. Like the disaster relief department that His Majesty wants to build, independent, and can't be controlled by the local government? Including auditing? Yes, it's a vertical jurisdiction. However, justice is directly under His Majesty's jurisdiction. No one else has the right to do so. The first inspection team of the Tang dynasty can report it. Li Yi had arranged an escape route for the large group of students who were taking the law exam. who said that they were not as good as those who entered the Imperial College. How do you use it? If he said he would give her power, she would have it. Since they trusted the Li family Zhuangzi so much and came to live here, he had to show them some hope. Will the salary be a lot? Li Longji thought of another situation. High salaries to support honest people. His Majesty doesn't give it to him, so the local governments bribe him. Not only do you have to give them a high salary, but you also have to instill ideas in them, just like the winged knights. Do they only spend money and not earn money? The commoners trust the imperial court more, and the imperial court has already profited. When the commoners abide by the law and the officials take bribes and break the law, they take action and investigate the properties of the officials. Li Yi paused after saying that. Earning money was fine, but he had to confiscate their assets. A corrupt official in a county would get all the money back. Li Longji took a big gulp of wine. Good. That's a good idea. Can those who take the law exam become auditors? Yes, but they have to learn it first. I'm almost done writing my book. It involves many problems and algorithms, including theorems, and it's not easy to learn. It's much more difficult than the content of the exam. Li Yi was telling the truth. The math exams these days were too simple. Back then, he had solved all the questions that he had graduated from junior high school easily. No, that was not the case. Back then, there were not many junior high school graduates or even high school graduates who could answer the questions. The difficulty did not lie in the questions themselves, but in the foundation of literature. For example, if there was a pool filled with water alone, it would take 8 hours to fill it. If there was a pool filled with water alone, it would take 12 hours to empty it. If the pool was opened at the same time, how long would it take to fill 3/4 of the pool with water? The answer was simple. If it was a question about the Tang dynasty, it would not be so. He would come up with a question. A pool filled to the brim is equal to half a caddy, and the remaining drops will be changed every day. The 3 seasons are the same as the year, and the number of times the same is calculated. Those who study literature have to ponder. A pool filled to the brim is equal to half a caddy, 8 taels. The sun rises, sets, and rises again, 24 hours. The 3 seasons are equal to 3/4 of the pool, and the unit is the same. Come, write the answer. This was not a math question. Most junior high school students would not answer the question after reading it. They would change to the next question, because they could not understand it. There were some senior high school students who could understand it, but by the time they understood it, they would have wasted a lot of time answering this simple question. Looking at the 7th floor of the towering tower, the number of red dots multiplied. The total number of lights is 800. How many are there at the top of the tower? The real effort was put into reading and understanding the questions, and it was not done by humans. That was how math was done. Even if a child was good at math, if their writing skills were poor, they would be confused when answering the questions. Li thought about it and could not help but laugh. Brother Yi, why are you laughing? Li Longji looked at himself. There was nothing wrong with him, and he touched his face. Nothing, I am just… I am writing about accounting and auditing, and it is quite simple. Those who can read can understand it after thinking about it carefully. Li Yi quickly said something, or else he would not be able to eat. Simple is good. Li Longji thought for a while and expressed that he understood. He found that when Li Yi talked about another topic, he and the ministers also had a headache. If so, there will be more people who are willing to take the law exam in the future. Empress Wang thought about the situation of judicial independence and analyzed. Actually, as long as you are promoted step by step from the local examination, it does not matter which subject you took before. Students have limited learning channels, and that is why it is so difficult to take the Jinshi exam. The failure is mainly in the theory of policy. Otherwise, those who can take the Mingjing exam have a deep understanding of books and memorize a lot. They just do not know about the various policies of the Tang dynasty. Recently, the newspapers have started to add relevant content, and it is written in a simple way. Not only can the students understand it, but also the people can understand it. Li Yi did not think that one must do the same thing after taking the exam. Now, the students do not have the internet and they cannot even see the news broadcast. The amount of knowledge and understanding of current affairs are too different. If there is a mobile phone with internet access, the students of the Tang dynasty will go crazy. Why buy books? If they do not know how to read, they can look for books online. There are many people who have different opinions, and they can see if what others say is right. A small matter can be divided into dozens of ideologies. He does not have a stool at home. If he wants to make one, he does not need to find a craftsman. There are videos and he can just follow. If the first one is not done well, he can improve on the second one. Lei Zhou sells bananas. Buy 5 jin of bananas and give me 20 renminbi. Deliver it to Chong and within 3 days. Then, they will not say anything and ask me to wait until the morning of the 4th day. I must make the engine. First, I will make the engine for the ship, then the train. If it is not possible, I will continue to mine and spread the smelting technology. Li Yi muttered something that Li Longji and Empress Wang did not understand. Chapter 8:35. Brother Yi, wake up.
What are you talking about?
Li Longji panicked, hoping that something bad would happen. Nothing, my soul is still there. It has always been there. I said that one day from Guangzhou to Chong, and without stopping midway, it will take at most 2 days to send the things to the place. Li Yi explained with a smile. 2 days without stopping midway, the first green train could also do this. Brother Yi, don't scare me.
Li Longji was about to cry.
What do you mean by 2 days from Guangzhou to Chang'an? It is impossible even if you rush 800 miles. With this speed, do you think I will be worried about the remote border areas? Third brother, don't cry. I have a new thing that I am working on. It is very difficult to grasp the details, but it can fly a distance. Li knew that the other party could not accept it. 2 days from Chang and to Guangzhou was not enough. In fact, half a day by plane was enough. Uncle, can a hot air balloon fly? Empress Wang carefully observed Li Yi and found that he was still the same Li Yi, so she was temporarily relieved. A hot air balloon must have a balloon. This thing of mine can be used with parachute training like a kite. As long as the weather is good, it can fly very far. Li said, and put a piece of bean skin skewer for the crying little girl. The little girl was happy and picked it up to eat. Li Longji reached out and touched Li's forehead and then touched his own. How far can it fly? It depends on how high you jump from, how the wind blows, and how strong the wind is. Under the wind, a height of a few hundred feet can fly dozens or hundreds of miles. With parachutes, it can put the winged knights in a small area. Li Yi gestured a few times and gave the flying situation of the glider. Empress Wang listened. In this case, we can find the right opportunity to destroy all the enemy's baggage at once. Li Longji said, with the hot air balloon and the divine flame crow, it is more useful to siege a city. I'll make it in a few days. I'll go and use it first. Then third brother and sister-in-law can take a look. Oh, and our Jeaner. When Li Yi spoke, he saw the little girl looking at him, so he quickly added, NN. The little guy was indeed satisfied and continued to eat the tofu skin. How much money does Brother Yi think the Ministry of Revenue will earn this year if we include the tax revenue from Hunan province and the income from the rent? Li Longji was still not satisfied with money. He wanted to do big things. Third elder brother, are you saying that His Majesty is going to repair all the roads in the Tang dynasty, including the irrigation works? Li Yi naturally guessed. Qin Shi Huang had such thoughts, and so did Rome. The better the road, the stronger the grasp of the ruler's power. Yes, Li Longji admitted. Pay the taxes wherever you go. Otherwise, the merchants won't know how to cherish it. Li Yi held a different attitude. Can't we fix it first before paying the tax? Li Longji was prepared to invest first. Use the executive order to push the local officials and let them talk to the businessmen. They can pay the tax while repairing the roads, but not after the roads are repaired. Li Yi objected to collecting the tax after the roads were repaired. There was no such thing as collecting the tolls. Li Longji frowned and thought for a while. That should be the case. Otherwise, They will think that the imperial court will take care of them no matter what, so they don't have to pay anything. He had another question. Eating was not important, but he had to ask about the government. Brother E, can you give me a few targets for the local labor-intensive industries you mentioned? The E Alliance and the Workers' Alliance are the same. No matter who takes on a big job, they will spread out and form a whole. This is actually a centralized plan for the distributed industrial chain. It can be used not only in the E Alliance and the Workers' Alliance, but also in the farming and farming industries. By breaking the whole into parts, we can guide and train individuals and small organizations to work together and unify the standards. Li did not plan to do it in one go because there was a shortage of raw materials in the supply chain. More commoners needed to take care of their families' fields before they could participate in the labor activities for extra income. Setting aside the actual situation, it was unwise for the decision-makers to quickly start a labor-intensive industry. Third brother, the overall industrial chain is not perfect and cannot be sustained, so it can only be a temporary organization that focuses on labor and distributes it. For example, the Li family Zhuangzi's cotton spinning and the family model of sorghum straw processing can only be centralized in the end. The real labor-intensive industries are the migrant workers' areas of cement crushing and women's milling, as well as paper production. Li Yi did not want people to misjudge, so he tried his best to imitate, but he found that it did not work. Li Longji did not immediately speak, slowly eating and drinking. After eating a few skewers, he put down his chopsticks. What can the imperial court organize now? From the imperial court's point of view, it's simple. The mining of iron ore and coal, the subsequent processing, and the deprocessing are. This can become a radiative labor employment in the mining industry, which can drive the local industrial development. The auxiliary industries are naturally slag and coal processing, as well as transportation, including coal washing. As for sales, there is none. Li was talking about the good iron ore in Tao County. The production of iron ore in Tao County was low, but that was based on the standards of his era. To the capital office, it was not low. The open-pit mines were easy to mine, had high iron content, and were low in sulfur. In the process of mining and smelting, it would drive an industrial chain and provide many jobs. Li Longji understood. This year, increase the mining of iron ore in Tao County, as well as the coal mines in other areas. Hire more people to work. That requires manpower. I still have things to do. When the weather gets warmer, I still have things to do. The imperial court still has a project to open up the desert in the northern protectorate manner. Recruit people from outside. The citizens of the capital office are easy to use. They trust me and I trust them. There is no point in the imperial court snatching people from me. The goal of the imperial court is to increase the number of jobs, but I have already given it to them. The imperial court should contribute. Li Yi shook his head twice. He did not wish for the imperial court to snatch people from him. He had many things to do. Even if he took captives into account, it would not be enough. In the capital office, due to the existence of the Li family Zhuangzi, there was no lack of employment opportunities. You need a lot of manpower? Li Longji could not think of any other situation. It is mainly related to transportation. I need a lot of evil money. In order to not raise the value of evil money, I will accept all kinds of evil money. Li Yi nodded. He needed sufficient manpower. Regarding the Jiang clan, Brother Yi, you did not use evil money to buy their things. Those who know the situation say that you are benevolent. Li Longji thought of Jiang Hui. He actually hoped that Li Yi would use evil money to buy the Jiang clan's businesses and things. Back then, the Jiang clan used evil money to bully Princess Yongmu time and time again. Using evil money will force people to their deaths. At the same time, it also means that I will use evil money to do things. However, I do not wish for evil money to circulate. It is fine as long as I achieve my goal. Li Yi stated the reason. He did not want to bully them to their deaths. When the Jiang clan wanted to take over Zhuangzi, they even gave him 2,000 coins. Using evil money was the last resort. He had to let go of all restraints. If you do it, I will do it. The actual situation was that evil money had to be restricted. Since that was the case, he would not use it if he could. Of course, he still had other means. Yes, he still had ways to force the Jiang clan to their deaths. Transferring people from other places to complete the production chain of the mining industry. Does that mean that there is a lack of manpower in that place? Li Longji's thoughts were jumping around. He did not care about evil money anymore. Chapter 836. The imperial examinations were still ongoing. The students who had to take the examinations for 2 days ate as much as they could during dinner. Compared to the cold weather outside, the examination hall had floor heating, as well as brand new bedding and pillows. The examination room was relatively large, and it was not as harsh as the Ming dynasty. Lying down was uncomfortable, sitting was uncomfortable, and standing was difficult. Nowadays, the treatment in the examination room was very good. They could lie down casually, and they could even flip over. If they flipped over again, they would fall to the ground. If the examinees were willing to answer the questions at night, there would be a diesel lamp. If they did not answer the questions, they would have to tell the patrolling officer to turn off the lights and wait. There was a fixed invigilator at the side who would take turns to keep an eye on them to prevent anyone from cheating. There were also mobile invigilators who might come over at any time. Dinner was chicken stuffed buns, cucumber and egg drop soup, and a plate of mustard and pickled vegetables. Otherwise, if he ate too much salt, he would be thirsty at night. If he drank too much water, he would have diarrhea. The invigilators were more tired. They were responsible for touching the candidates. Some examinees snored, and as long as they snored, they would touch each other. Li Longji and his family returned to Xingqing Palace. He came out by himself and went to the examination hall to check on the candidates. In the past, he did not care about it. It was not like the Song dynasty and Ming dynasty, where the palace examination was directly managed by the Ministry of Personnel. In history, after the Kaiyuan period, the Ministry of Appointments did not care about the imperial examinations and became the Ministry of Rights. Now, Li Longji wanted to take a look. He knew that the imperial examination candidates in recent years would have to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty.
Shh.
Someone greeted him. Li Longji put his finger in front of his mouth and shushed him. He wore casual clothes and walked in front of each examination room with a backpack. He did not look at the papers or ask any questions. There were only 2 people beside him. One was Guozi, and the other was Hao Lingquan. Hao Lingquan became a general, but not a great general. She was only of the secondary class, 3rd rank. She had been learning the art of war and military management from Guozi. His combat strength was very high, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to go to an area controlled by the enemy to instigate a rebellion. With the 2 of them and Li Longji's combat strength, the students didn't have the ability to hurt Li Longji. Li Longji was walking when he suddenly found a person eating there. After taking a small bite, he stopped eating and continued writing. Li Longji stood to the side and watched. He was writing a current affairs policy. There were 5 questions in this year's current affairs policy, and they were all about Jinshi. The first was Tubo military policy, the second was Tujuanu policy, the third was Khitan trade policy, the fourth was Bohai exchange policy, and the fifth was Guangzhou policy. Many people didn't know about the Khitans, Bohai Sea, and city ships. This examinee was writing a policy on foreign trade, and his brows were tightly knitted together. Even when Li Longji was standing in front of him, he didn't feel anything. He was completely immersed in it. He wrote, "The profit of sea trade depends on the rare. The need of sea trade depends on mutual cooperation. Only the common fish of the Tang dynasty can be exchanged for the fish of other strange places. Therefore, the heavenly Tao is not complete, but the human Tao is abundant." There was no need to worry about adding or subtracting. As he wrote, he stopped.
He didn't know what to write.
Li Longji was intrigued. He said in a low voice, "Change the surplus goods and replenish the missing ones." Most of them were barbarians. If there is profit in every market, it will surely accumulate. Yes, that's right. You're amazing, my dear friend. The person felt that he had spoken his mind and hurriedly wrote it down. After he finished writing, he abruptly raised his head. only to realize that something was amiss. Damn, there are people assisting in the imperial examinations? Continue writing.
Don't look at me.
While you have the feeling, hurry up. Li Longji urged. Don't listen. If you stop, you will lose your train of thought.
Oh.
All right now. The person lowered his head and wrote again. He had found the feeling. Who is this? Too amazing. Thank you. Suddenly, he had the feeling. The person's pen was like a god. He wrote a current affairs policy that made him feel conflicted. Not bad, not bad. Li Longji looked at it and felt that it was very good. Even when writing about sea trade, he had written a few sentences. Yes. I am also quite satisfied. Now I can eat in peace and have a good sleep. This dear friend, why are you outside? The person who was about to eat a big meal and have a good night's sleep realized that this was not the usual poetry exchange. This was the examination hall. What is your surname? Li Longji felt that it was interesting. My surname is Su from the East. The person reported his surname and first name. If one duck is not warm, 2 ducks will keep out the cold? Li Longji said 2 lines of a poem. Dear friend, you also know of my humble works? Wang Su felt that he had met a confidant. Yes, very good. There are no poems and essays this year. If you answer well, you should be able to pass. Li Longji nodded. After he finished speaking, he strode away. He really could not understand. Why was a person who is good at writing current affairs policy like this when he was writing poems? Do you want to cancel all the essays in the future to prevent wasting talent? Li Longji asked Guizi. Guizi whispered, Your Majesty, I think he has no problem writing essays. It's just that his poems are too magical. Guizi's literary talent was not bad. He had seen Wang Su's earlier essays. They were all well-matched. There were even 5-word and 7-word couplets. There was definitely no problem writing essays. However, writing poems should not be a problem either. Why? It's probably because his true feelings are revealed when he is writing poems. It's more elegant. How Lingquan also realized. He had heard of Brother Donglai's 2 poems. When it came to poetry, this person was useless. When it came to writing current affairs policy, he had the potential to be a pillar. Li Longji shook his head. He was also puzzled. He suddenly looked at Hao Lingquan and asked, You also know poetry?
Yes.
When I was on a diplomatic mission, they admired the poetry of the Tang dynasty. They didn't know how to pretend to be like that. Hao Lingquan lowered his head. He did know poetry, and it was not bad. It was used to show off. Li Longji patted Hao Lingquan on the shoulder and said, You are indeed my good general. Learn more in Zhuangzi. I count on you to help me and the Tang dynasty stabilize the country.
I will do anything.
Hao Lingquan's eyes instantly turned red. At this moment, if you gave him a pack of explosives, he would be able to hold a lighter in one hand and the pack of explosives on his shoulder with the other. He would run out in front of the enemy general and ignite the explosives as if he was delivering takeout. If Brother Yi were to take the exam today, what would the situation be like? Li Longji suddenly thought of Li Yi. Li Yi was very unpredictable. No one knew when his literary talent was outstanding, and no one knew when he would throw out words. He was simply a mystery. He should be the same as me, an anomaly. Guizi was certain. He felt that Li Yi's imperial examination was not necessarily about who would take the exam. Li Longji shook his head and said, Brother, you won't be able to take the exam in this lifetime. Isn't it funny? Ha! Hao Lingquan and Guizi did not laugh. They really could not laugh. The two looked at the students taking the exam again and suddenly felt that it was meaningless. Some people risked their lives for a chance to take the exam and hoped that the examiners would be merciful. Some people could not take the exam, or else the examiners would be merciful. If Li Dongzhu took the exam, the Ministry of Personnel would have to readjust the correct answer. Otherwise, if Li Dongzhu's answer was different from the one the Ministry of Personnel had thought of, the Ministry of Personnel would be finished. Yes, the policy must be based on Li Dongzhu's answer. He was the most correct one. What he said was the policy of the Tang dynasty. Would the Ministry of Personnel dare to disagree? This meant that the Ministry of Personnel had a problem. Chapter 8:37. Coming out of Fonglin Court, Li Longji turned and went to Grief Field Square. Historically, Grief Field Square was managed by the monks in the temple and supported by money from the temple. Now, it was managed by the imperial court. The money from temples and monasteries in the capital office was gradually decreasing. Occasionally, some rich families would give more. Not only did the ordinary people not give money, but they also took the incense from the temples and monasteries to use at home. In the past, the people believed in Buddhism and God. Their lives were really bad, and they looked for a place to live. As the circulation of newspapers increased, the people placed their hopes on the imperial court. The newspapers always promoted the Chinese civilization, the descendants of the Yellow Emperor and the descendants of the dragon. However, they did not only promote Confucianism. Confucianism, Taoism, legalism, military, Zongheng school, miscellaneous school, and other schools of thought were on the same level. The people looked at the content and the annotations. The historical background of every sentence included a short story. The people learned. Usually when they chatted, they would say 1 or 2 sentences, and everyone would be impressed. The person who said it would feel knowledgeable. In addition to the encyclopedia of life, the people found that they did not need to believe in other things. It was enough to believe in their own civilization. It turned out that the ancestors had so many good things that they could not learn all of them. Whenever they had spare money, they would donate 1 or 2 taels to Grief Field Square. They would treat it as doing good deeds and accumulating merit. The imperial court would allocate another sum of money. The Grief Field Square in Chong and was better than other Grief Field Squares. There were mainly old men, old women, orphans, and sick foreigners who had no one to take care of them. There were volunteers from temples and monasteries to clean up. No matter how much they asked for money, they would provide manpower. The imperial court would also send people to help take care of these people. Grief Field Square is a place for medical practitioners to practice. There are many sick and injured people. The Imperial Medical Department will send people, as will the pharmacies. Guozi was in charge of explaining to Li Longji. Li Longji and the rest wore masks for fear of being infected. The volunteers also wore masks, but they were not disposable masks. There were big shops and small rooms in Grief Field Square. The small rooms were for seriously ill people. The big shops were for lonely old people. The old people were not idle. They knew how to weave things, except for those who could not move. There were children with disabilities. They helped to do what they could. The healthy or less severely disabled children were not there. They were delivering newspapers and shining shoes. Li Longji sniffed the strong smell of medicine in Grief Field Square. Field Square has a lot of people recently. Guozi. How Lingquan didn't say anything either. How would the two of them know about what happened at the memorial hall? A memorial hall was a place where corpses were placed. It turned out that the Tang dynasty did not call it that. Since Li Yi insisted on calling it a memorial hall, they decided to listen to him. The coffin was provided with a simple coffin and then buried. It was not the memorial hall set up by the clan, but the one that appeared in the Northern Song dynasty. The current law required that anyone who discovered a dead person had to help bury them, especially if they were from the same family, even if they were from a side branch. Otherwise, it would be considered a crime. If it was someone he didn't know, he could ignore it, but he should report it to the authorities. Those who died in Grief Field Square would be sent to the mortuary hall first, and then be dealt with by the mortuary hall. The person in charge of Grief Field Square came over and looked at the three of them. Do you want to donate money? Did they say that we have to donate, and how much?
Li Longji asked.
The man shook his head. Up to you. It's fine if you don't want to donate. It's just that I'm not donating money, and I'm not doing volunteer work. Come over. Li Longji dug into his pocket and took out a stack of coupons. Donate. Count how many there are. The person in charge looked at Li Longji in surprise. He took the coupons, dipped his finger in his saliva, and counted. A total of 1,130 coins. Are you donating? The person in charge was scared. There were 10 coins worth of coupons and 5 coins worth of coupons. Donate. Sixli village, in the west of the city. Li Longji nodded. It was only a little more than 1,000 coins. He didn't care if it was more than that. It's too much. I have to find someone. I don't dare to interfere. The person in charge's hands were trembling. How could there be a rich man here? Sixli village in the west of the city, the one with the giant panda? No need, Li Longji said, and turned to leave. The smell of medicine was too strong. He wanted to go to Sixli village to have a look. Ever since Zhuangzi was born, he hadn't been there even once. He wanted to visit Sixli village before going to his daughter's little Zhuangzi. His eldest princess was not going back to the palace. The person in charge of Grief Field Square hurried to find the person in charge. The person in charge was also anxious. There was too much money. After looking around, he found Pei Yaoqing, who was still working as the county magistrate in Chang'an County. Pei Yaoqing was not transferred to another county and was not promoted. He was not in a hurry. He felt a sense of achievement when he saw the people living a good life. Someone donated 1,130 coins. Pei Yaoqing was shocked when he got the report. Who was so rich? It was said to be Sixli village, the one with giant pandas. Sometimes, they even sell seafood. The person in charge provided the key information. I know. Take it and spend it well. Don't be greedy. When Pei Yaoqing heard about Sixli village, a person appeared in his mind. 1,000 coins was not a lot. That person was rich. Even if he was not rich, there were still people helping him to earn money. Do you want to buy some meat to celebrate? The person in charge swallowed his saliva and ate the meat. The leftovers from Zhang family's village were not sent here? Oh, you all don't eat leftovers? Pei Yaoqing stared at the person in charge. Yes, sometimes we eat leftovers. The person in charge replied. All right. You can make the arrangements. Pei Yaoqing did not say anything else. After the person in charge left, the county's auditors went to check the accounts of Grief Tian Square. Every day, Zhang family's village would send the leftovers to Grief Tian Square. The Leaf family Zhuangzi was holding a big event, and the leftovers were also sent to Grief Tian Square. The people in Grief Tian Square knew it was leftovers, but they did not mind it. If the person in charge did not eat the leftovers, how were they going to spend their money? Li Longji did not know what happened in Grief Tian Square. He went to Sixli village to take a look. There were tourists in Zhuangzi. They were tourists who came to see the giant pandas. They also stayed and ate in Zhuangzi. The people in Zhuangzi were very enthusiastic. They welcomed everyone with a smile. Li Longji and the rest did not spend a single coin. They went to see the giant pandas for free. The people in the village also did not say anything. Let's go to Yuanshu's Zhuangzi. We can eat there. Li Longji looked at the sky and decided to go to his eldest daughter's place for dinner. They came out and walked towards the south. It did not take long for them to see the village. They also saw a group of people there. There were strong men, women, children, and old women. Li Longji strolled forward. Pepper. Authentic pepper. Pepper from other places. My pepper is cheap. Take a look, everyone. I just sold one bag. Open the new one.
Take a look and taste it.
Someone in the crowd took out a bag made of fine linen and silk. It was 1 foot in diameter and 1 foot in depth. There was something powdery in the bag. He stirred it with his hand and shook the bag. It proved that the top and bottom of the bag were the same pepper. A small spoonful only costs 1 coin. If you take it and sell it elsewhere, you can sell it for 2 coins. I can sell it even cheaper here. 6 spoonfuls for 5 coins and 13 spoonfuls for 10 coins.
I just sold 1 bag.
If you want to buy it, hurry up. I won't sell the remaining 2 bags. As he spoke, he put a spoonful of pepper on the paper and asked the people around to smell it and dip their fingers in it to taste. When it came to Li Longji also pinched a little and smelled it. It was indeed the smell of pepper. He touched it with his tongue. There was no mistake. But why was the price so low? Even 2 coins per spoonful was cheap. Chapter 838. I'll buy 5 coins, 1 scoop, 2 scoop, 6 scoop. Someone gave money. I'll give you 10 coins. Every scoop is full. Someone gave money again. Okay, look, full or not, the scoop is all in. The pepper seller dug hard, and sure enough, the pepper on the scoop was piled up. It's authentic. It's too cheap. Why is this person selling it at such a low price? Hurry up and go home to get the money. What is everyone looking at? A woman's sweet voice sounded. The people around them all turned their heads. A beautiful woman indeed, had a sweet voice and a pretty face. Little miss, looks like you're selling pepper. How much is your family selling pepper? Xiaolon stood at the side and looked at the seller with her big eyes. The pepper seller looked up, and his eyes lit up, revealing a surprised expression. Beautiful. Little miss, pepper, 1 scoop full, only 1 coin. He introduced the dish just now. As he spoke, he scooped some pepper on a piece of paper with a small spoon and handed it over. Xiaolon sniffed it lightly, endured the discomfort of wanting to sneeze, and returned it. I'll take all of it. First, take 10 scoop and see how heavy it is. 1 scoop is hard to weigh. Little miss, there are still many people who want to buy. Look, if I give all of it to you, what will others do? The pepper seller revealed a troubled expression and looked around at the people around him. Everyone who knew Xiaolon didn't say anything, and those who didn't whispered, "Let me buy some first." Okay, let others buy first. After they've all bought, I'll take the rest. Xiaolon was a little embarrassed. Seeing that there were still a few bags, she agreed. Li Longji couldn't figure it out for a moment. He returned to his team and gave Guazi a look. Guazi got on his horse and shook the reins. Without making a sound, the horse directly leaped out. Hearing the sound of horse hooves, the others glanced at it and continued to wait to buy pepper. Princess Yongmu blinked and pulled Xiaolon over. Greetings to Imperial Father. Princess Yongmu said softly. Xiaolon nodded and didn't say anything. The other guards didn't move, carrying out their protection mission. The price is too low. I'll ask Zi to call Li over. Li Longji suspected that there was a problem. They could obviously sell it for a high price, so why would they come here and sell it for a spoonful? Princess Yongmu revealed a happy expression. She didn't care about the reason, as long as she could see Li Yi. She didn't have to buy pepper powder, as she had it at home. Over there, packs of pepper powder were sold off one after another. More and more people heard the news and rushed over to buy it. In less than a quarter of an hour, Guazi was back in Zhuangzi. When he reached the courtyard, he dismounted and walked inside while shouting, "Dongzhu, there's a problem." Li put the pen on the pen holder and walked to the door. What's the matter? Someone is selling pepper powder on the road outside of Shaolan's Zhuangzi. Such a big spoon, 1 coin for a spoonful, 5 coins for 6 spoonfuls, 10 coins for 13 spoonfuls. Guazi used his index finger and thumb to measure the size of the spoon. A lot of people bought it, right? Let's go, you changed to another horse. Li Yi went into the house, put on a military coat, and went out to look for a horse. He urged the horse to run towards the west of the city. When he reached the place, another pack of pepper powder was sold out. The seller took out another pack. The pepper powder is sold at a cheap price. Li Yi dismounted and nodded to Li Longji and Princess Yongmu. He squeezed into the crowd. The seller shook the bag to show others that there was still the same thing under it. Someone handed over money, and he scooped 6 spoonfuls. The seller took the pack of pepper powder and was about to leave. Li Yi squeezed out and patted the seller's shoulder. I'll give you 10 coins. It's urgent. Let me have it first. Here. The seller handed over the pack of pepper powder as fast as he could. Li Yi searched his body. He didn't have any money. Xiaolon quickly took out 10 coins and handed it over. Li Yi brought a small pack of pepper powder to Li Longji's side and opened it. First, he looked at the color. The black pepper powder was darker in color, but it wasn't completely black. It's not pure. The color in the bag is different from this color. When I scooped it just now, I felt that something was wrong. Li Yi talked about the color first. Pure black pepper powder didn't look like this. He dipped his finger in it and spat it out. There's a spicy taste like the seeds of green onions. It feels a little different. It seems like Li Yi was trying to recall. He thought he had tasted it before. It's fake. Li Longji didn't care whether Li Yi remembered it or not. He needed to know one thing. The pepper powder was fake. There's pepper powder. The one that people tasted and saw outside is authentic pepper powder. It was mixed when it was sold. Li Yi didn't say that it was all fake. How did it get mixed? Princess Yongmu was very curious. She looked under her eyes and didn't find anything wrong. It's quite simple. There's a big bag of this powder in the bag. When he shook it, he kept the big bag still. The pepper powder around it moved up and down. When he was waiting to dig, he broke the bag and scooped it out. The top layer is pepper powder. Everyone has already confirmed that it's real, so they won't look at it so carefully. If you look at it normally, you won't be able to tell. How many of the people who lived in this place usually ate pepper? According to the ratio and price, he didn't lose out. The person who bought it didn't lose out. It's just that it was mixed with something. This thing is like green onions. It's not poisonous. Li Yi explained the method and the situation in a low voice. It wouldn't kill anyone. Who bought pepper powder wouldn't eat it as rice. They would put a little at a time. Even if it was green onions, it was mild and spicy. There were still a lot of nutrients. It was fine if they didn't eat too much. No wonder he didn't go to the city to sell it. He was afraid that someone would find something wrong and bully the people here for being poor. Xiao Lan muttered. There are also accomplices. Find someone who is familiar with the local situation and see how many unfamiliar faces there are. Some are in charge of protection, and some are in charge of acting as shills. Li Yi observed the crowd in front of him and said with a smile. In fact, protecting wasn't helping to fight. It was helping to stop others so that this person could escape at a critical moment. The Tang dynasty wasn't like his time. If someone found out that he was selling fake pepper powder, a few people who were obviously accomplices would glare at him, and others wouldn't want to get into trouble. Now, if an accomplice dared to threaten someone, he would be beaten to death by these neighbors. Li Lang, what should we do now? Princess Yongmu hadn't dealt with something like this before. Report it to the officials. Selling fake goods. No matter what the reason is, let the law handle it. Send your men to surround the place. No one is allowed to leave. Li Yi came alone. Li Longji's men were not the winged knights. Princess Yongmu nodded. She felt that she had participated in something interesting. She shouted in a crisp voice, "Guards, surround the person who sold the fake pepper powder and the people around. No one is allowed to leave. Neighbors, come out quickly." Yes. The guards unsheathed their swords, and in a few breaths of time, they surrounded the crowd, who had yet to react. "Xiaonyang, I'm your neighbor." And this, that. Some smart people heard Princess Yongmu shout and saw the guards' actions. They quickly found their own people. Fake? How can it be fake? Get out. No matter how fake it is, do you want to stay? Quick, recognize each other. Don't let the bad guy escape. Suddenly, a group of familiar people vouched for each other and left the circle. The remaining dozen people were dumbfounded. Chapter 839. What are you doing? What are you doing? Among the people who were surrounded, a woman who had bought pepper powder at the beginning looked around and shouted loudly. Don't worry. If you don't move, we won't hurt you. We will report this to the officials. When the officials come, they will check if the pepper powder you sold is fake. Li Yi stood out and said calmly, How is it fake? Everyone saw it just now. You are making false accusations. You will be punished. The woman shouted again. You are the one who sold it? I saw you buy it just now. Someone at the side seemed to understand something and was furious. Quick, tell the person who bought it to take it back. It's fake. I was wondering why it was so cheap. Humph. Fuck you. Bring it over. If you dare to run, I will break you. Some of the people stared at them, and some ran to report to the officials to get weapons. The 12 people who were surrounded were obviously afraid. They knew what they had done. They were afraid of meeting the officials, and were even more afraid of being beaten before meeting the officials. What if they were beaten to death? They wanted to run, but all they saw was a standard knife. The people who surrounded them had the same knife. With a whoosh, another group of people arrived. They were dressed in all kinds of clothing, but the sabers in their hands were still the same. Li looked at the 12 people and walked over. Guazi followed him. With him around, Li's safety was not a problem. He could take down all of them alone. Li came to an unopened bag and opened it. He reached in and shook it. A big paper bag was revealed. It was wrapped in rough paper. Because they used rough paper when they sold the pepper powder, they did not pay much attention to the rough paper that they had seen before. Now that a paper bag was revealed, was there a need to explain the situation? Li dug a hole in the paper bag and put his finger in to pinch some powder. He put it in his mouth and tasted it.
Bah!
He spat it out. Now there is a solution. I will not let you meet the officials. I will pay for the money that others paid. Tell me, is there any powder that has not been ground into powder? So what if there is no powder? A strong-looking man asked. Yes, sell it to me. I will buy it for the price of the pepper powder. Everything will be written off. If there is no powder, I will meet the officials. Li said.
Who are you?
Why are you making the decision for us? What right do you have to write it off? I still want to beat him up. I bought a $50 bill and want to sell it. A person who had just rushed over did not agree. He wanted to buy cheap ones and sell a large portion of them to make money. He's with me. Princess Yongmu helped to speak up. Her eyes were shining. Li Lang was indeed amazing. He really had a big paper bag.
Ah!
Lil miss, you have a master? A young man beside her revealed a sad expression. No one will look down on you. What are you thinking? The neighbor went over and patted the young man's head. More and more people ran over with forks, sticks, and the pepper powder they had bought earlier. Yes or no? Li asked the 12 people. Is it very valuable? I want 3 times the price of the pepper. The pepper seller rolled his eyes and raised the price. It seems that there is half the price of the pepper. I'll take it all. Li was satisfied and lowered the price. Double is fine too. The other party grew nervous. 10% of the price of the pepper. Li lowered the price again. Just like what we said just now, the price of the pepper. Yes, there's a lot. The other party compromised. Li shook his head. 5% of the price of the pepper. Are you selling it or not? What's the law for selling fake goods? Oh, it's all kinds of materials used to forge weapons and silk. Those who sell it in an unscrupulous and petty manner will be beaten 60 times each. It's not strict, it's not really unscrupulous. Even those who use flexible iron to forge swords and arrowheads are also unscrupulous. Those who profit from the crime are scheming for profit and are quasi-thieves. The same goes for the seller. Li recited the contents of the Tang dynasty's law and told the other party how serious the crime was. The other party didn't understand. In any case, they felt that the problem was very serious. Xiaolon said, I'm telling you that those who sell fake goods will be beaten 60 times on the back with a big stick. If they make a lot of money, even if they are thieves, the lightest punishment is exile. The heaviest punishment is beheading. Those who are responsible for the fake goods will be counted. Those who sell them will also be counted. Also, all of you who are in cahoots with each other will also be counted. Here. We don't want money. Let us go.
Waff.
The woman sat on the ground and cried. Princess Yongmu's neighbors looked at Li differently. He was very knowledgeable.
Who?
Who is selling fake goods? The bailiff came. It's over. The woman cried even harder. The bailiff came. It was too late. They couldn't even give it for free. They would be beaten to death. Is there anyone who doesn't want to grind the flour? Go take a look. If it's good, you don't have to worry about anything else. Everyone, I will compensate for your losses. Give me some face and don't pursue this matter. I need something from him. It's very important and will be beneficial to everyone in the future. Li clasped his fists at the neighbors. Who do you think you are? You say you won't pursue this matter. Brothers, what are we doing here? The leader of the bailiff spoke as he walked in front of Li. When he saw Li's face, he turned his head and asked, Someone lost his chickens. We are here to look for them. Yes, 2 of them are missing. They are hens that lay eggs. Hurry up and look for them. Don't delay. Go, go, go. Let's go. The group of bailiffs spoke and ran off to look for the chickens. How is it? Li Yi asked the 12 of them. They looked at the bailiff, and then looked at Li Yi. They understood. What else could they do?
Take it.
It's noon. Let's go and have lunch first. I will arrange for someone to collect it for you. These things cost 100 taels. Li Yi looked at the bags. The real pepper was worth about 100 taels. He did not want to pay for the fake ones. He turned around and said to the other neighbors, "That's all. You can pack as much as you want. If there's more, I will give it to you." What are we having for lunch today? Li Yi asked Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu shook her head. I don't know. It's probably stir-fried vegetables. I actually want to drink mutton soup. You saw the pepper and wanted to drink mutton soup. Go to my house and tell them to send some mutton soup over. You can count the number of people. There's mutton soup in my house. Li Yi pointed at a guard and asked him to go. The guard did not say anything and went to find a horse and galloped towards the Li family Zhuangzi. Everyone, let's drink mutton soup. I brought a few bags of pepper. You can divide the rest among yourselves. Li Yi squatted down and folded some bags of pepper. You can take one bag. The rest is enough for us to divide. That's right. Do the bailiffs know you? No, the bailiffs are afraid of you. Who are you? It's a secret. I took one bag. Let's go. The 12 of you go in and drink the mutton soup. Tell me what happened. I know that there was a problem when you were buying the goods. You don't want to lose money, so you came up with this idea. You're quite calculative. Li Yi picked up a bag and said to the person selling the fake goods. If the other party sold it at a lower price than the normal price, he promised that the bailiffs would arrest them and beat them up. The price the other party offered was actually the normal price of the pepper. It was easy to sell and could be sold quickly. Otherwise, they would have to hold back the goods. It was obvious that the other party was in urgent need of money. The 12 people obediently followed behind and did not dare to resist. They thought that they would be fine as long as they did not enter the city. They did not expect that it would be even more dangerous outside the city. Chapter 840. 100 strings of cash was directly stuffed into the woman's hands. It seemed like she was the one in charge of the money. Li Longji and the others entered Zhuangzi together to prepare for dinner. They also wanted the previous stir-fried dishes, as there were many people. When Tian, it's cold. Let me see if your hands are cold. I'll help you warm them. Li Yi went to hold Princess Yongmu's hand. Uh-huh. Li Longji coughed. Princess Yongmu dodged to the side. Third brother, your throat hurts? Let me take a look. Li Yi turned his head with a look of concern. Much better, Li Longji said with a straight face. The neighbors watched the group of people leave and gathered around a few bags. How do we divide? Everyone can't fight for it. Someone was troubled. Whoever bought the most will get the same amount first. The rest will be divided according to the number of people. Whoever has the most will get the most. Weighing. Do you have any condoms? Pepper is expensive.
Who is that?
The Leaf family's little miss seems very willing to stay by his side. He's probably not ordinary. Look at the bailiff. I've never seen a bailiff like that. It's against the law. It's against the law if the bailiff doesn't catch those who do bad things. If the county magistrate doesn't care, the county magistrate also violates the law. But he's that good.
Why do you care about that?
Our children go to class. They eat well and learn quickly. They lied to us. If it wasn't for that young man, we would definitely beat them up. I think the black ones are quite delicious. Just put it in the dishes. Divide. It won't kill anyone. How do you know it won't kill anyone? Young man tasted it and still wants to buy more. If it can kill someone, why would he buy it with poison? He doesn't look like a fierce person. Anyway, I know he's rich. He gave away 100 coins just like that. If it were you, would you be willing? The neighbors chatted as they discussed how to divide the money. They were happy with the unexpected wealth. Li Yi and the others entered the courtyard and waited in the main hall. Li Longji sat in the main seat. Li Yi sat beside him. Without waiting for anyone to ask, he took the initiative to say, "It's the seed of a type of onion. It's different from both green onions and green onions. Just like a yam, if an onion that wasn't particularly round grew at the bottom, it would be called an onion. I call it round onion. It's spicy. It's similar to green onions and shallots on the top, but it has more fiber. Before the lower ones were fully mature, the upper ones could temporarily replace the green onions. After it matured, it was fine to feed livestock, chickens and ducks, but it could not be overfed. When feeding them, they can prevent some diseases in poultry and livestock. As long as they can grow them, they can be considered to have done a meritorious service." Li was talking about onions, and the thing that the other party had mixed with the pepper was onion seeds. It should be someone who came from overseas to sell pepper. He must have been cheated and couldn't make quick cash flow. They didn't contribute. They didn't come here to deliver the seeds. Li Longji disagreed. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Yi needed their things to benefit the country and the people, he would have captured those people. Li Yi said from another angle, they have overseas trade relations. They can send things that they don't know. I know them. Li Longji nodded. Li Yi knew things that others didn't. It was normal. Are the seeds easy to pick? Princess Yongmu personally brewed tea and brought it over to ask. She wanted to know everything. It's similar to carrots and green onions. They can produce seeds in 2 years. To be precise, it's 21 to 22 months. But after 2 winters, they can be stored like green onions. They don't need to use a greenhouse. They can survive the winter if they are planted outside. Oh, carrots can't survive the winter in the north. They sent out the seeds this year. When the time comes, they will be planted in the south. They will be harvested every other year and sent back to eat outdoor carrots for 1 season. Li Yi said. He didn't like to eat onions. To be precise, he was injured from eating them. When he was in primary school, he ate lunch in school. In order to save money, the school basically used a chicken rack to stew potatoes with onions. Who could stand eating the same thing every day? Miraculously, the potatoes could still be eaten. The chicken rack could also be eaten, but onions couldn't. It was only when he got older that he could eat a little occasionally. Oh, this round onion is also a medicine. It's written in the medical book. Now that I can see the real thing, it can be used. Li Yi added. The chef arranged by Li family Zhuangzi to teach came over. Dongzhu, there are 4 dishes now. There are many people. Does Zhuangzi have any dishes sent over? A chef asked directly. There's mutton soup. Have you cooked all 4 dishes? Li Yi looked at his own people. 2 dishes. The other 2 dishes are ready to be cooked and cut. Another chef answered, cook it at night. There are too many things in the mutton soup. We can't finish it. Li stopped them. Let's go back and soak the cabbage slices in water. Also, soak the yam. The chef understood. The woman outside was anxious. She didn't want to eat. She had to bring someone back immediately to get the food. Otherwise, she would be afraid. Someone accompanied her to leave. It was estimated that they wouldn't come back until the next morning. They chose to go to the edge of Chang and sell the food all the way back. When they reached the edge of the city, they would quickly pack up and run away. They didn't want to sell all the way to Chang'an. In that case, they would be blocked if others found out about them. They were quite smart, but unfortunately, they were unlucky. The mutton soup was sent over together with 2 big iron pots. They didn't plan to take it back. In one pot were the lamb bones with meat, and in the other was the lamb offal. A layer of mutton oil floated on top of the soup in the 2 pots to keep it warm. They also brought an alcohol stove and a small iron pot with a shelf. They filled a small pot and put it over the fire to heat while eating. After eating and having a good rest, I'll ask them which line they are in contact with. If possible, I'll ask them to help me sell the food. Li Yi boiled a bunch of white wine and ate a mouthful of the tofu in the stir-fried pork with tofu. He started to plan his business. Like Yu Huaid and the others, Li Yi wanted to sell soap and small glass mirrors. Li Longji scooped the food in a small bowl. He scooped up half a bowl of mutton offal and lamb offal and added a little soup. He didn't put any seasoning and tasted the soup first. Not bad. I've fed it with grass. I like the smell. Li Longji praised the mutton soup. Li Yi didn't like it. He smiled and said, "It's sheep this time. Next time, we'll eat goat. The goat has a strong smell." Overseas trade is not easy to control. When people go out, their hearts will be wild. When they trade between countries, they will have no country in their hearts. Li Longji was worried about the merchants who went out to sea. The more people came into contact with other places, the more they would despise the imperial power. Li Yi nodded gently to show his agreement. That was indeed the case. During the Ming Dynasty, overseas trade was still allowed. Later, they found that there were many immigrants. Those who didn't want to be disciplined by the Ming Dynasty were not allowed to go out to sea, especially those who could contact the coastal people of the Japanese Empire to make profits together. It'll be fine after the Navy is established. The Navy serves politics. When they are needed to maintain trade, they will maintain trade. When they are needed to deter other countries, they will deter other countries. Even if people go out to sea to colonize, the Navy can still control them. When the imperial court makes mistakes and the national strength is weak, there will be problems. Otherwise, when they go out, they will be loyal to the Tang Dynasty. Li Yi hoped that the people of the Tang Dynasty would colonize other countries. He had a way to manage them. If they didn't listen, they would turn against the Tang Dynasty and destroy it. Chapter 841. The Tang Dynasty has a small population, so they don't have enough manpower to develop other industries. With a large population and little land, many places can no longer have 100 mu of land per person. Li Longji drank the mutton soup and thought of the problem of raising a large number of sheep. Li Yi took a sip of wine and slowly exhaled. The population is still small, but there's nothing to be afraid of when there are more. When the industrial structure is adjusted and the jobs are arranged, it's time to enjoy the population benefits, such as Li Yi talked about another theory. The Tang Dynasty had a small population, so there was a lot of idle land. It was because the production technology could not keep up, so it was not easy to cultivate. It seemed that there were too many people and no land distribution, but in fact, it was a problem of land annexation and desertion. If there were problems with the policy, it could be adjusted. Compared to his time, the 2 lakes and 2 vast areas had not been properly developed, and there were many mountains in Fujian and not enough fertile land in Zhejiang. The main grain production areas of the Tang Dynasty were Guanyi, Jiangxi, and Henan. Yangzhou and Shu did not have the main grain production areas of the northeast, Hunan and Hubei, and pig farming. Guangdong and Guangxi sent officials there, which was equivalent to exile. Only Zhang Jiling was willing to do something. There was also Song Qingli, who was admitted to the Ming school. He was the most down-to-earth person. After being sent to the south for many years, he worked there. His shortcoming was that he liked to do projects, such as water conservancy and civil engineering. Of course, it could be said that he was a good person. After all, he was always at the grassroots level. When the Tang Dynasty is completed, the number of fields will be fixed, and the people will be encouraged to cultivate their own fertile land, and rent will be waived for some years. The court will not lose out by rent-free for 20 years, because the overall grain production will increase. The more grain there is, the less the farmers will get from the fields. The number of cash crops will be increased, such as soybeans, cotton, spices, and medicinal herbs. Li Yi said slowly. The economy had the ability to adjust itself. Yes, when the number of farmers decreases, the price of grain will be high, and everyone will grow grain, so there's no need to worry. Li Longji said. Li shook his head vigorously. No. The number of fields to grow grain must be set, just like now. In the set number, if the price of grain is low, the court will give subsidies. As mentioned before, the land to grow grain cannot be lacking. Li Yi had never thought that growing grains would allow one to play a market economy. It did not exist. Any country that managed their grains well would have a grain planning economy. This included different modes of grain reserve operation. At that time, his own country was basically a state-owned enterprise. If it was a country on Earth, there were several types of reserves. The country's reserves, the grain merchant's reserves, and the farmer's reserves. The latter two enjoyed certain welfare policies. This was directly reflected in the bank loan subsidies. When there was a shortage of food, everyone would have to fork out the money. He felt that his country was not doing a good job in this regard. They were too dependent on foreign countries. There were always problems with the grain reserves, and the implementation of the country's policies was not in place. There was always a wishful thinking, and they did not consider the crisis. It wasn't that those in high positions didn't understand, but they felt that they would be demoted or promoted when the time came. The more official-oriented the society was, the less responsible the officials were. The position of an official represented power, not responsibility and obligation. An official. In a non-official-based social system, being an official was just a profession, and everyone was more willing to abide by professional standards. Right now, the Tang dynasty must be controlled by policies and not blindly engage in market economy. Third brother, both the extreme left and the extreme right are wrong. We should develop according to the actual situation, seek changes in the process of development, and seek stability when changes are made. The river moves easily, but the tide remains. Good and evil change, but people's hearts are unhindered. The sea turns into mulberry fields, but the sun and moon are hard to change. The change of dynasties, but education lasts for thousands of years. After Li Yi finished speaking, he lowered his head to drink the soup. Princess Yongmu thought that the soup was cold, so she picked up a small spoon to add a little for Li Yi. Li Longji looked at his bowl, which only had dry food and no soup left, and wanted to kick Li Yi out. But in an instant, his mind was no longer on the soup. He was thinking about what Li Yi said. What could be changed and what could not be changed, or there would be problems. It's delicious. When Tian, wait for the spring onions to be planted. It's best to use spring onions to deal with the fishy smell of meat. Pepper is not suitable for growing here. We have already arranged people in Laizhou and Cheongzhou. When the time comes, the price will not be so high. Pepper is better than pepper, chili, big sauce, and cooking wine for the fishy smell of meat. There are also many varieties of pepper. Some are very numbing and some are not. Generally, when making soup, pepper noodles can improve the taste, but some people don't like to eat it. Li Yi began to talk to Princess Yongmu about technical issues. He knew that she liked to listen to these things. The 11 people drinking mutton soup in the wing room outside were slightly relieved at this moment. They saw the floor-to-ceiling mirror. It was so big that it was in the hall of the wing room. They could see it when they turned their heads. It proved Zhuangzi's strength. The yamen runners had to give him face, there were many guards, and they gave him money, as he said. The stronger the other party was, the higher their chances of survival were. Would a person make life difficult for a few ants on the road? Did he have to trample them to death? The other party was so powerful that he would not care about small people like them. The mutton soup is delicious, and there are sweet garlic. Why did we come here? It's better not to come to the west of the city. The person who sold the pepper himself was annoyed. Where could they cheat? Why did they choose to live in the west of the city? The Li family Zhuangzi lives in the east of the city. If we cheat there, we'll die faster. The strongest person was more quick-witted, just like Zhang Fei. The Li family Zhuangzi can't be provoked. We have to avoid them. Another man who looked very thin and weak also cooperated to buy the pepper. If it's the Li family Zhuangzi's Li Yi, do you think he can make the yamen runners avoid them? The person who was in charge of helping to carry the bags of pepper asked. As long as the yamen runners see him, I guarantee. The person who sold the pepper stopped and looked at the others. Everyone. They turned to look at the mirror together, and then lowered their heads to look at the mutton soup. It can't be, right? Why did he come here? This little Zhuangzi. They all have the same knife, military horses, and yamen runners. They don't care about money at all. Then the beauty that Zhuangzi slept with is, don't say it, we don't know anything. We're alive, we're alive. If he says he won't deal with us, then he definitely won't. We're not worth him going back on his words. Let me try. Everyone said one after another. The person who sold the pepper got up and walked to the door. Brother, can you give us some wine to drink? We're scared out of our wits. Let's drink some wine to calm down. He talked to the guard who was standing at the door. Wait, I'll go ask. The guard left. Half an hour later, A glass bottle containing 500 grams of white wine was delivered. It's strong. 1 sip per person is enough. If you drink too much and cause trouble, your legs will be broken. The guard handed over the bottle and stood back. He hadn't eaten yet. Thank you, thank you. We're very honest. The person who sold the pepper bowed and said with a smile. He took the bottle back to the table. Look, a glass bottle with high alcohol content. Don't worry, we'll drink too much. This bottle and the wine inside is worth 100 grams. You can't buy it anywhere else. Only the Li family Zhuangzi has it. Everyone, keep your mouth shut. Don't even talk in your sleep. Come on, 1 sip per person. They finally knew who caught them and felt relieved. It's okay, they won't be dealt with again. Brothers and sisters, if you have the ability, please go back to Qijian to subscribe. Remember to vote after midnight. Thank you. Chapter 842. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Li, and my name is Yi. I have a Zhuangzi. After eating and resting for a while, Li found 11 people and introduced himself. Not waiting for him to finish, the person in charge of the operation of the pepper directly answered, at the east bank of Ba River in Chong and City. We know owner Li. What about you? Li only asked one person. There were too many people, and he couldn't remember. Wei Yufeng. My name is Wei Yufeng. Jiangnan, West Tanzhou. There is a big river in front of my house. It's called Xiangshui. Li interrupted him. Yes, there is also a river, Luyang River. Li knew where it was. Dongting Lake was in the north. It was a very remote place. The local economic conditions were not good, and the people's lives were not easy. Li Dongzhu is indeed impressive. Wei Yufeng nodded vigorously. Look, this was Li Dongzhu. He was knowledgeable and knew about the river. Where did you get it? Li did not accept this flattery. 5 years ago, there was a flood, and the house was washed away. Those who were alive ran away. They could not pay the rent and had to sell the land. No one wanted to buy it. Wei Yufeng recounted his experience. The Xiangshui flood was not ordinary. They owed the rent and wanted to sell the land but could not. The group of people ran south to Guangzhou. First, they helped to move things at the docks. Later, when they had some money, they bought goods from foreign countries and transported them to other places to sell. This year, they were cheated. They said that it was pepper and that the price was cheap. They even saw the goods. In the end, they did not know what happened. After the delivery of the 500 grams of pepper goods and the ship left, they found out that there were things that were not pepper, like green onion seeds. Green onion seeds were not the same price as pepper. They were cheated and could not find anyone. They spent all their money and brought the goods to Chong and had a high demand for pepper. They spent the new year on the road. A total of 50 people carried burdens and walked. Fortunately, the road from Guangzhou to Chong was being repaired by various places. Especially the Great Yu Ridge. The road there was well built, it was long and wide. By the time they reach Chang'an, the goods will not be easy to sell. Unless the price is lowered, no one will buy them. How long will it take to sell them in batches? They thought of a way to grind it into powder and sell it as pepper. They mixed the powder with scallion seeds. They saw something with grinding flour. This thing was good. It was suitable for making powder. Therefore, they gave money to a family in Xin County and asked them to help rent a hand grinder. After a few days of processing, he collected a batch and prepared to sell it near Chongqing City. The people here were relatively rich and they wouldn't meet any experts. In theory, they wouldn't meet any. We feel that the green onion seeds won't kill people, and they can be used as seasoning. We can mix them together and sell them as pepper. Even if he sold it for 200 carvings and lost 300 carvings, he still had a chance. Who would have thought that after selling just 3 bags it would. As Wei Yefeng spoke, he raised his hand to wipe his eyes. Tears flowed down. The Japanese knew that it was different from green onions, but when they arrived at Guangzhou port, everyone said that it was green onion seeds and that they didn't want it. Then they met you all. This was the last time they cheated you. There are many ways to cheat them. You all thought that you had bought it at a cheap price and neglected it. Your actions were indeed adulterated, but it did not cause any bad consequences. I forgive you all. Li felt that it was inappropriate to send these people to the officials. If they were sent to the officials, they would be confiscated and flogged 60 times each. According to the law, the other party had 50 people, and their lives were over. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. We will not dare to do this again in the future. Wei Yefeng and the rest of them wiped their tears. They were scared when they thought about it. They had lost all their belongings and were beaten to recover. How are they going to live? I guess you all can't remember the other party's appearance. I will write a letter for you all to return to Guangzhou and hand it to Zhang Juling. He is now in charge of Guangzhou's shipping department. They are all Japanese merchants and local businessmen. They know about the green onion seeds. If they ask about it, they will be punished to death the next time. By the way, I will bring some soap, toilet water, and a few exquisitely packaged mirrors for you all. You all help me to sell the green onion seeds, and I will set the price. You all will get 10% of the profits and 50% of the profits. Li Yi does not want his people to suffer such losses. In the future, unless those people do not come, he will arrest them. At the same time, he wants to open up the overseas trade. The furthest he can go is the Strait of Hormuz. If not, where will he get the green onion seeds from?
No.
We will help you to sell the green onion seeds. All the profits will be yours. Wei Yefeng quickly shook his head. The rest of the men nodded. They felt that Li Yi was very kind and magnanimous.
No. Do as I say.
At night, all of you will stay in tents outside. I will send you all honeycomb coal stoves. Remember not to get poisoned. Li Yi had already decided on this matter and did not give the other party any benefits. If they helped him once, would they help him again in the future? We are not afraid of the cold. In the winter, there are no heated Kong beds. Now that it is spring, it is not cold. Wei Yefeng was worried that Li Yi would spend too much money.
I know. Sigh. Li Yi sighed.
When he was in Changsha, Hunan, when there was no central heating, the temperature was, interestingly, the houses in the northeast were around -10 degrees Celsius. The central heating was too cold, and people had to resist it. Many people in the south also thought that the northeast was cold. Later, they realized that the houses in the south were much warmer than their own houses in the winter. When the temperature was around -0 degrees Celsius, the southerners were used to it. In the north, when the temperature was -30 degrees Celsius, they could do outdoor work. If they were frozen, they could stomp their feet. If they were frozen, they could put their hands into their arms. If they were frozen, they could cover their ears with their hands. But in the south, many people fell sick in the winter. Later, people started to install central heating. If there was no central heating, they would use their own air conditioners. Some even bought small suns. In the village, there were clay stoves. Everyone was not stupid. Third brother, we need to promote the use of coal, especially honeycomb coal stoves. Other than the areas in the south, the other areas are also suffering from the winter. Li Yi turned to Li Longji. Li Longji had been listening and watching. In the past, Chang'an was also accompanied by cries when people woke up early in the morning in the winter. Li Longji recalled the Chang'an of the past. I can provide some coal mine locations. Some are open pit mines, and some need to be dug underground. If it is convenient to transport, you can directly mine the open pit mines. With the current usage, it can be used for countless years. Li Yi did not mind. He pointed out the coal mines in the Tang dynasty. If you can dig all the open pit mines, then you are awesome. Brother Yi, you are not asking for anything in return. Li Longji sighed. Many people would dig secretly if they knew about the mines. Wei Yefeng and the rest looked at Li Longji. Brother Yi, this matter is settled. Go and rest or go out for a walk. Next time, remember not to let the woman rush in front. Li Yi expressed his dissatisfaction. We also don't want to, but we are not as good as her. Just like this time, the idea of selling pepper powder was from her. Wei Yefeng said helplessly. So, what if she is a woman? Awesome. That's true. Wu Zetian is more awesome. People with the surname Wu are actually very capable. For example, Wu Jiayu in the palace. If she is not careful, she may become another Wu Zetian. Li Yi smiled and nodded. He directly mentioned the people in the palace. Wei Yefeng and the rest. Chapter 843. From this, it can be seen that the foreigners are not fools. They know how to find new things to sell in the Tang dynasty. If they can't sell them, they will try to cheat us. After Wei Yefeng and the others left, Li Yi expressed his opinion on the foreigners. Princess Yongmu immediately supported him. The foreigners are very calculative. They should protect the interests of the people of the Tang dynasty. When Tian, we have the same idea.
I still have something to talk to you about.
Let's go out? Li looked as if he had met a confidant. Brother Yi, I also have something to say to you. Li Longji said, let's talk at dinner tonight. There's no hurry. Third brother, let's go. When Tian introduced me to Zhuangzi, Li Yi refused Li Longji's request to talk now. He pulled Princess Yongmu and ran out. Li Longji was taking deep breaths. Xiaolon looked at him and served him tea.
Why are you looking at me?
Go find your mother. Don't run around. Li Longji glared at Xiaolon. Okay. Xiaolon turned and ran. Guizi also ran away. He wanted to protect him. Hao Lingquan did not move. He asked in a low voice, will your majesty return to the palace tonight? No. Bring Yurong and Jin are here. Li Longji thought for a moment and waved his hand. He wanted to see the lives of the people around him. After knowing that the Jiang family hired people to build the greenhouses and that the people helped Princess Yongmu run, he had a good impression of the people around him. He had ideas. Many of them could not be realized. Those were his own ideas. He could find Li Yi to realize them. It seemed that as long as he mentioned an idea, Li Yi would give him a solution. Li Yi, who ran away with Princess Yongmu, found wooden boards, paper, and charcoal. He and Princess Yongmu were painting the scenery beside the shed, painting together with the shed. The hut was a hut that provided free soup. There were people inside. Li Yi did not go far away. He was afraid of danger. He was sketching. When Tian, look, painting is a combination of freehand brushwork and realism. The two are one. It's not that I don't know how to be realistic. Everything I draw is freehand brushwork. It's also not that I don't know how to do freehand brushwork. I have no requirements in that aspect. Realism is the essence of painting. Li Yi was talking about painting. The great Tang people's meticulousness was very poor, which meant that they could not be realistic. If someone deliberately emphasized a certain aspect, it could only prove that that person's ability of the other aspect. Look at the shed. It can be drawn with just a few strokes. It mainly reflects the road and the shed. It's a freehand style. Take a long time to write the practical aspect. Our great Tang's current method of painting doesn't have shadows, but the shed has shadows, so we have to portray it realistically. When the level of realism reached a certain level and the technique was transformed into art, there was no need to talk about the basics. The pursuit of light was the most important. Abstract painting is a part of freehand brushwork. This is because the Tang dynasty is good at expressing emotions in the painting. At the same time, there are poems in the painting and poems in the painting. Li's combination of Chinese and Western was like 3 parts of autumn water and 7 parts of color. Half of the lake was misty rain, and half of the lake was sorrowful. It was a combination of painting and imagery. Brushwork was not realistic for these 2 sentences. Brushwork had to be used. The prerequisite was that the fundamentals of realism were good. Otherwise, look at the paintings of the Tang dynasty. They wanted to be realistic, but what happened to the characters? On the other hand, ink painting was a different matter. The artistic conception that could be drawn out by traditional Chinese painting was that of the distant mountains. Realism is like Chao Yi out of the water. Freehand brushwork is like Wu. Wu Daozi is in the palace now, right? He's still very young? Li Yi was about to say that Chao Yi out of the water and Wu Daozi was the wind when he suddenly realized that Wu Daozi was a doctor in the palace. Li Qingqi in history should be changed to King Ning now. Then, Wu Daozi was conferred the title of King Ning. But it didn't change. King Song was still King Song. Where did Wu Daozi go? All right, let's not bother about him for now. I have to have a good chat with him when I meet him. He's a good person. Li Yi stopped thinking about it for now. He continued to teach Princess Yongmu painting techniques and thinking patterns. Princess Yongmu had learned painting before, but she had never sketched before.
She had always used a brush to draw.
Now that she was holding a charcoal stick and listening to Li Yi's lecture, she felt that it was very interesting to draw a shed on paper. To her, this was happiness. Someone was playing with her, and she had never seen something like this before. She realized that there was a huge difference between being with Li Yi and being with other men and women. Other men and women would cater to one another. Take her aunt, for example. It was the man who catered to her aunt. But at other times, it was the woman who catered to the man. When interacting with Li Yi, both parties seemed to be doing the same thing. There was no need to consider so many other things. It was fine as long as it was interesting. Li Longji strolled out. There was no need for him to look at the Hu merchant's residence. He walked along the small path. Once he was out of the Hu merchant's residence, he would meet his real neighbors. His neighbors were all living in their own courtyards. Some of them had dogs in their courtyards, while others had chickens. The weather was still cold, so there was no one wandering outside. However, there were people working in the courtyards. They found sand from elsewhere and spread it on the ground. After the snow melted, the ground was muddy. The main path in the courtyard was paved with stones. The two sides of the path were muddy, and there was water in the gaps between the stones. When one stepped on the stones, water would splash out. With a shovel of sand, the water would be blocked. At the very least, it wouldn't splash out. There were also some villagers who were tidying up the fence. The fence didn't stop people, and it blocked the chickens from going out. Actually, dogs could jump out from the fence. They could even break the wooden poles. However, under normal circumstances, there wasn't a single dog that would jump over the fence. When it saw a stranger, it would bark. When the owner came out to take a look and reprimand it, the dog would return to its den. Li Longji listened to the barking of dogs and watched the scene of the people working. He felt happy. Life at home looks pretty good. The roof isn't broken, the courtyard is clean, and the firewood is piled with straw curtains. The ground in the courtyard has been turned over with a shovel. The weather is still cold, and the soil is hard. It's better to turn it into water. That piece of land is planted with scallions. It looks like it's left for winter. We can harvest seeds this summer and autumn. Li Longji spoke as he looked. In the past, he couldn't say such simple words because he didn't understand. Now, he knew everything. If he had something to do, he would go to the Li family Zhuangzi. If he had nothing to do, he would go to the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi would explain many things during meals, including agriculture and the lives of the residents. After listening and seeing more, he would naturally learn. Li Longji used to think that scallions were planted in the spring and could be eaten in the summer. In the autumn, there would be seeds. Later, he discovered that it wasn't like that at all. If he wanted to keep the seeds, he had to plant them in the autumn. Then, he would eat the scallions. When it was almost winter, he would harvest some scallions to eat. In the second year, the scallions would come back to life after winter. At this time, he would divide the seedlings and choose a piece of land to plant them. If he was willing to eat, he would eat a little. Usually, he wouldn't eat it and would plant scallions to eat. After another year, the scallions would start to sprout and produce seeds. This meant that the management method of eating scallions and planting scallions was different. The timing was different, and the taste was also different. When the scallions were harvested, they were very spicy. The scallions were not spicy. The first batch of scallions would be sweeter if they were buried in more soil. There were also radishes and carrots. Don't even think about planting them that year. Chapter 844.
Li Longji said.
Beside him, Hao Lingquan and Guizi were at a loss. They weren't farmers. Brother, Yi hasn't taught you about this? As a general, you must be familiar with the growth of crops. It may be useful in battle. Li Longji knew how to do it now. He liked to give pointers to others. He had also taught the prime ministers before, and they had learned to be smart. We haven't talked about this yet, but there will probably be later. Guizi was looking forward to it. He was willing to attend classes. Hao Lingquan nodded. His head hurt from attending classes, so he had accompanied them out today. Otherwise, he would still have to learn. Before he became a general, he had been a very young general. After he became one, he began to learn. This included formation, troop placement, and attack timing. In fact, there was no fixed routine. When the enemy moved, they would move. When they weren't engaged in hand-to-hand combat, both sides would compete in defense and long-range attacks. When the shield soldiers and other close combat troops advanced, it meant that they had found an opportunity or that their side was at a disadvantage in long-range attacks. In a real melee, the crossbowmen would still be needed to suppress and attack the enemy's rear while providing support to the soldiers at the front. The operation of a formation was very complicated. A single mistake could cause the front to collapse, making it difficult to reorganize. The hot air balloon's function was displayed. From high up in the sky, they could see the ground's movements clearly and report back to the general. The general would then give orders to the messenger on the hot air balloon according to the situation. The order was given to the former general in Hao Lingquan's position. After watching, he would quickly command his own troops. When he was a general, he wasn't responsible for personally killing the enemy. He would wait for orders. How's your learning going? Li Longji seemed to recall Hao Lingquan's position as a general. Fortunately, I wasn't given the position of a general. Otherwise, I would have killed many of my brothers. I'm learning with all my might. Hao Lingquan admitted that he wasn't a general. After he learned well, he would find an opportunity to be promoted. Generals didn't understand the game. They didn't know how to draw maps, measure distance and height, and weren't familiar with the effects of soil on the battlefield. They didn't know about rain clouds. On yellow soil, after the formation, it suddenly rained. The enemy seized the opportunity to shoot arrows, and their own movement was reduced. They couldn't shoot as fast as the enemy. He thought he was too weak. Li Longji smiled and continued forward. Li Longji knew that not all generals had to learn from the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi wanted to train the wing knights into special forces. They had to be good at everything. Hao Lingquan followed suit. Naturally, what she learned was the same. Li Longji was also aware of Li Yi's thoughts. Li Yi didn't give face to Song Jing and forcefully promoted Hao Lingquan to the position of general. If Hao Lingquan lost the war in the future, where would Li Yi put his face? Should he bear joint and several liability? They walked to the artificial river, which was also the place where the water network was. The river water had melted a little, and there were still places where there was ice. A group of people surrounded a sheep. The sheep seemed to know that its fate was not good, so it struggled and did not want to leave. Everyone simply tied them up and carried them to the side of the canal, where they used long poles to push the ice away. The person holding the big basin prepared to collect the sheep blood and put in warm water and salt. The sheep was slaughtered amidst the bleeding, and everyone was in high spirits. "Old man, what's the matter with this sheep?" Li Longji asked an old man. "Xiaolon, didn't that Zhuangzi guy give us a lot of pepper? Let's pool the money to kill a sheep and drink mutton soup." The old man pointed at the place where the sheep was slaughtered. The person next to him said, "In the past, we couldn't afford to eat pepper. The villagers took advantage of it to satisfy their cravings. We should give you some. The sheep hasn't recovered yet, and it hasn't fattened up well in the winter." Li Longji felt that the mutton soup that Li Yi had people bring back was too little. It wouldn't hurt to give the neighbors some. The old man shook his head. "You can't take more. You can't always count on others to give you things, unless it's the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi gave us a chance to work. If they gave us a sheep, we would want it too. We will remember their kindness. At home, we have memorial tablets for Her Majesty and Li Dongzhu. Incense in winter is expensive. Give us 1 stick of grass incense a day. When the mosquitoes come out, we can light mosquito coils to drive them away. Put them in front of the memorial tablets for a while and bring them back to the main house." "That's right. Actually, 1 stick of incense for 3 days is fine. I believe they won't say anything," Li Longji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What a simple and honest person. Just light mosquito coils as a token of appreciation. The winter grass incense was probably taken from temples or monasteries for free. It wasn't easy to be a monk or a Taoist priest. That won't do. We can't fool them, the old man said with conviction. Li Longji choked. The summer mosquito coils weren't fooling them? It's best to drink mutton soup with sweet garlic. When we go back, let Xiao Lan Zhuangzi send some to everyone. This was the only thing Li Longji could help with. The Li family Zhuangzi had a lot of sweet garlic. He turned around and asked the two people beside him, "We can get a lot of blood. Did we kill the sheep well?" Guazi nodded. Hao Lingquan shook her head. Hao Lingquan whispered, "I was there and watched them kill the sheep. There was no blood. After the sheep were killed, the blood was pocketed." "Oh, there's such a skill?" Li Longji heard of this for the first time. "When we go back and ask Dongji, we'll know. There are wolves in the grasslands. If we leave snow behind, it will attract wolves. Moreover, there's no water to wash it off. It's very difficult. Therefore, we figured out a way to kill the sheep without bleeding." Hao Lingquan knew that her words weren't convincing. She had implicated Li Yi. Li Longji walked around for a while. When he saw that the sky was getting dark, he returned to Zhuangzi. Li Yi and Princess Yongmu had also returned. Princess Yongmu was admiring her painting. Li Longji shook his head and asked Li Yi, "Is there a way to kill the sheep without bleeding?" Li Yi nodded. "There's a way. There's very little bleeding. The blood stays in the abdominal cavity. If the technique is bad, the sheep will be in pain. It's better to stab it." Li Lang, which one is better? Princess Yongmu frowned when she heard that the sheep was in pain. There's no difference. Kill the sheep for meat. Do people need to consider the sheep's pain? However, the way to kill the sheep without bleeding will easily contaminate the blood. Li Yi didn't have any pity for the sheep. Raising sheep was for eating, unless the sheep were working. "I saw them killing the sheep to drink mutton soup. I said that I'll send them sweet garlic." Li Longji didn't plan to take it from the palace. Send a few sheep to each family. Also, send the coriander in the greenhouse over. With the pepper, everyone can have a good meal. Li Yi immediately thought of what the neighbors were thinking. There was so much pepper, they should try the mutton soup. He arranged for people to send the things over. Everyone took a bath in the small bath in Zhuangzi. Dinner began. Empress Wang arrived with her son. "I was teaching them how to work. I was late." Empress Wang told Li Longji why she was late. She taught the palace maids how to use the sewing machine in the harem. The Li family Zhuangzi had just made it. There were a total of 2 machines. One was left in Zhuangzi, and the other was given to Empress Wang. Empress Wang taught others after she familiarized herself with the machine. When the Li family Zhuangzi made more machines, the harem could form a team. In order to save time, everyone had more time to learn. In the future, even if they were old and left the palace, they could live with their skills. Those who didn't want to leave the palace would die of old age in the palace. For example, the eunuchs basically didn't go out. The palace maids who were visited also couldn't go out. However, Li Longji didn't visit the palace maids anymore. He had no time and was busy. Chapter 8:45. When the little guy arrived, the chef made a plate of fried rice, mixing all kinds of things together and cutting them into small cubes. With a small bowl of soup, that was the little guy's dinner for the night. The little guy didn't crave the adult's food. He felt that the adult's food wasn't as good as his because there were so many colors in his fried rice. In fact, it was the same. Just the meat and vegetables alone took up 2/3 of the total. Rice was only 1/3. "Uncle, are you planning to sell your sewing machine to others?" Empress Wang asked during dinner.
"Not yet.
It's expensive and others might not be willing to buy it. Wait until we make a few hundred of them. Then we'll recruit workers and attack the 3 leagues." Li Yi carefully observed the combination of the various foods in the little guy's fried rice and the size of the cubes. He felt that there was no problem and answered casually. Li Longji also paid attention to his son. "Why attack the leagues?" Recently, the e-leagues haven't been proactive enough. We should send people to inquire. For example, some families have newborns and bought new clothes. We have to ask if they need diapers or if they want to make old clothes smaller for younger children. Whether there are torn clothes that can be changed or mended is a business. The e-leagues are sitting there waiting. They think that they have monopolized the market and that cooperation is more than competition. Li Yi gave the answer. The e-leagues were too arrogant. The workers' leagues weren't. They still sent people to inquire about renovation of furniture, changing the interior of the house, removing ashes from the stove, and other businesses. The competition between the three workers' leagues was fierce, and the prices were very low. The commoners found that it was better to work with the workers' leagues themselves. This was called competition. How could the e-leagues be so lazy when they made clothes? Princess Yongmu heard and said, "If you enter, you can't be home. If you leave, you'll be invincible. If you leave, you'll be invincible." "Look, third brother, Arwen Tian knows," Li Yi said to Li Longji. Li Longji took a deep breath and endured it. How much faster is 100 sewing machines compared to the previous ones? It's not proportionate. How can handmade clothes compare to a sewing machine? The same stitches are fine and even, but it takes a few days to make one piece. "Sister-in-law, how fast do you make clothes?" Li Yi asked Empress Wang. "Empress, Wang had a sewing machine." "Do it by yourself?" "I can only make 3 sets of clothes a day. The ones that are already tailored need to be sewn." Empress Wang was slower, so she spoke according to her own speed. If it was just sewing, of course, it would be faster to use a sewing machine. Once the sewing area was found, it would be processed. Li Yi shook his head. With 100 skilled sewing machine operators and 100 skilled manual operators, the speed of sewing machines can reach 100 times faster than manual operators. How long would it take to sew 100 stitches? The sewing machine clicked away. The longer the working time, the greater the advantage of the sewing machine. The sewing machine could also be equipped with an edge-locking device. In 2 breaths, the edge of a pair of trousers would be completely locked. The edges of the lock must be manually threaded. Embroidery is even more different, especially because of the consumer's choice of price. Li Yi was talking about the same style of clothes. With skilled workers and equipment, it was completely handmade. The productivity per unit of time determined the production cost. Without considering the additional value of manual work, the appearance of sewing machines would cause an earthquake in the industry. In the Tang dynasty, people who bought clothes would not consider the quality of the sewing machine as inferior to manual work. They only looked at the price. The fabric of a set of clothes was 100 yuan. The cost of manual work was 10 yuan and 100 yuan. How could they be the same? Li Longji frowned. Can the difference be so big? The same stitch distance, but the difference is so big. Li Yi was certain. Especially the trousers. The edge of the seam was pushed over in one breath. Sewing by hand, sewing slowly. It was more difficult to lock the edge of the trousers and cuffs. However, there was one kind of sewing machine that could not be done now, and that was traceless edge locking. The thread needed to be picked up step by step. The inner layer was picked, and then the edge locking was done diagonally. This way, the position of the thread could not be seen when looking from the outside. Other people's trousers had a bright thread, but there was no bright thread. Can the e-leagues still survive like this? Li Longji expressed his concern. The sewing machine can only operate on the same size. When changing clothes, it needs to be adjusted and divided according to the size. If the e-league works hard, it can adjust the customer's size to perfection. The ready-made clothes bought and the ready-made clothes made are different. If the e-league wants to get orders in the future, it can only improve the service quality and take the initiative to attack. This is called forcing the industry back. Li Yi was very calm. The layout was almost done. It was time to let others see the power of the production technology. At the same time, it was to let people know that industrial clustering was the main model for the future. It was to give everyone a heads up. The newspapers would publicize it again. Big businessmen would either invest in research and development funds or buy similar production equipment at a high price. As for buying a machine to research and manufacture, was there a lathe? The Li family Zhuangzi had spent a lot of effort to manufacture a lathe. It was made by hand, one part at a time. After that, the lathe was manufactured, and then the lathe was refurbished. The lathe was more and more precise. Finally, the lathe was used to manufacture the sewing machine. The sewing machine could not be any worse. It was so easy to manufacture. At that time, Fengyu's country had also dismantled other people's engines. They knew the principles, but could not manufacture it. In the beginning, Fengyu could manufacture some things by hand. It was done by hand. Level 8 fitters. Brother Yi, what do you plan to do next? Li Longji did not think that Li Yi had worked so hard to make these things to shock others and sell them for money. Cooperation. Find a businessman to cooperate. The businessman will make a request, and the Li family Zhuangzi will be in charge of manufacturing the equipment. The businessman will pay for the research and development costs. Li Yi finally revealed his purpose. Previously, the things that he had made had been copied by others. He could only stare at them helplessly. The structure was simple, and there were no technical difficulties. Why didn't anyone copy the thermos and kerosene lamps? It was because they could not do it. Also, the bicycle will be released after the weather warms up. Why don't they try to copy it? Uncle, are you doing this for Zhuangzi to earn more money in the future? Empress Wang did not understand. This is to let them know that with investment, there will be results. Technology innovation is the most important thing, unless you are not involved in a certain industry. Li Yi remembered some of the brands in his time. Decades ago, they started by assembling electronic products. Then, they did not invest money to research their own technology. Instead, they continued to assemble. All they thought about was how to make more money. They were not willing to spend money. The money they spent was used to buy other people's parts and advertise. The current Tang dynasty could not be like this. The big businessmen had to teach them how to invest in technology. Freeloaders could not last long. If you rely on a mountain, it will collapse. If you rely on people, it will run away. Princess Yongmu blinked her big eyes. She found that the Li Lang now was not the same as the one when she played with him. When he played with her, Li Lang was like an ordinary teenager. He was frivolous and liked to show off. At this moment, Li Lang seemed to be carrying a heavy burden on his shoulders, pushing the Tang dynasty forward. For a moment, she did not know which was better. Chapter 846. The next day, the sun had risen for an hour. Li Longji and the others woke up. Li Yi also woke up early. The little boy Shonger obviously hadn't slept enough, but he didn't want to sleep. He ran around in the yard with his little legs. Because a group of children older than him had come, he felt that every big brother and big sister was interesting. Just like when he came to the Li family Zhuangzi, there were people to play with. The neighbor children who came over did not dare to offend anyone. When they saw the little boy and saw the clothes he was wearing, they knew how big the gap between them was. Sichuan brocade clothes, from head to toe, the patterns on it were bright and dark. The older children were sensible. They knew that this little brother's clothes could not be bought even if they sold their land and house. As the little boy ran, his left foot stepped on his right foot. He did not fly up, but fell to the ground with its pia. The surrounding children were about to cry. It had nothing to do with them. They didn't touch it. The little boy climbed up on his own. He rubbed his little hands on his body and continued to run. How many times have I told you? Run slowly, run slowly. Next time, I will wear protective gear for you. Li Yi came over, patted the soil on the little boy's body, and held him in his arms. It hurts. At this time, the little boy's eyes were filled with tears. He stretched out his two little hands for Li Yi to see. His hands hurt. Li Yi took a look. It was a little swollen. He patted the ground, but it didn't break. Next time, wear gloves and pat with all your strength. It won't hurt. When it was time to eat, the little boy washed his hands. He looked at himself and patted his hands together. When he saw Li Longji and Empress Wang, he said that his hands hurt. You deserve it. Empress Wang, like the other mothers, said one word. The little boy understood and was unhappy. They wanted to comfort and brag. What did they deserve? When everyone was eating, he forgot about this matter. He felt that a large group of children was very happy. He used chopsticks to pick up a small bun and took a small bite. He used a spoon to scoop porridge and drank a small mouthful. He didn't pick up the bun, and it fell on the table. He reached out to test the temperature and grabbed it to eat. The other children also ate small buns filled with pork and scallion. There was also a boiled egg. You're not allowed to bring them home. Eat them yourself. Princess Yongmu gently said to the children. She saw that there were children who wanted to put away the eggs. The children hurriedly cracked open the eggs, peeled the skin, and took big bites. They didn't need to dip it in any seasoning, and they didn't mind that it was yellow and not tasty. The little guy was eating fried eggs, cut into small pieces, and boiled eggs. She was afraid that he would choke when he ate the yellow ones. Li Yi smiled. Indeed, children from poor families were not picky about food. If it was him at that time, he would not eat the yolk of a normal egg. He would eat the yolk of a salted egg, but not the clear. When they were 5 or 6 years old, they still needed their parents to feed them. If they didn't feed them, they wouldn't eat. While they were being fed, they still wanted to play. It was all because he had spoiled her. Look at the baby now. She didn't eat it. She even took a boiled egg and wanted to take it home for her family to eat. The little fellow had never been spoiled. As long as she could use chopsticks and spoon, she would eat by herself. If she didn't eat, she could starve. At this time, a guard ran in with a bamboo basket in his hand. In the basket was a smoked lamb leg. The neighbor just came. He said that he killed a lamb yesterday and didn't finish it. There's something left. The guard lifted the basket. Brother Yi, think of a way. Li Longji glanced at the smoked lamb leg. The whole right hind leg smelled of pine. Obviously, it was smoked with pine sawdust. Looking at the color, it was obvious that it was smoked for a night and was smeared with sesame oil. So many people drank the mutton soup, but they couldn't finish a lamb? Only a lamb leg was left? The lamb leg was worthless in Li Longji's eyes. Not to mention one, so what if there were 10,000 of them? What he valued was that when his eldest daughter met with trouble, people would help her. It was a possibility of life and death. When they killed a lamb, people would smoke it and send it to their door. If he didn't reveal his identity, wherever he went, Zhuangzi, would the neighbors be like this? The key was that people would help to smoke mosquito coils in the summer. They would smoke the memorial tablet for a while before taking it away. The memorial tablet was full of the smell of mosquito coils. Mosquitoes and flies wouldn't fall on it. Third brother, it's simple. Li Yi was still answering every question. The previous tourism industry, frankly speaking, was to arrange accommodation and catering for the foreigners. Chang and did a good job. Now we'll expand. Not only do we provide accommodation and catering, but we also need to provide warehouse services in the county, starting from... Li Yi was not in a hurry to eat, so he started to talk about his plan. With the increasing demand for goods in Chang and the export of processed products, more warehouses were needed in the 20 counties outside the capital. Li Qingqi had already chosen the location of the warehouses, including the one in the south of the city. However, the price of those warehouses was high. Once a commodity couldn't be sold in Chang and quickly, or the merchants who came and went from Chang and didn't like it, they would have to pay a lot of storage fees. In the 20 counties around Chang, and they could use the existing accommodation and catering services to build warehouses. The price was lower than that around Chang'an. Others didn't have to put the goods in the warehouses around Chang'an because it was still a long way to go. For example, the goods from Shu County could be put in the warehouses in the counties in the west and southwest. The merchants from Shu County could enter Chang'an and find someone to negotiate in the trading hall built by the Ministry of Revenue. After the negotiation, they could directly transport the goods from the warehouses to Luoyang, Zhengzhou, Kaifeng, Chaozhou, Songzhou, Shuzhou, and other places, saving money and travel time. Of course, the people in the west of the city could do it too. Build a small warehouse here. To be precise, it's a display area. With accommodation and catering, the price will be lower than in the city. You don't have to look for an inn in Chang'an. Li Yi finally said, it's just looking for a job to make money. It's hard to find it elsewhere, but it's not hard to find it in the capital. After that, he lowered his head to eat. If he continued talking, the buns would be cold. Li Longji showed a gratified look and ate without saying anything. He asked his neighbors how to improve their living standards. Brother Yi gave him the future plan of the 20 counties in the capital. What else did he need to say? There were so many officials in the imperial court. If there was someone who could give the same idea, he would be directly promoted to the position of prime minister. Unfortunately, there were so many officials. What if someone thought of it when he asked them tomorrow morning? Li Longji thought, it's just a dream. It's impossible. The 3 officials from the political affairs hall asked in vain. Before the meal was finished, the woman who left yesterday came back with many people. In total, there were 50 people. Pepper, onion seed powder, pepper seeds, and onion seeds were all transported over. Pepper seeds can't be planted anymore. Black pepper can only be planted with white pepper. Black pepper and white pepper are the same species, just like soybeans. When soybeans are not ripe, they are called edamame. When they are ripe, they are called soybeans. When pepper is not ripe, it is called black pepper. When it is ripe, it is called white pepper. Edamame will not grow seedlings if it is planted in the ground. The same is true for black pepper. The woman was in good condition, even if she was in a hurry. She directly came in and bowed when she saw Li Yi. Thank you, Li Dongju, for your kindness. On the way back yesterday, I guessed it and am relieved. Several older children stood up. Li Dongju? There is only one person who can be called Li Dongju in the capital. Sit down and eat. Don't worry about the adults. Princess Yongmu smiled and waved her hand. The older children sat down, but they couldn't eat. They turned to look at Li Yi. 2 clever children looked at Li Longji. They just heard that this person was called Li Dongju, brother Yi. Li Dongju said that he wanted to help their family make money.
Oh my God.
Yes, it's not Li Dongju. Who would have thought that he was a swindler? Chapter 847. 100 pieces of soap, 500 pieces of soap, a small mirror, and 20 porcelain bottles of toilet water. Take them with you when you leave tomorrow morning. At night, Li Yi and the 50 people returned to Zhuangzi. They took out the things before dinner. Li Dongju, we don't have anything to pledge. Wei Yifeng looked troubled. The things were good, but he couldn't take them. Don't pledge. Tell me your name, leave your fingerprint, and take the things. You can't change the base price. We'll split the price 50 to 50. Li Yi waved his hand generously. He didn't believe in the other party's character. He believed in his own ability. If the 50 people sold the things and didn't take them back, they could only run to other places to hide. They would never be able to participate in overseas trade. When the time came, Li only needed to issue a reward and say that one of them was willing to report. He would pardon the person's crime and even give them benefits. The 50 people would definitely be in chaos. Wei Yifeng looked at the others. Everyone had an expectant look in their eyes. They were going to make money. Someone was selling soap, and toilet water to the barbarians. They were all sold for 1 or 2 pieces. The bottles were replaced with smaller porcelain bottles and sold together. Every item was expensive. They could be exchanged for precious stones, corals, tortoiseshell, pearls, and other expensive items. They would then be sold in prosperous places or Chang'an. I have something to say. As long as the seeds don't exist in the Tang dynasty, like the green onion seeds you think are this time, you can buy them at a high price and let the barbarians look for them. Li added. He knew that there were still things outside that hadn't been spread to the Tang dynasty. For example, cabbages, cauliflower, apples, and bitter gourds. They weren't in America, so they could be sent over. I'll draw a picture for you. You can show the picture to the barbarians. Li Yi thought of a specific point and specified the target. After that, he hurriedly finished his meal and went back to the study to draw. What he drew was still life. He thought for a while and continued to sketch. Then he used mineral gouache to color it. He didn't use oil paints. It took a lot of effort. Besides, he didn't like oil paintings. Well, to be honest, his oil painting was just a beginner. It was okay to fool people, but he didn't have time to practice. Other than those things, Li Yi also drew loofahs and bananas, which were different from the bananas in the south. He also drew coffee, bananas, and other African fruits as much as possible. In case someone had gone there by land or sea, they could bring them back and buy them at a high price. Even if they couldn't grow it anywhere else, Qiongzhou wasn't a problem. He painted until it was very late before he went to bed. Not only did he paint, but he also wrote an introduction. Of course, he would not write about the medicinal aspects. Before going to bed, he muttered, "Check the export goods and restrict the outflow of medical books." The next morning, Li Yi waited for the 50 people to finish their breakfast before he began to bring them food. There were instant noodles, fried noodles, and steamed buns that could kill people. It wasn't correct to call it a steamed bun. It should be called a bar head. It wasn't made with fire. It was made by rolling dry flour into the dough. The noodles were not made of dough. They were made with a little warm water and were called dead noodles. Then, after roasting it, it would be like a stone and would not mold when placed on the body. "I brought some tea leaves for you. They are different from the tea you have now." Li Yi filled many bamboo tubes with second-grade tea leaves. The tea wasn't good, but the bamboo tubes were exquisite. I know. Wei Yefeng nodded vigorously, indicating that he had seen Li family Zhuangzi's tea. It was expensive, and there were also cheap foam. "Be careful on the way." Li Yi waved his hand, and these people boarded the car and headed south. The car would be sent all the way to the south of Lantian County, and they would carry the rest of the way. Li Yi also gave them ordinary bows and knives. Their original ones were thrown into Zhuangzi. Each person was wearing a military coat. When it was hot, they could take it off and carry it. At night, they could use it as a quilt when they slept in the wild. After sending them off, Li Yi wrote a note and asked someone to send it into the palace. It was what he muttered before he went to bed last night. The medical books he copied were different from the current medical books. The system had organized them, and anyone who took them would be treasures. For example, the Japanese Empire could not be given away. As for Xinhua, Li Yi planned to occupy it first. It did not matter if he gave it away or not. The Korean peninsula could not be given away. They could connect on land, not necessarily through the Yalu River. The place where they connected was Chongbai Mountain. They could just build a road. After giving a lesson to the nurses and having lunch, Li Yi walked towards the land he bought in the east. A group of people followed him. When they arrived, they saw a sea of flowers. Red, pink, white. "It's too beautiful." Tao Hong sniffed hard, wanting to smell the fragrance of the flowers. "Poppy flowers are so beautiful." Li Yi looked at the plant that should now be called Ingsu and said with a smile on his face, "This flower can bloom for 2 months. Chui Lu followed. "Then, you can cut the pulp and collect the pulp. After that, the dry shell can also be used as medicine. It's a good thing. It can cure many diseases." Li Yi knew how to use it. Even when he did not study medicine, he knew that his family had planted it in the courtyard. It was either to look at the flowers or to cut the pulp and collect the seeds. The pulp was cut and boiled in the pot. After boiling, a black piece was boiled. It was as hard as dry asphalt. When eating, he used a kitchen knife to chop it. When a child had diarrhea, it was as big as a match head. It was very effective to drink it with water. When he learned to smoke, he was curious and wanted to know how to get addicted to it. He tried to put some in the cigarette, but didn't feel anything when smoking. Later, he brought some with him when swimming and ate a piece as big as a pinky nail. He felt something. His stomach felt warm. He didn't feel cold when swimming and wasn't hungry even when he didn't eat at noon. After that, he didn't eat it anymore. He also stopped planting it at home. After 2 years, he only needed to keep the ointment for emergencies. He didn't need to plant it every year. The donkey meat buns in the 1990s were still used when cooking donkey meat, including some knife-shaved noodles, the poppy shell rolled in the soup. Sometimes, the poppy would be scooped into the bowl by accident. When people saw it, no one said anything. They just picked it out and put it aside before continuing to eat. They only ate the soup boiled with the shell to improve the taste. It was not addictive. After that, they couldn't see the poppy anymore. It was too strict. The internet was also developed. If someone saw the poppy, they could take a photo and post it online. The police would soon find them. It was fine as long as they didn't let others see it. They couldn't sell it, let alone take a photo and post it online. Now, no one cared. Except for those who studied medicine who knew that this thing could be used as medicine, the common people saw it as a flower, similar to cotton. No one knew that this thing could be made into longevity ointment. The more one smoked, the more addicted one became to it and the body collapsed. Send someone to patrol. No one is allowed to pick the flowers. They have to be kept. After 2 or 3 months, they will be harvested and used for treatment. Li Yi ordered. The palace maids and eunuchs noted it down. As medicine, they couldn't let others pick it up. They could only look at the flowers here. Dongzhu, what disease does it treat? Qingsong was eager to learn. Diarrhea, nausea, and pain relief. Pain relief. When it came to pain relief, Li Yi hesitated. The best place to relieve pain was the battlefield. When a warrior was injured, the pain was too great. It would hurt to death. Eating this was okay. It was also refreshing. But once it was used, the warrior would know the effect of this thing. Would he eat it normally? Eat it when he wasn't injured. Eat too much and get addicted. Then it would spread. Go back and think about it. It's a pity if you don't use it. If you use it, you'll be worried. Li Yi hesitated. Chapter 848. Brother Yi, I heard that there are new crop seeds. When Li Yi returned to the courtyard from the sea of poppy flowers, Li Qingqi appeared. Big brother, when did you come? Why don't you go in and rest? Li Yi was a little absent-minded. He was still considering whether to give the soldiers opium. There was a quarter of an hour. I wanted to look for you, but I guessed that you would be back soon. As expected, Brother Yi, your expression. Li Qingqi observed Li Yi and noticed something. Li Yi led Li Qingqi in, and the palace made tea for him. Li Yi picked up a small pair of pliers to deal with the pine nuts. I went to see the sea of poppy flowers. It was very charming. In my eyes, the ornamental value is secondary, and the medicinal value is more important. Are you thinking about the prescription? Li Qingqi naturally attributed Li Yi's poor state to this. There is a prescription for anesthetics used to treat diseases. The drugs made from poppy are simple and easy to use. The disadvantage is that it will be addictive if you take too much. This was what Li Yi had been taught about opium. As a doctor, he did not dare to prescribe drugs containing opium, although there was the temptation of money. How addictive is it? Li Qingqi thought of something. Can a person who drinks all the time stop drinking? Li Yi asked. Yes. Li Qingqi thought for a while and answered. Can a person who gambles all the time stop gambling? Li Yi asked. Yes. Li Qingqi was sure. Can a person stop drinking when he is with a woman? Except for eunuchs. Li Yi asked again. It's difficult. Li Qingqi answered. He thought of monks. A person who drinks, gambles, and has women. He has to quit all these before he can consider quitting the opium addiction. Li Yi knew that as long as there was a channel, the probability of relapse was almost 100%. When opium entered the Qing dynasty, it was not used by the Westerners to harm the Qing dynasty people. The Westerners also smoked it. In addition to bloodletting, the Westerners also regarded opium as a miracle drug. They felt that it could cure any disease. There were so many infections during childbirth. In China, it was already known that children had to be sterilized and washed with hot water during childbirth. This showed that Western medicine was really backward at that time. But later, how did so many people quit opium in the Republic of China? Li Yi thought of a problem. How many people were using opium? Could it be that they all died because of a lack of opium? How could Li Qingqi know that Li Yi's thoughts had wandered? He frowned. Poppy was such a beautiful flower, but the medicine it made was so addictive. Does Brother Yi want to use it in the army? Li Qingqi asked. Of course. Li Yi still looked worried. Li Qingqi smiled. Don't worry, Brother Yi. There are various prohibitions in the army, such as the prohibition against drinking alcohol. Those who violate these prohibitions will be killed. No one drank the alcohol that was sent to the front line. Li Yi thought that someone would secretly drink the alcohol that was used for disinfection. Who would dare to drink something that can save lives? Even poppy medicine can be used to save lives. Release a little of it and execute it. Li Qingqi made a chopping motion with his hand. That's true. Li Yi felt that his worries were groundless. Who would dare to touch something that could save lives in the army? If they secretly took a sip of the alcohol, there was a possibility that one of their brothers would be injured. It was the same with opium. Is it edible? Li Qingqi asked. It can only be eaten now. If it's smoked, it's too addictive, and it won't relieve the pains so quickly. It will be like drinking alcohol and getting slightly smoked. Li Yi didn't know what it was like to smoke opium, but he knew what it was like to smoke for the first time. The first time it was coughing. Then he took a small sip and fainted. The world was spinning, as if the brain couldn't supply blood. It was probably the same feeling when smoking opium, and it lasted for a long time. He couldn't make it for injection, so, of course, he mixed it with alcohol to drink. The big opium cream was alcohol, and he would lose his life immediately. There are anesthetics. Why do you still need to eat it? Li Qingqi wanted to know more. Anesthetics are used for surgery. After the surgery, the pain will be reduced after taking it. That's why it's addictive. Li Yi explained the difference between opium and anesthetics. One was used during surgery, and the other was used after surgery. After the surgery, they couldn't give anesthetics to whoever was in pain.
I see.
You can't give it to them when the pain is small. You can only give it to them when the pain is too great. It's better than giving alcohol. Li Qingqi understood. If it was too painful, the pain would be reduced after drinking alcohol. Okay, when we harvest it, we'll use it in the pharmacy first. Take out a small part, and I'll make it into honey pills. It'll be easier to adjust the dosage. Li Yi prepared to equip the soldiers at the front line. As long as the management was strict, there was nothing they could do if they were addicted. If they couldn't eat it, they could just tie it up. Do you want to plant opium poppies on a large scale? Li Qingqi knew that many medicinal herbs were being planted now, including mandala, which was mentioned in the medical book Li Yi gave him. It could treat many diseases and be used as anesthetics. Now, it should also be mentioned in the book. He had to find a place to plant it, such as the hillside or the river. He had to tell the people not to destroy it. It was a medicine used to treat diseases. They couldn't use it at home. If they didn't eat it well, they might even die. The people of the capital office were very obedient. When he said that it was medicine, not only would they not destroy it, but they would also look after it. You can ask the people to plant it in their courtyard. I'll provide the seeds this year, and plant it in autumn. Next year, it'll bloom and bear fruit. I'll teach the people how to deal with it. Li Yi also wasn't worried that the people would eat it blindly. As long as he told the people that it was poisonous and they would die if they ate it directly, the imperial court would spend money to buy it. The people would naturally take care of it. According to the records, opium poppies were called heartbreak grass. Wasn't this name scary? There's also heartbreak grass, the real heartbreak grass. Find a remote place and plant it. It's heartbreak for others. I can use it and even use it as a pesticide. There's no need for the juice of arrow poison tree. Once the heartbreak grass is refined, it'll still be fatal. It'll be too late to save it. Thinking of heartbreak grass, Li Yi prepared to plant it. Once it was absorbed, no medicine could save it directly. It could only support the treatment. Whether the person could survive or not would depend on how much they ingest. If they ingested too much, they would die. Since that's the case, why don't we designate an area and plant the dangerous medicine? When Li Qingqi heard heartbreak grass, he trembled in fright. We can plant it, but we can't let the bees collect the honey. The honey made from the pollen of heartbreak grass will be poisoned if people eat it. The bees will be poisoned as well. When Li Yi mentioned this plant, he felt helpless. At that time, he was familiar with it and then poisoned others. The specific name of this plant was hook kiss. It's used to poison people. Li Qingqi thought of the use of heartbreak grass. Big brother, I have other medicines to poison people. It doesn't have to be heartbreak grass. I'll use it to make medicine. Li Yi didn't intend to poison the enemy. It wasn't easy. For example, how much dose would be needed to poison the river? The well water would also flow and dilute the poison. Of course, he had the flower bomb. He could make poison gas bombs in the laboratory, but it was meaningless. Chapter 849. Brother E, I'm here today to help Baigu ask about some things. He's too busy. He needs to make a budget and the water projects of various prefectures. After Li Qingqi learned about the poison, he got down to business. Baigu didn't even have time to write a letter. Li Qingqi happened to go for a stroll and was seen by Baigu. He quickly said it and continued to work. Why is he so busy? Don't tire yourself out. It's not that I care about him, but I have to take care of him when he's sick. Li Yi didn't understand how a prime minister and minister of revenue could be so busy that he didn't have anyone under him. I've asked the people in the Ministry of Revenue. Baigu is calculating the prosperous prefectures of the Tang dynasty and is preparing to set up a stall this summer. Li Qingqi said with a serious face. He wasn't joking. If many prefectures paid taxes together, the Tang dynasty would be able to push the Turks and Tubo to the ground next year. These two places were too disgusting. There was no end to it. Are you in a hurry? Li Yi asked. He could see that Li Qingqi was about to take action.
Yes.
There are so many territories outside waiting for the Tang dynasty to help develop, and there are so many people who haven't been educated yet. When Li Qingqi said this, Li Yi felt that there was a halo behind his head. He was too holy. In fact, he was going to invade and help develop and be educated. What's the difference between this and democracy in the West? There was a difference. In the West, they would just give up after a beating. When the Tang dynasty took over, the people suffered and were beaten by others, and the Tang dynasty helped. If we can't solve this problem in 2 or 3 years, when the Tang dynasty accumulates more food and recruits 30,000 soldiers, we won't be able to find good soldiers anymore. Can't we wait for 5 years? Let's make a 5-year plan and push it forward bit by bit. Otherwise, the House of Subjugation won't be able to withstand it. The provincial governors and governors have too many private soldiers. Now that they are all beaten up, I'm worried that they will raise the enemy for themselves. Li Yi advised. Just wait a little longer. The other party can't run away. There was no right or wrong in war. Li Yuan rebelled and became the emperor. In the beginning, the Tang dynasty was very chaotic. His son Li Shimin helped to fight. Li Yuan was very manly. He directly declared his allegiance to the Tujue to avoid the Tujue beating him and also to ask the Tujue for horses. Tubo, on the other hand, came out before the political system of the Tang dynasty. Why would people think that the Tang dynasty was older than them? The Turks felt that they had all knelt down in the past, and now they were beating them up. No, the later Turks were very powerful. Tubo wanted to be on equal footing as a nation and not as a subject. The Tang dynasty did not give them the right to negotiate with each other. The Tang dynasty felt that since they had inherited the orthodoxy of China, the 4 barbarians should come to the Tang dynasty and submit to them. Now, the imperial court officials felt that their lives were much better. They had so much money. Hit them and smash them to death with money. Things were that simple. It was just a matter of who was convinced. There were always troublemakers in kindergarten. They fought in primary school and junior high school. After graduating from junior high school, he stopped studying and watched those who were good at their studies go to university. Then, after graduating from junior high school, they would open karaoke halls and hotels after graduating from university and have close relations with the government. The cars they drove were all worth a few million. Whenever they met someone who got into a university, they would say, "I'm so envious. I'm not good at studying." The people in the imperial court of the Tang dynasty felt that they were not graduating from junior high school, but building their own universities. Let's not talk about the past. Let's talk about the present. Li knew the situation at the border. He wanted to stabilize the situation. After all, so many people had died. How are they going to continue fighting? If they did not prepare good things, it would be dangerous to fight India, the Abbasid Caliphate, and the other tribes in the north, annexing Bohai and Silla. Li Qingqi sighed. If someone else dared to say this, he would have slapped that person. Li Yi's words made sense. He mumbled softly, "No matter what, we have to win a good battle." That's simple. Let Guizhiyun attack Tubo's Juku region in autumn. I will provide him with all the supporting materials, including weapons. The more ruthless the battle, the better the results. We have a lot of binoculars and hot air balloons. Tubo's defense will be even more useless. After the battle, Tubo will not have any troops to fight for the next 2 to 3 years. If they continued to gather the surrendered families and migrate, the Turks would not be able to pull in any cannon fodder and would be the ones fighting forward. I am slowly reforming here. I was the one who nurtured the Germinal organization. What should I do now? Li Yi complained. I want to improve the country's strength and economic development. If you insist on fighting, I have to follow your rhythm. The newspapers are not finished, the dictionaries are not sent to the various prefectures, and the medical books are still being printed. I have to earn some money and invest it crazily. I have to fight on 2 fronts. Fine, Zhuangzi is helping you with the logistics. Everything is delayed. Baigu wants to ask if you want to buy land with 130,000 new surrendered households. It's cheap. It's just a token. Li Qingqi finally asked the question that Baigu wanted him to ask. Buy mountains. Continue to move up. A part of Tongzhou, a part of Danzhou, and a part of Huazhou. We can't resettle the surrendered households in Huazhou. The location is too important. Li Yi regained his composure. He had to do what he needed to do. He was worried about leaving the surrendered households outside.
Come and farm.
It's just the beginning of spring. It's too late to plant normal crops. The terraced fields can't be plowed. When the terraced fields are done, it's almost autumn. It's better to plant sorghum or cabbage. Provide some vegetables. It's easy to store in winter. Harvest the cabbage and plant nothing else. Compost it and plow it one last time. We'll see if we can plant new rice next year. The rest of the time, teach them the Tang Dynasty language and weaving. It can be used in winter. Li Yi started to arrange the work for the surrendered households. He still had the ability to do this. What about winter wheat? Li Qingqi wanted food. They don't know how to plant wheat. They have to learn. Cabbage is easy to plant. Continue to transport the vegetables to the north in the winter. They have a short shelf life and must be kept warm. Otherwise, they will rot. Send the cabbage over. Dig a vegetable cellar locally. It's more suitable. It's okay to not accumulate pickled vegetables. Li Yi started to talk about the living habits of the new herders. Not everyone knows how to farm. They used to be herders. Okay, plant cabbage. Baigu also asked if the water network needs to be cleaned. There are melted soil and grass sticks floating with broken ice. When Li Qingqi asked this question, he really wanted to send all the people in the imperial court to the village. Then Brother Yi alone would be enough. What's the use of having all of you here, and they're asking about everything? Put down the net and dry it immediately. It'll be too late to fill it in when all the rivers are full. There are some fish now. Put down the net and catch them with other things. Sprinkle quicklime to disinfect. When the fish from other rivers come in, they will grow in a certain area. Don't sprinkle too much quicklime. If there's too much quicklime, it will kill the moss and water plants in the water. What will the fish eat? Before the ice freezes this winter, we can catch a large number of fish. In the next autumn, use the big hole net to comb out the big fish. The main thing is to see if there are any black fish. Li Yi calculated and said, the water network can be used to raise fish. When water is drawn from the river, the fish and prawns will also come in. The depth and width of the canal are limited. It's convenient to put down the net and catch a lot of edible things. At the same time, the quicklime will heat up when it comes in contact with the water. It will increase the temperature of the water and melt the small pieces of ice. At the same time, kill some fungi. When the water is boiled, it can be drunk. Chapter 850. Okay, I'll leave first. Li Qingqi stood up after he finished asking. Big brother, why don't you leave after eating? The small root vegetables planted in the greenhouse are packed in boxes today. Li Yi also stood up but asked him to stay. Baigu is waiting over there. You said a lot of things, and I'm afraid that I'll forget later. Is there any cat ear soup in the small root vegetable box? Cat ears were like dringers and had a different texture. When it entered the mouth, the tongue would feel furry.
It was not the season yet.
Li Yi planted them in the greenhouse just for his zhuangzi. Including the dandelions, the leaves were dipped in the sauce. This was no longer a matter of money, but a matter of the level of enjoyment in life. Who planted vegetables in the greenhouse? The Li family, zhuangzi planted them. Yes, you can send someone to get it. Li Yi did not say that he would send it. Okay. Baigu is so busy. I really can't let him wait. Li Qingqi swallowed his saliva and turned to leave. When he was outside, he turned back and shouted, "Fill the box with prawns, small root vegetables, eggs, and prawns. Don't fry them with so much oil, and don't fry them." After shouting, he left with relief. Don't put too much oil, and don't fry them. Why don't you say that you don't need chives and eggs for the shrimp and 3 delicacies stuffing? Li muttered and said to the palace maids and eunuchs who were holding back their laughter, "Prepare the pancakes. Wipe them with ginger slices and brush them with oil to fry the box." He had a way. It was just a matter of not being able to fry them with oil. He changed the tools and did not use the pan. The pan was thin and had edges. It was suitable for pancakes and frying things. The pancake was thick and had no edges. It was used to open pancakes and make pancakes. The heat transfer was more uniform. At the same time, due to the lack of edges, oil could not accumulate and could only be brushed with a brush. It was fine to fry the box with a pancake, but not with water and pan-fried buns. Okay. Jinju responded. Oh, and ask them to roll the box thin. Otherwise, the small root vegetables will be watery after they are fried. Li Yi thought of something else. There was a lot of oil in the small root vegetable box. After frying it, the small root vegetables still retained its spicy taste. If the skin was too thick, the temperature would not rise. If the skin was too thick, the root would dehydrate and disappear. It was like stir-frying leeks, slow frying, and the leeks were finally. Jinju ran to make arrangements and told the kitchen staff what the request was and how to deal with it. Not knowing that Li Yi was embarrassed, Li Qingqi hurried to Xingqing Palace. First, he found Baigu and told him what Baigu had asked him. She turned around to look for her third brother. When she found him, Li Longji and Empress Wang were playing football with the little fellow. A normal football was very big for the little guy. He was surrounded by peach blossoms, green willows, and green pines. The little guy's eyesight was not good enough, so he could see things blurry. Only big footballs could be clearer. No matter who the football fell to, this person guaranteed to pass it to the little guy with the most suitable strength and speed. This level of control belonged to Kuju and not offensive football. The Kuju of the Tang dynasty was about skills. When it came to collision, it was polo, a game that could kill people. Kuju was the integration of man and ball, so the sense of the ball must be very good. People in ancient times were very skilled in this game. As for why the skills were not good at Li Yi's time, it was probably because he would not lose his head if he lost. When playing with Li Longji and making mistakes in Kuju time after time, others would think that he was playing with his majesty and bullied him to death. If he had a Kuju game with the Turks and Tubo, everything would be fine if he won, but if he lost, as soon as Li Qingqi ran over, Guyan No. 2 glanced at him and was distracted. When he kicked the ball, he found that he could not control the strength and adjust the center of gravity. As a result, his body fell backward, and the ball rushed to the little fellow. The little fellow saw it and kicked the ball. The force of the ball was so great that the little fellow sat on the ground. The ball bounced high and crossed the surrounding people. Li Qingqi quickened his pace and ran 5 steps. His body was slanted in the air, and his head gently touched the ball. The ball bounced on the ground and rolled to the front of the little fellow, who just got up. Li Qingqi exerted strength on his waist in the air and completed a side somersault. The little fellow swung his leg again and kicked the ball to the side. The palace maid next to him caught it and pushed it back. "Brother." Li Longji stepped back and left the circle. Someone else took his place. "I went to look for Brother Yi, and he said." Li Qingqi told him everything that was related to the 5-year plan and other things. Well, Let Guozhiyun fight once in autumn and catch more people and livestock. The Tang dynasty is not in a hurry. Li Longji thought for a while and agreed with Li Yi's plan. The people would have a better life, and the Tang dynasty would have more reserves. Third brother, I have an idea. Let's transfer the people of the House of Subjugation from other places to the border and give them extra compensation. This will let the soldiers of the House of Subjugation at the border be relieved. Li Qingqi had his own strategic ideas. He never said it before, but now he dared to say it. Li Longji immediately asked, should the soldiers at the border be withdrawn? No, the veterans are familiar with the battle. The newcomers have to learn from the veterans. If they withdraw, they will be newbies. Li Qingqi shook his head. Li Longji thought it made sense. I have money now. Count the names of the soldiers who died in the previous battle and give them extra compensation. He planned to make up the money himself. The normal compensation was too little. The Tang dynasty had no money, so they could only give it to those who had made meritorious contributions. Unfortunately, there was no land to give. Just like the Qin dynasty, there was no land to give. Now that there was plenty of money, they had to give it to those who had died. Is it enough to raise soldiers? Li Qingqi was referring to the winged knights and the 30,000 recruited soldiers. There were a total of 60,000 soldiers and a large number of military horses. It's enough. If it's not enough, we can buy a restaurant or something. Ask Brother Yi how to make money. Li Longji was confident because he had Li Yi behind him. The earthly paradise was very profitable. It had been making money since the beginning. There was also the management fee and the bathing pool. He believed that if he asked Li Yi would give him a way to make money quickly. No robbing, no stealing. Earn with one's own ability. Why was the position of the other officials inferior to Brother Yi in his heart? It was that simple. You can't do it. Moreover, Brother Yi's medical skills were superb, and his morals were flawless. You think you're good because you're honest. Brother Yi doesn't care about honesty. He has so much money that others can't bribe him even if they want to. In the past, those princesses could buy an official position for 30 taels. What about Brother Yi? 30 taels? Add another 10,000. Brother Yi will probably help you get an official position. Brother Yi, Zhuangzi has delicious food today. I'll send someone to get it later. Dip it in a small vegetable box and eat it with garlic chili sauce. Li Qingqi looked at the little guy playing tirelessly there and felt hungry again. You're making a box today? Li Longji also knew. He asked, is there cat ear soup? Yes, there's everything. I told Brother Yi that it can't be eaten without oil. I believe Brother Yi has a way to do it. Li Qingqi didn't feel embarrassed. If it was someone else, they would have knelt down. On the other side, Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi was personally making the stuffing. It was also a small vegetable. He cut it up and used a bamboo fence to scoop it in the water. Then he steamed it in the pot. After steaming, he mixed it with the soaked shrimp and eggs. He took out 2 thin slices of dough, put in the stuffing and folded them. The box was made just like that. His surgical hands were precise. Each of them was the size of a Kaiyuan tongbao. The small folds were pinched like a work of art. That's it. Fry it with less oil. These are for us. Don't steam it with too much water. It's too spicy. You'll have a stomachache at night. Li Yi made 20 small boxes and said with a smile. Chapter 851. The chefs were watching and learning. They were all taught by Li Yi. If he cooked like this for Shang, the same children in Zhuangzi could do the same. Children of different ages in Zhuangzi ate different things. Women who had given birth ate different food from others. The older ones would arrange food and drink according to the specific situation. As for the young ones, they could eat anything. So far, none of the pregnant women in Zhuangzi had any problems, and none of them had a C-section. The children were controlled in size. For unborn children, the pregnant women had a balanced nutrition, but they did not eat so much. The children in the womb did not pursue weight, such as 9 kilograms or 8 kilograms. About 5 kilograms was enough. Moreover, before pregnancy, women would undergo all kinds of exercise. Things like splits were simple. In addition to the midwifery equipment, sanitary conditions, and prenatal Dongju's observation, the success rate of natural birth was 100%. Children's gastrointestinal tract has a low tolerance for stimulating food. We don't have to use the same method to help the little ones eat well. Garlic has a sterilizing effect. Onions are also good. There are also ginger, leeks, garlic stalks, and garlic sprouts. How do the children ingest it? When it's cooked, it's the same as the processing of medicinal materials. The cooking process is not done directly. There must be corresponding processing. Li Yi personally fried the box for Shang and explained to the chefs around him. Some dishes had a higher content of a certain substance than cooked dishes. But so be it. Eat more, and use other things to supplement. It was the same. If someone said it was different, it was definitely because they had other purposes. For example, buying medicine and going to the pharmacy to sell it. For example, roxithromycin, the expensive ones were 40 to 50 yuan, and the cheap ones were 4 to 5 yuan. The units of measurement were indeed different, but if you ate a few pills or capsules of 4 to 5 yuan, the amount was the same. Sometimes, in order to get people to buy the expensive ones, the waiter who sold the medicine would say that the unit of a low amount could not reach the level of a high amount. It could not be broken down or absorbed. In fact, it was not. Antibiotics were accumulated in units. If the medicine seller said that, did it mean that the unit was so low that no one would die even if they ate as much as they could? It was the same no matter how much they ate. An injection of 1.5 million units of penicillin was 1 yuan and 2 yuan. An injection of 3 million units of penicillin was 6 yuan. Could 2.15 million units of penicillin be equal to 1.3 million units of penicillin? Of course he could. The purpose of the other party's words was to get you to buy something expensive. There were also those who talked about compound prescriptions. They said that this was better than normal and that it was a new medicine. They were trying to fool people who didn't understand. A new drug was not manufactured according to the normal formula and proportions. If it wanted to be approved by the country, it would have to wait. How many new drugs could the country pass every year if they needed Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3 clinical trials? Why were there so many prescriptions for treating colds? Because it was not a new drug, the prescription was the same. If the prescription was changed slightly, it would be a new drug. Just wait in line for it to pass the review. It would take a long time, and they would need 3 phases of clinical data. For example, the ammoniac Huangmin capsules used to treat colds had a fixed composition. 250 milligrams of acetaminophen, 15 milligrams of caffeine, 1 milligram of chlorpheniramine maleate, 10 milligrams of artificial bezoar. You can double it and double all the ingredients at the same time. Normally, he would eat 1 or 2 pills. If he ate double the amount, he would eat 1 pill. Changing the name of a brand, something like Cold Tong, could cost a few times or even more than 10 times. Pharmacies liked to sell the latter to fool people who did not understand. If you ask them, they would tell you that this drug was much better than the cheaper one. It was much worse. What was worse? Daring to adjust the acetaminophen to 2,000 milligrams? That was too amazing. It involved a crime.
Who approved it for you?
Was there any clinical data? Who dared to approve it for you? This was a new drug. What was worse? What was worse was the price of the product name to get you to buy the expensive one. If that was the case, wouldn't it be possible to produce 1.8% of the normal saline for injection? It was twice as effective as 0.9% saline. If someone dared to make it, they would definitely be caught. It was twice as expensive. It contained so much salt. Did they want people to die of dehydration?
It was the same for food.
The intake was directly proportional to the amount of food eaten. The germicidal effect of eating raw garlic was 100%. Eating cooked garlic was 333%. It was fine to eat 3 times as much. The ratio of Chinese medicine herbs was not easy to match because the age of the herbs was different. It had to be calculated according to the content. Strictly speaking, it was a certain medicine that was produced in a few years, including how long it had been stored. it was still good to match. Otherwise, if the content of a certain medicine was too much or too little, the interaction would change. In Li's pharmacy, the year and place of origin were written in each drawer. When filling the prescription, they looked at the ratio. Sometimes, when someone gave a prescription, the pharmacy staff had to look carefully. What if they made a mistake? At the same time, they had to consider the patient's situation and the purpose of the prescriber. If the age of a certain medicine was increased, would it be neutralizing or attacking? Different prescriptions for the same disease and different amounts for the same prescription. This was the real Chinese medicine. When it was time for everyone in the village to eat, especially the women and children who were breastfeeding, the chefs would make dishes for them individually. Li Yi had been instilling and teaching from the theory of Chinese medicine and supplemented it with the theory of Western medicine. Yes, Western medicine had to stand aside in terms of food therapy. From how to make a woman pregnant to the growth of the child in the end, there was a whole set of medicine. There were hundreds of medicines to supplement it. There were even medicines for dystocia. Why did people still die? First, it was because ordinary people could not find such a doctor. Second, it was because the situation of the royal family was beyond this. Did Li Yi not die at that time? The proportion of dystocia deaths in the royal family was much less than that of the common people, which proved that Chinese medicine could indeed reduce the mortality rate. Remember, you're not only the cooks who cook, but also the existence of our Wuxia food therapy. There are medical books. Our Zhuangzi is not short of books. Read more, think more, and ask me if you don't understand. The dishes we make are different. Why stewed seaweed for pork ribs? Because of calcium. Why calcium? Is there a problem with the bones? What's the matter with the seaweed? Li Yi was very patient. He added seaweed and shrimp skin to the cat ear soup prepared for the little fellow. He used bone soup, oyster sauce, and aged vinegar. Because he heard that the little fellow was very playful recently. It showed that the amount of exercise increased, the bones grew rapidly, and there was a possibility of calcium deficiency. He would not give calcium tablets, but comprehensive calcium tablets directly added vitamin A-D. The diet could be adjusted. Why take medicine? After teaching, Li Yi thought for a while and made a fried egg. Then he took out the egg yolk and ate it himself. He replaced it with the oily egg yolk of a salted duck egg. It was prepared for the little fellow and sprinkled with some cherry sauce. When it was almost dinner time, someone came to pick up the food. Li Yi packed a box alone. This is for the little fellow. Don't make a mistake. I know, Li Dongzhu. I personally brought this food box. The leader of the people who came held the small food box in his arms. Chapter 852. If it weren't for the taxes collected from the greenhouse vegetables, we wouldn't even have the money to buy lime. On the 20th day, Bai Gu gave out another sum of money to buy lime. He regretted it. They had agreed that he would be in charge of the river and the cost of the boat would belong to the Li family Zhuangzi. Both sides split the cost equally. The boat needed to be repaired, and he felt that he had taken advantage of the situation. Who would have thought that the water network also needed to be maintained? The price of lime didn't seem high, but it was used in large quantities. The lime mine in Lantian County was still burning, and it was close to the cement mine. The people bought it. Ever since the Li family Zhuangzi's newspaper wrote what was acidic soil and what was alkaline soil, the people knew the reason why the soil was not good. They used many methods to observe the acidity of the soil. If it was too acidic, they would use lime to sterilize it. The alkali soil was soaked in water. Last autumn, someone used the water network to pour water into the alkali soil, and it froze in the winter. When the weather was warmer, they would let the water out and plant the sorghum that was sown early. They would have to wait for more than a month to soak slowly. After soaking, they would plant the sorghum. They didn't expect the sorghum to produce much rice. They would wait for it to mature and cut it to make silage. The Li family Zhuangzi had a lot of livestock and collected silage. Then they would plant a batch of soybeans. They also didn't expect to produce many beans, as long as they could grow. They would pick some edamame and eat it. In the end, they would eat as many soybeans as they could. They would plant the bean seedlings in the fields and continue to improve the soil. If the acidic soil was too acidic, the people would adjust it to become weak and neutral soil. When the time came, it would be a good field. The fields around the capital government were actually not bad. Most of them were weak and neutral. The bad fields were empty, and no one planted them. They would be used this year. This included the natural pits. Someone had already discussed with the government to rent them for a few years and plant lotus flowers. Some water had been put into the pits and soaked in the soil. They would be planted in 2 days. When the time came, they would eat the lotus seeds and lotus roots. When the water was put in, they would also raise the fish inside. Similarly, they would sprinkle lime and disinfect it. Bai Gu's Ministry of Revenue bought a lot of lime. The people who worked with Li Yi in Lantian County had almost cleared out their inventory, and new ones were still being burned. It would take a month to burn lime and sell it. It would be burned for 7 to 8 days, and then it would be left and crushed before selling. Batch after batch, kiln after kiln. Bai Gu cried about being poor. His heart ached for money. No matter who asked, he would say that the Ministry of Revenue had no money. It looked pitiful, but in reality, the Ministry of Revenue still had a lot of savings. Should I ask Xiao Yi if he should pay for this? Bai Gu felt that it was not quicklime that was thrown into the water net, but coupons. He felt that he had suffered a loss. He had invested more in the river while Li Yi had invested less in the boat. I think that's fine. Song Jing supported. Go ahead, let's see if you can get the money. We'll wait until tonight. Bai Gu made up his mind. Didn't Li Yi say that everyone had a trick up their sleeves against him?
Come on, give me the money.
Li Yi, who had been targeted by Bai Gu, was calculating the amount of money he had earned. The Ministry of Revenue was so rich that he was going all out to buy quicklime. Just the quicklime alone had brought in more than 60,000 yuan, and there was still more to come. Dongzhu, shopkeeper Liang sent someone with gifts to thank you for bringing them to buy land and do business. Songda looked very proud at the side. Initially, it was agreed that we would get our capital back in 2 years and double it in 3 years. Due to the increase in demand, we got our capital back in 1 year. Now, it's no longer a problem of doubling. Li Yi had a good impression of the businessmen who had formed a group to scam others. He did not spend a single cent on the mining industry in Lantian County, and the others gave him 1,000 yuan each. At the end of the first year, 10% of the taxes had made up for the hole in Lantian County's finances. The businessmen got their capital back and still had a small surplus. In the second year, it tripled, and it seemed that it would continue to double this year. Prepared mineral fertilizers, sold gypsum, cement, lime, paper additives, manufactured Huahuan cloth, porcelain, jade found in the mining process. Today, the Ministry of Revenue calculated that Li Yi had earned 60,000 yuan, and the businessmen had earned a total of 7,500 yuan. The remaining 7,500 yuan had been paid to Lantian County's yamen. However, this tax would probably be taken away by Bai Gu. Lantian County's yamen was too rich. Dongzhu, they have already earned a lot of money. Do you want to? Songda wanted to kick the businessmen away and let Zhuangzi do it himself. Who would want to work with Zhuangzi in the future? They have money, so they can move other people's hearts. I am prepared to work with them on another business. Li Yi did not even need to think about it, and directly rejected it. If he used his own connections to kick others away to make money, what would others think? The key was that these people believed in him and were easy to control. He would let some of them get rich first, even though they were already rich. What kind of business is it? Or 80% of the profits will go to us. Songda was very satisfied with 80% of the profits. Others would pay, while Dongzhu would provide the technology. The technology would be 80%, and the gross profit would be 80%. The capital government will provide support to the people in the state capital. They will provide piglets and feed to the farmers and help them build pigsty. At the same time, they will build a big farm in the western part of the city and manage it together. Otherwise, Zhuangzi would have done it himself. There are too many things involved, and Zhuangzi is understaffed. He cannot continue to increase the manpower. Li Yi arranged the standardized pig farming matter to the businessmen he was working with. When the time comes, the capital government, and the surrounding people will be able to eat cheaper pork. If the businessmen from other places are willing to learn, they will teach for free. Now, other than the Li family Zhuangzi, who has their own pig farm, the others are free-range. Pork is the most abundant in winter, and the pigs are slaughtered at the end of the year. There are also people who use a big pigsty to raise dozens of pigs. They will give birth to babies, raise them, and sell them for money. I will get someone to send them a letter and let them prepare. Songda did not care what kind of business Li Yi was talking about. Anyway, he would not lose money. Catch pigs secretly. Other people also want their pigs alive. Buy them bit by bit. If you buy too much at once, other people will raise the price. Li Yi still has his own thoughts. If they do not cooperate, he will suffer some losses. When cooperating with others, one cannot ask the business partner for too high a cost. I know. In fact, they're very smart. Songda agreed and ran out to find someone to pass the message. At night, Baigu really came. Xiao Yi, look at you. It is fine if you cheat others, but why do you cheat an old man like me who is about to die? Baigu drank a mouthful of wine and stretched out his chopsticks to pick up the ribbon fish. Today, the ribbon fish was braised in soy sauce. Old Bai, you came at the right time. Do you want to participate in a profitable business? Li Yi did not answer Baigu. He could guess what kind of business it was. He had just earned 60,000 yuan. Baigu picked up the ribbon fish. What kind of business is it? Don't tell me how to sell the fish in the water net. How can I? The people catch the fish in the water net themselves. If they want to eat it, they can eat it. If they don't want to eat it, they can sell it for money. You are not allowed to use the small hole net. Li Yi did not consider the fish in the water net at all. He could not manage all of them. The people could fish and use the net to catch fish. It was unrealistic to send people to watch the entire water net of the capital. What about the loss of money from buying the quicklime? Baigu did not care about the new business first. He wanted to seek justice. The money I earned was used to buy land. The land in Tong Province and Dan Province was used to settle the 130,000 surrendered households. I also had to provide all kinds of things. Li Yi felt wronged. It was easy for him. Baigu squeezed the ribbon fish and frowned. There are too many surrendered households. How can you manage all of them? Do you want to send more troops? Brothers and sisters reading outside the station, please subscribe to support if you have the ability. If not, thank you. Bow to the farmers. Chapter 853. Baigu did not mention anything about compensation. He knew that the Li family Zhuangzi had to pay a lot in the early stages. After that, they would try to plant new rice twice a year. They could even rest in between. If they were successful, everyone could plant new rice. They could plant 2 new rice in the plains and 1 other crop. The taste and texture were secondary. The water network was suitable for planting rice on a large scale. Those who did not want to eat long-grain rice could still use it to make rice noodles and rice cakes. The rice made by the Li family Zhuangzi was very delicious. Li Yi took a sip of wine. I have sent people to observe. There are people among the surrendered families who can organize others. They have a lot of appeal. Li Yi only said this sentence to express his intention. Send them away. Baigu thought of the way to deal with the Manshan iron mine. Yes, learn. Send them to the south of the city and teach them about farming. After that, send people to the surrendered families to teach them. When imparting knowledge to people with charisma, it would be slower and more general. Teach the other surrendered families in a more specific way. Let them grasp it. When they are done learning, send people back. The surrendered families will realize that their original leader is not as good as them. Li stopped talking. There was no need to say more. When the new surrendered families arrived, they would still follow the same procedure. Who could organize people to rebel? Baigu felt a little cold. He looked at Li Yi's calm face and did not know what to say. He used to be such an innocent young man. No, he was not so sinister when he schemed against others. He had become more and more evil. Li Yi lowered his head and ate the fish. The braised hairtail fish was softer than the fried one. It also had more meat. He preferred to eat fried fish. It was drier, and he chewed slowly. What kind of business did you say? Baigu was not worried about the surrendered families anymore. He was focused on the money. Planting ginger,
Li Yi said.
there is a lot of ginger in Hunan province. Baigu used to be the Hunan provincial magistrate and knew the local situation. The ginger that Chang and is eating right now is transported from Hunan province. Most of the farmers in the capital government saw that the weather was good and used 2 portions of their fields. It was not easy to take care of them. Due to the sudden continuous rain, the temperature was low, and the ginger would rot. When the temperature was high, they had to be watered after sprouting. Planting ginger in places where the climate and soil were unsuitable was the same as covering the cost. On the other hand, planting ginger in Hunan province was a good source of income. The people don't want to eat fish because it's too fishy. The price of ginger is also expensive. The people can't afford to rely on the ginger from Hunan province every day. Isn't there a road to cross the desert? Li told Baigu about the temperature, soil, and lack of water in the area north of the Yellow River. There was sandy soil there, which was suitable for growing ginger. Although the latitude was slightly higher in the Tang dynasty, the overall temperature was high. Otherwise, how could Tubo plant wheat and sorghum in large quantities? Li's position at that time could not be planted naturally, but it was still okay to plant barley. You know how to plant ginger? Baigu had a feeling that things were not so simple. He had never planted ginger before. He only knew that ginger could be preserved by burying it in the sand, and it could germinate. Zhuangzi is about to finish germinating. It started a month in advance. We just need to transport it over and plant it. It's very simple. Li nodded and told the other party that the preparations were complete. I see that you have a lot of free time. Why do you have so many things to do? Baigu was depressed. Li Yi did not feel busy, but he threw things out one by one at any time. The preparations were almost done. Li looked at Baigu. Old Baigu, if you continue to care about everything all day long, I won't be able to save you. I'll be fine after I get through this period. It's all because of you. Can't we not do that? It's too far. Baigu talked about the Ministry of Revenue's matters. He was also quite helpless. He was always worried that others would not do a good job. Fortunately, the nutrition of the meals every day was good. If they liked to eat, they would not have a stomachache after eating. Before going to bed at night, they could take a hot bath and fall asleep as soon as they lay in bed. When they slept, they would not think about problems. When they thought about worrying, they would tell themselves not to be afraid. With Xiaoyi around, they could ask him tomorrow. There was no use worrying to death. According to what Baigu knew, many officials thought the same. Anyway, if they could not do it, they would have someone to back them up. Let's plant this once in the Ministry of Revenue to set an example for the people. In the future, the people will plant their own. The big families will be tempted. If not, the place to plant is further south, Yangyuan County by the Yangshui River. That place is not bad. But the Shannon-Dongdao further down is more suitable for planting. Baishan County and Changyang County, there have high production of ginger. Li Yi pointed out that the best place to plant ginger in Shaanxi was southeast of Hanzhong. But when it came to Hubei, Hubei was the province with a lot of ginger. The other was Shandong. Shandong was now under the jurisdiction of Hunan, and ginger was indeed planted there. Hubei was not developed. Not to mention ginger, there were not many pigs. Hunan and Hubei were big pig-rearing provinces. What a pity. It was such a good place. Baigu stared at Li Yi. You should know which place in the Great Tang is suitable for what to do, right? Yangyuan County, up there. Baigu chose to go down. There were more people around Hanzhong. No, it must be up there. Li Yi refused. Why? Baigu wanted to know. There are many kinds of watermelons this year. It is to let the local people have a way to survive. In the future, when the families from other places come over, we can arrange for them to go there. Li Yi finally said his purpose. It was a strategic requirement. Planting ginger was secondary. Can't they plant it anywhere? Even in the greenhouses. I know you are scheming. What does it have to do with the Ministry of Revenue? Bai Gu asked for benefits. Old Bai, thank you. You're helping me? We'll split the profits 50/50ths. Throwing in 600 gene of ginger seedlings can get more than 4,000 gene of ginger. 7 times. Li Yi knew that the current variety of ginger was not good enough. If it was good, it would be 10 times easier. Also, if the variety and location were good, it could reach 20 times the yield. Bai Gu was skeptical. He always felt that he was being schemed against. He drank another mouthful of wine and asked, "Can we make money this autumn?" "You can make about 1,000 gene of ginger." Li Yi stretched out a finger. "Isn't it more than 4,000 gene?" Bai Gu immediately found the problem. "I have 600 gene of seedlings for next year. Only the bad ones can be sold. Sell 2,000 gene and keep 2,000 gene." Li Yi calculated for Bai Gu. "No, it is too little. You are talking to me, the Minister of Revenue, about 1,000 gene of ginger?" Bai Gu showed his status. "I have prepared 100 mu of ginger seedlings. If no one else wants to participate next year, we will plant 500 mu. You also know about the price of ginger. 100 mu, 1,000 gene per mu. 100,000 gene, we can make more than 5,000 gene. You can just mark a piece of sandy land. If you don't mark the land, how can it make money?" Li Yi calculated the amount for Bai Gu. Ginger was not cheap. It was more expensive than rice. It is almost 100 gene. How did it become 5,000 gene? Bai Gu realized that he had made less money. If the price is not lowered, why should I plant ginger? Wait for next year. I will lower the price of ginger to less than 10 gene. Li Yi said confidently. "Yes, I want to lower the price of ginger and let the people eat more delicious fish. You will plant 500 mu this year. I will mark the land for you. If not, there is no need to talk." Bai Gu wanted to earn more. Was 5,000 gene considered as money? Now he had tens of thousands of gene in his hands. "If there are no seeds, I have to keep some for myself. If I take other people's ginger, it will be too late to germinate." Li Yi spread out his hands. Chapter 854. I'll stay here tonight. You've sent food to my family. They haven't eaten yet and are waiting for me. Bai Gu suddenly changed the topic, which meant that he agreed to plant 100 mu of ginger this year. As for next year, it depended on whether they could make money this year. If they could earn the amount Li Yi mentioned, the Ministry of Revenue would prepare ginger in advance next year and let Li Yi speed up the germination and plant a larger area. He was actually quite satisfied. Was 5,000 mu too little? In the past, his annual income was less than 10 million mu. 5,000 mu was January 2000. I've already sent it over. Actually, your family has already prepared a meal and is waiting for you. But I guarantee that it won't be as delicious as the Li family Zhuangzi's food. When Li Yi saw Bai Gu coming, he gave Songda a look and Songda went to make arrangements. Bai Gu smiled. He thought that it was normal. Back in Luoyang, Li Yi had already bribed people on the first day. And Li Yi's motive for bribing people had never been to take advantage of the government. It was to tell the officials not to cause trouble for him. The bribed officials just needed to stay put after receiving benefits. At this moment, shopkeeper Liang and the others were gathered on the 3rd floor of Earthly Paradise to drink and celebrate. Another good thing. They would pay for it. Li Dongzhu gave them an idea. They didn't know if they could earn back the cost of raising pigs in a year. In short, they wouldn't lose money. They could build a big farm themselves and let the people help raise the pigs. They would also pay the people. This was a good idea. They didn't care how much they invested in building a pig farm. They were just worried that Li Dongzhu wouldn't allow them to spend more money, just like the investment in Lantian County. They wanted to invest 10,000 mu, but they couldn't. They could only invest 1,000 mu. Everyone, we made a lot of money in Lantian County. We said that we would earn back the cost in 2 years and double it in 3 years. In fact, we've already doubled it by many times. Shopkeeper Liang stood up and held a wine cup. Everyone nodded. They had indeed made a profit. They invested 1,000 mu and each person received 7,000 mu in dividends. 7 times the profit in 2 years. Wasn't it scary? This was Li Dongzhu's ability. The key was that this money was earned in an upright manner. The people who were hired were paid a high salary and paid 10% of the tax to the Lantian County's yamen. The people who were hired were given masks and gloves when they were working. He never rushed the workers to prevent them from making mistakes and getting injured, or even dying. The food was good. There was meat for every meal. Just by giving benefits and paying taxes, he could still make a profit of 70%. How miraculous! Shopkeeper Liang waited for a while, then continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, Li Dongzhu took 80% of the gross profit." It seems like a lot, but he also spent a lot. In the beginning, the Li family Zhuangzi was the one who paid for it. Later on, the imperial court felt that it was too embarrassing, so they bought the Li family Zhuangzi's livestock at a low price. Everyone continued to nod. That's right. Li Dongzhu was such a person. He was good at earning money and spending money. After earning a large sum of money, he used it to build roads. He had earned another large sum of money to transport goods to the border. There was not a single beggar to be seen in the entire capital office. There were very few people who came to buy and sell people. It was only natural that the locals would not sell their children. Those who came from outside did not want to sell their own homes. They had jobs to do. If they could find a way to earn money, who would be willing to sell? Old Liang, just say it. What do you want? Shopkeeper Feng didn't want to waste time. What's the rush? Everyone, take out 3,000 taels each to build a house. The fire cloth we made can still be used, but the asbestos tiles have not been sold yet. We will buy our own products, including the profits and taxes. Then we will hire people to build the shacks that should be built in the summer. Li Dongzhu won't ask for the dividends. The money we will take out is 1,200 taels. Shopkeeper Liang explained his idea to everyone. They would take out the money and build a small house before the imperial court dispersed the shacks that were built in the winter. Shopkeeper Feng laughed. Old Liang, you want to let people see the asbestos tiles and then sell them. The initial investment will be to advertise and let people see the use of asbestos tiles. No, I just want to do good. If you don't agree, I will pay for myself. If shopkeeper Liang didn't want to admit it, how could he admit it? 1,200 taels. Fine, we will pay. Li Dongzhu took out a lot of money. If we don't take it, it means that we are not on the same side as Li Dongzhu. Someone immediately supported him. What was 1,200 taels? Who in the room cared? They said that it was 3,000 taels, and they would pay a 10% tax to determine the price of the product. In the future, if anyone wanted to buy it, it would be calculated according to this price. It could only be higher, not lower. The retail price would be more expensive. The group of people decided. The next day, Bai Gu left with breakfast and returned to the imperial court to eat. He didn't need to mention the matter of planting gingers in the imperial court. No one cared. It was too little, and the land was not good. He directly approved 10,000 mu. Next year, he would increase the planting. Anyway, no one would grow wheat there. Bai Gu considered that 100 mu would earn 5,000 taels. 10,000 mu, the price would be lower. 300,000 taels was also acceptable. Sandy soil was suitable for growing melons. There were few people growing melons there. It didn't take much effort. It would increase the number of taels a year by a few 100,000 taels. Longzhe, how is it? After the imperial court meeting, Song Jing asked when they returned to the political affairs hall. Yesterday, Bai Gu really went to the Li family Zhuangzi. I didn't get the money for quicklime. It's not enough. We agreed on another matter to make money. Xiao Yi has a big plan. I also know where is suitable for planting gingers. Including the new surrendered households and the previous surrendered households, how can we settle down? Xiao Yi is so insidious. Bai Gu took out breakfast and prepared to eat. Su Yi sniffed. I think you are praising Li Yi. I brought steamed buns. How about you give me a scallion omelet? Give it to others. I brought breakfast for the two of you. It's the same. Bai Gu pointed to the rectangular basket with food in it. It was enough for 3 people. The main dish was scallion omelet. It seemed that there were a lot of eggs. The thin one was braised. There was no tofu pudding. It was just soup. There were shredded radish, dried tofu, lean meat, carrot, fungus, coriander, cucumber, and pickled mustard shreds. It was not salty. The salty one was salted duck egg and cowpea pickles. Song Jing was the quickest. He gave his breakfast to his subordinates. His subordinates were very grateful. Su Yi followed him out. He could not leave it until noon. It would get cold. The steamed buns were made with pork and cabbage. They were expensive. The cabbage that the people stored for winter was almost gone. There were still some pickled cabbage. If there was a vat, they could store more of it. Su Yi thought about the cabbage and pickled cabbage. He took out his share. Li Yi made the people in the capital not feel the lack of supply. He was definitely praising him. The lack of supply meant that the old grain had been used up before the new grain was produced. At the same time, there were not many wild vegetables. He was an official in Chongmen. He knew that a few years ago, the people in the capital would dig up wild vegetables and cook them with bran. There was no such thing now. The people had savings and knew how to buy them. At the same time, they had work to do. Even if they were poor, they could eat a long piece of rye bread for a few meals. Buy a piece of rye bread, find a shed, and drink free soup. The problem was solved. If they did not have any money, go to Batian Square. If they were sick, they would be treated. If they could not work, they would be supported. If they were strong, they would be provided with food for 2 days. If they looked for work, they would be guaranteed to find it. In the capital, there were jobs available at any time. There was no situation where no one would hire them. Otherwise, why would the people erect a memorial tablet for him? Song Jing was envious and even jealous. As the Prime Minister, there were people who wanted to erect a memorial tablet for him, but there was no memorial tablet for him. A memorial tablet was different from a memorial tablet. Chapter 855. Song Jing had already heard that someone wanted to erect a monument for him, a monument of love, just like the 10,000 People book and the 10,000 People umbrella. The monument was erected in Guangzhou. He was the governor there, and then came back to be the prime minister. When the local officials saw this, they thought, hurry up and flatter him. Song Jing didn't want this thing. It was true in history. He just wanted to maintain his image. Now he didn't want it even more. What's the use of erecting a monument? Erecting a monument is for everyone to see, and also for me to see. What about Li Yi? Why didn't anyone erect a monument for him? Instead, many people erected a memorial tablet for him. Zhang Family Village even handed over the accounts and gave him a pageless account book. In the capital office, he used a pageless account book to slap my face. Can my monument of love stop him? Of course not. If he was done, I wouldn't be able to stay in the capital office. He was jealous. He had worked hard. Why couldn't he get recognition? Which county? You can at least praise me in the book of 10,000 people. Song Jing said what was in her heart. Bai Gu laughed. Guangping, the 10,000 people book is useless. If you want, I will look for Xiao Yi. Tomorrow, all the counties in the capital office can give you one. Bai Gu was bad. He provoked Song Jing. So, what if he was the prime minister? In the capital office, would his words be more effective than Li Yi? No, the 10,000 people book can be a praise or an impeachment. I can't take it. Song Jing suddenly thought it through. What was there to compare with Li Yi? How many things did Li Yi do? He threw away skills like they were free. He thought about finding jobs for the people every day. The people had enough jars to store pickled vegetables. These were the results of Li Yi exchanging mud for pottery. Xiao Yi is planning to. Bai Gu finished joking and got down to business. It's feasible, but the desert is barren, and the wind is strong. It's difficult to cultivate. We can only choose a place to plant some things in season. Su Yi supported the planting of ginger and watermelons. As long as there was water from the well, they could make a small oasis. However, Song Jing shook his head. You can only make quick money. It's useless to the local people. You can't go against the will of heaven. He had never dared to think about using something to improve the desert. Was the desert something that humans could manage? After dinner, the three of them went back to work. At noon, the palace sent food over. Everyone in the Hall of Political Affairs carried their own trays and filled them with food. You can eat as much as you want, but you can't waste it. There was a sign on the dining cart, written by Li Longji himself. Think of the people who don't have enough to eat. Everyone only scooped a little at a time. They did not know how much they could eat. Just as Baigu started eating, someone came to report. Lantian County's county magistrate and deputy county magistrate have jointly written a letter. The county's mining and processing merchants, who buy and sell their own goods, wish to build roadside sheds for the imperial magistrate free of charge. They are willing to pay taxes. Do you agree? The content was very simple. Were they going to collect taxes or not? He had bought his own things, but now he was donating them. If they didn't collect taxes, there was indeed a business transaction. If they collected taxes, they would be taking advantage of others since they had already donated. The three prime ministers were more confused. What kind of operation was this? They had never seen it before. Long Zhe, write a letter to Li Yi and ask him. Song Jing did not want to waste time, so he simply found someone capable. Baigu nodded and found a pen and paper. After thinking for a while, he wrote, "What's the matter with the people of Lantian County donating things? Do they collect taxes?" With just this sentence, he had someone send it over and continued to eat. When the letter was delivered, Li Yi had just put down his chopsticks and glanced at the letter. He did not understand what it meant. Do they collect taxes on donations? How do they collect taxes on donations? Songda, what's the situation in Lantian County? Li Yi looked for Songda. Dongzhu, shopkeeper Liang and the others are buying and selling asbestos tiles to build sheds. They say one person will pay 3,000, but in reality, 1,200. They have to pay taxes. Songda knew the situation. Shopkeeper Liang and the others were not in Lantian County. They were in Chang'an City. Stupid. Just say one person is donating 3,000. Why go around and find someone to tell them that they are not paying taxes and not asking for subsidies? It's good enough. Li felt that there was a problem with the partner's operating method. They did not need to confirm the price and insisted on buying and selling. Li realized that he should have taught the partner to falsely report the amount of donations. Then there was no then. Direct donations were not tax-deductible at that time. They could only be tax-deductible if they were donated to a specific organization. For example, when a large area's population was sick, a certain company would donate things to the hospital they were associated with through a meeting. This was quite fucked up. On one hand, they wanted the benefits of reputation. On the other hand, they wanted practical benefits. Such a company had no conscience. It would not be too much to punish them to death. There were also some that were better. Wherever there was a disaster, they would sell their own mineral water and deliver water. Mineral water that cost 30 cents out of the factory would be directly delivered under the name of 2 yuan retail price. They said that they were giving 600,000 yuan worth of water, but in fact, they were giving less than 100,000 yuan worth of water. However, they did not pay taxes. They advertised the 100,000 yuan out of the factory as the retail price and gave it away for free for the sake of reputation. The latter was better than the former. The former should be shot, while the latter spent money to buy reputation. The people in the disaster area did get water. In the Tang dynasty, there were no tax-deductible subsidies for donations. Why did they have to pay taxes? Learning how to give away water? Li Yi arranged for Songda to find someone to adjust the situation. He wrote a letter. Let's say it again. Not paying taxes. They don't understand. I didn't know before. That night, shopkeeper Liang and the others asked for the taxes they paid back. They did not pay. They were directly donating. Drunken Immortal House sent a lot of food to the yamen, especially chili oil. They apologized for delaying your normal work. Shopkeeper Liang and the others changed the way they advertised. They said that they donated 36,000 yuan worth of supplies to build temporary roadside huts. The main material was very useful asbestos tiles. The next day's newspaper was published. The headline was, "Don't judge kindness by how much, even if it was 36,000 yuan. How shameless. How could Li Yi not know what's going on? Those things cost 36,000 taels?" Song Jing wanted to vomit blood when he saw the newspaper. The headline said that it did not matter how much money was spent. But in fact, they want to tell everyone that they donated 36,000 yuan to build roadside free soup huts. Li Yi, you donated so much but did not advertise it. Others only donated a little, and you praised them. Bai Gu scratched his head. What's going on? Xiao Yi wrote an article to praise them, but it was not about the amount of money. He felt that something was wrong. Li Longji, who also found out about the situation, brought his wife and children to Li family Zhuangzi for lunch. Brother Yi, how much did they spend?
Li Longji asked.
The cost of each person is 1,170 yuan. The cost of the materials is 1,000 yuan per person. The cost of the labor is 170 yuan per person. In fact, it could be less. Li Yi knew the data. There were many houses in the capital, and there were 3 of them. They had indeed spent money and invested. Why do you have to say so much? Li Longji was a little unhappy. 1,000 caddies of horse bones is to let others see the situation inside. You said that you spent 1,000 yuan to build bridges and roads, but in reality, you spent 200 yuan. Without any subsidies, the 200 taels would really be spent. He would not be able to get any monetary benefits. The commoners enjoyed the benefits of the 200 yuan road and bridge. If there is a policy in the future that can be used to offset taxes, it will be another operation. If you want to do this again, you can't. Li Yi explained the situation with a smile. It did not matter how much money you said, as long as you actually spent the money. It could not offset taxes. Chapter 856. After listening to Li Yi's words, Li Longji fell into deep thought. He realized that Brother Yi was too utilitarian. In order to make the rich spend money on infrastructure, he even resorted to such methods. Hug me. The little boy did not understand adult matters. He felt close to familiar people and wanted to hug them. Seeing the little boy open his arms, Li squatted down and picked him up. The strength of one arm was enough to support him. Eat eggplant. The little boy whispered his request in Li Yi's ear. His big eyes looked around. When he turned his head and saw his mother, he quickly turned his head back. Okay, I'll steam eggplant for you. Let's eat the eggplant pulp. Li Yi also whispered like a thief. The little boy was satisfied and nodded vigorously. Li Longji finished thinking and asked, using actual benefits to promote false advertising? Is this good? The Tang dynasty sent 200,000 soldiers to attack Tubo. They won and captured 80,000 soldiers and horses.
Li Yi said.
Li Longji immediately lost his temper. It was fake. How could there be 200,000 soldiers and the capture horses were only 10,000? Those horses were all good horses. If they attacked Tubo and had 80,000 soldiers and horses, would they leave them for you to capture? They would just ride away. Things in the world are so realistic. Encouraging good deeds is more suitable for the current situation than pursuing actual data. Li Yi understood this too well. He had done it many times. For example, if he wanted to bribe someone and the person was not short of money, how much should he give? The normal ratio would be fine. However, he had to give the person an opportunity. For someone who was in charge of the local hospital and pharmaceutical industry, he could be asked to plant trees. Then his company would buy a bunch of trees. The price would be cheap when he bought them, but it would be expensive when he promoted them. The nursery that sold the trees would not stand up and say no. They were still counting on this to advertise. When the other person bought the trees, they could say that the price was cheap and give them a discount. It was not as expensive as when they bought the trees. This was what a proper bribe was. Giving money directly was too useless. It had to give the other party a reputation and help them gain political benefits. Arbor Day was over. He would make arrangements for Children's Day. Ask a leader to go to an orphanage and give something.
Who will pay for it?
Li Yi exclaimed. In this aspect, Li Yi put in a lot of effort. The food was good, there was nothing wrong with the food, and the toys were also in line with national standards. The higher the bid, the higher the bid. The leaders of the orphanage knew about it, and even the children knew about it. However, they didn't care. They wouldn't expose it. The child did get to eat delicious food, and the toys did not contain any harmful substances. Children actually want you to send things to me every day, and I'll cooperate with you every day. Li Yi was calm. I didn't do anything wrong. I was working for the welfare of the people. You have to put a big hat on my head. What about you? Then why don't you promote yourself, brother Yi? For example, if you donate 200,000 yuan to build a road, you can say 500,000 yuan. Li Longji understood the situation, but he couldn't figure out Li Yi's behavior. Li Yi took a deep breath. I wanted to, but it's meaningless. I don't want fake things. I want to help the development of society. Li Yi was helpless. The system didn't admit it. Hence, Li family Zhuangzi didn't need to promote himself. As long as the system knew, it was enough. Or else, why would he be like a saint, promoting positive energy? But as time passed, it didn't matter. It was quite good. He didn't have to do it for the system. After all, humans were alive. Doing good things was quite enjoyable. If he wanted money, he could earn it any time. He didn't lack money. Seeing others live better lives because of him was a reward in itself. He changed the lives of others and gave them happiness. Li Yi thought. Suddenly, he didn't care about the system anymore. Without the system, he would still work hard. He had his own value in this world. Flowers. The little guy's voice suddenly sounded. He pointed at a tree with flowers on it. Apricots are not good. See where the apricots are bigger. Cut a section and graft it. This apricot is too small. Li Yi turned his head to look. The apricot tree should have been cut down, but he didn't agree. It didn't matter if the apricot was not good. It was small and not fully ripe. It couldn't be eaten at all. The almonds couldn't be eaten as dried fruit. The almonds of this kind of apricot were bitter. If he ate a few more, he would be poisoned. He thought of grafting. Moreover, the bitter almonds were medicine. If he ate too much, he would be poisoned. It could be combined with other medicines to treat the illness. Apricot. The little guy was smart. He knew the name of this thing after hearing one sentence. It's windy outside. It looks like it's going to rain. Let's go into the house to hide, okay? Li looked at the sky and the clouds and said to the little guy. The little guy also looked at the sky and had an understanding look. Okay? Hence, Li Yi carried Shang-Er into the house. Li Longji and Empress Wang looked at each other. The two of them didn't understand. They were with the child every day. Why was the child willing to play with Li Yi as soon as he arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi? After entering the house, the little guy got down by himself. As long as he adjusted his center of gravity, he would give the adults a feedback that he wanted to get down. Standing on the ground, he raised his little hand and motioned for Li Yi to hold him. He grabbed Li Yi's hand and went to find a place to rest. They found a corner and climbed onto a chair. His back and right shoulder were leaning against the wall. Li Yi sat on his left. He revealed a relieved smile. Third brother, sister-in-law, it's spring. The temperature in the house must be maintained. Also, the space where Shang-Er lives should not be too big. It should be in the corner. Use warm-colored cotton bedding as the background. The height of the house should not be too high. If it's already very high, make a separate one. Qiangong step bed for Shang-Er to use. Hang the kerosene lamp. Li Yi found that the little guy was afraid of open spaces. This meant that the location of the space was not good. At the same time, the temperature in the house dropped. The light was not strong enough, and the overall color was not warm. Children liked to stay in corners. This meant that they did not feel safe. Someone else used it. Li Longji looked at his son and said in a low voice, "Give mine to Shang, I haven't used it even once." Li Yi looked at Tao Hong. Tao Hong lifted her skirt and ran away. When the little guy reached this position, he kept smiling. He patted the place beside him. Li Yi moved closer to him. The little guy leaned his head on Li Yi's arm. With a smile on his face, he closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. Don't let the child stay in an open space. The temperature must be maintained at 25 to 28 degrees. It must be mainly warm colors. Li Yi knew what was wrong with the little guy. It was like a normal person entering an open building. When the adults entered the great hall of the people, the framework gave people a solemn feeling. It gave people a feeling that they could not grasp the space. The adults could adjust. They knew what was going on. Children could not adjust unless they were used to being in that environment. In fact, the adults were also afraid of open spaces. A bed was placed in the middle of an open hall that was 100 meters tall and 100 meters by 100 meters. After the lights were turned off, how many people could sleep peacefully on that bed? Some members of the royal family could because there were people around to serve them. What about no one? Children were the most sensitive to this kind of space and temperature. Many people were like this when they were young. They liked to stay in corners. They were even willing to crawl around in the bedding and watch a warm light turn on. They slowly fell asleep. Chapter 857. How am I going to find people to plant the ginger if I have to do all this at the crucial moment? Bai Gu was worried about the 10,000 mu of land that he had specially set aside. Now that he had the land, he had to plant 100 mu of land this year. Who would plant it? The healthy commoners of the capital government went to build wells in the desert, while the rest of the people planted cotton and tended to the greenhouses. Those who were hired to scatter lime scattered the lime. Everyone started to pick tea leaves again. In the past, it was the outsiders who did not have work to do. Now it was the outsiders who did not have enough work. The checks for outsiders entering the capital government had been relaxed. As long as they were not wanted, it did not matter if they had a household register or a letter of recommendation. Come on, work, earn more. Bai Gu was worried. He thought that he needed to arrange the manpower. Li Yi would provide Jiang Miao and the technology. Both sides would split the work equally. In fact, the Li family Zhuangzi had already sent people to take Jiang Miao, who was covered with a quilt, and set off. Li Longji came back after the morning court meeting. He did not want to go as it was not a big deal. Empress Wang had pushed him out and told him that he had to go. If he did not go today, he might not go tomorrow. After a long time, it would become a bad habit. Li Longji went. After a simple morning court meeting, he threw the memorial to Gao Lishir. He did not care. He actually wanted to take the memorial back and let Li Yi approve it. He could guarantee that it would be fast and good. On the way back, he saw the Li family Zhuangzi's team. He went to Zhuangzi to find Li Yi. Are you not waiting for the Ministry of Revenue to arrange it? Ministry of Revenue? Old Bai? He could not find anyone. People's thinking is different. He thought that there was no one in the capital government to worry about. Li Yi did not expect anyone else to help him. This kind of small matter was easily settled. Brother Yi has people. Li Longji also felt that it was not easy to find people. There are people in the area. It is poor. The locals like to raise sheep and goats. The more barren the land, the more goats there are. It is easier to raise them. Li Yi explained how the people in the other area lived. Goats eat grass and dig for roots, which was very destructive to the vegetation. Goats were easier to raise than sheep, and clothes made from goat skin were more valuable. The locals would raise sheep all year round and occasionally grow some vegetables, day after day. He then drove the goats to sell them, hoping that the price of the grain would be lower when he sold them. Li Longji had never been there before. Although it was close, he was curious. You don't plant crops? This year, they'll plant soybeans and sorghum. Because there's water, they'll dig a deeper well. As long as you don't stop them, they'll pressure and carry the water themselves. Sometimes what the people need is guidance. You tell them what to do. As long as there is a glimmer of hope to change their lives, they try. But it's different in Chang and where idlers still exist. Of course, Li Yi knew what human nature was like. The only fortunate thing was that his countrymen were more obedient than others. Li Longji realized that he was being lectured again. He smiled. Do sheep eat ginger sprouts that grow on the ground? Yes, but the people who raise the sheep will restrain them. They don't dare to let the sheep eat the ginger sprouts, just like how they won't allow the sheep to eat the watermelon sprouts. I bet that the local people will secretly guard the crops that are planted in the name of the government and Li family Zhuangzi. When the watermelons ripen, they will secretly eat them, including the planted ginger. They will only eat it and not sell it. Li Yi also smiled. He had seen people who lived near the vineyard. If there were no fences around the vineyard, the people nearby would help to take care of it. When the grapes ripen, they would steal a few bunches and take them home to eat. What era was that? Not to mention now. If the crops were planted there and no one took care of them, the people would be worried that the crops would not grow well. Wouldn't that be a pity? It was a very simple thought. With this thought in mind, they would do whatever they could, and even help you pour some water on you. They would feel a sense of accomplishment when they saw the watermelons grow. When they ripen, they would eat one themselves. Is that so? Li Longji had never really worked at the grassroots level and felt that it was quite interesting. Third brother, the well that has been dug is also like this. A shed is built on top of it. It is not used for pressure wells. The surrounding people will take water, build the shed, fix the rope, and bring stones to surround the well. If there are local people who know how to hunt, they will dig a shallow puddle and lay stones below. When the wild beasts go over to drink water, they will either set a trap or kill them with bows and arrows. Li Yi talked about the thoughts of the people. They will protect the well and their things. Just like the Northwest natural gas production area in his time, the company will mine it and then lay pipelines. The company will specially leave a small valve, and the locals will use a big plastic bag to store the gas. It is actually very light and can burn for a few days. If someone drives over to steal the gas, the people will definitely report it. Then they will take the gas themselves and even appear on the news. After that, the matter was left unsettled. The company acquiesced. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better not to leave the valve? The locals know how dangerous the gas is, but if they use a big plastic bag to store it, even if it suddenly burns, it will not cause much harm to people. The company and the local people reached an unspoken agreement. The people will take the gas for free and help to look after the pipelines. Now, it is the imperial court of the Tang dynasty and the Li family Zhuangzi who have the same tacit cooperation with the people there. If they are hired to plant ginger, they will be paid. If they are hired to plant watermelons, they will be paid. Usually, they will be paid a little and help to take care of it. When they need it, they will dig it out and eat it. What if we send someone to guard it? Li Longji was serious. We have to pay more. We have to let the local people guard it. If outsiders guard it, it will be a hostile relationship and will intensify the conflict. Li Yi waved his hand. No, the more they guard it, the more losses they will suffer. They might even fight. Li Longji nodded slightly to show that he understood. Then we will teach them to plant ginger? No, we can't let them plant their own ginger and sell it. We can only hire them. If they plant their own ginger, they will steal my ginger and sell it. The losses will not be small. What if other people plant their own ginger? What if the rich people plant their own? When there are many people who want to plant ginger, the land will belong to us. We can rent it to them and provide them with ginger seedlings and planting techniques. Then we can buy their ginger and sell it. We will not plant our own. We will become middlemen from the producers and earn the price difference. Or we can increase the planting area and sell the people's ginger together. Li Yi took out the cooperative model. He did not mention the seedling planting technique. He was responsible for selecting seedlings and seedlings. If he taught others, they would invest too much and it would be difficult to control. This year, we chose some official land in Hunan to plant cotton. After the harvest, you have to pay to buy it, process it, and buy it from the imperial court. Li Longji suddenly mentioned something irrelevant. Hunan was planting cotton flowers. There were many cotton seeds, so there were many varieties. Why don't the imperial court let the Li family Zhuangzi process it and pay a processing fee? This way, the imperial court can save money. Li Yi proposed another model, processing on behalf of the imperial court. He needed a large number of sewing machines, so it was better to accept the imperial court's work first. No, I want you to make money. Li Longji shook his head. Chapter 858. I only have enough money. If I have more, I still have to take it out. Li Yi did not care about the money he earned from the cotton processing. It's your own business to take it out. Why can't I let you earn the money you deserve? Li Longji insisted.
Fine.
I'll earn it. When the weather gets warmer, I'll sell the bicycles and make a lot of money. I don't even need to pay taxes. Li Yi did not dwell on the cotton issue. He started to talk about bicycles. Li Longji asked, if you use good bearings on the wheelbarrow, will it make it easier to move? The value of bearings is much higher than the wheelbarrow. If you can use the new bearings, why would you push the wheelbarrow?
Li Yi laughed.
This was just like driving a supercar to deliver takeout. It was purely for leisure and to experience life. Moreover, the wooden wheelbarrow was actually quite good. During the Huaihai battle, they used small carts to push the wheelbarrows. Precious historical photos showed that the people used carriages, donkey carts, wheelbarrows, and poles to support the front line. At that time, the wheelbarrows were made of wood. There was no metal to use. Brother Sen, actually, there is a way to speed things up. You can build wooden tracks in Chang and just like the Yellow River Hookah Waterfall. This includes the iron ore mine and the Chang and Wharf Warehouse. A horse can carry a lot of things and people at the same time. As long as the horse is not tired, the tracks crisscrossed in Changmen, and the people will have public transportation. From the west to the east of the city, they will pay according to the standard amount of goods they bring. Li started to introduce his new idea, public transportation. A few years ago, when the people brought a few parcels from the west to the east of the city, he would not give them a single coin for the fare. He would rather go by himself. It was not easy to earn a single coin. Now, for the same parcel and journey, if the people were willing to pay a single coin, they would save time and energy to work. They could earn a few coins. It was the same as why the people in the capital used boats in summer and plows in winter. They felt that time was equal to money. For example, people who planted greenhouses would light candles in the early morning to pick vegetables. Then they would cover the vegetables and transport them to Chang and to be sold. If they were too slow, the vegetables would wilt. Or they would leave in the morning and arrive at night. Then they would wait until tomorrow to sell the vegetables. They could only use a plow to pull them. They had to set out in the morning and reach the place before noon to sell them for a good price while they were fresh. There were also those who worked for the Li family Zhuangzi. They had to spend money to travel to and from Changmen. If they didn't freeze to death after walking for 2 or 3 days, how much less work would they have to do if they returned in the same amount of time? How do we deal with the intersections? Li Longji thought of orbits and thought of horizontal and vertical intersections. Leave a small gap. As long as the wheel is big enough, it won't fall in. It's just a slight bump. Li Yi had seen pictures of intersecting railroads before. That was how it was done. What if we make a turn? Li Longji had another question. Design the curved track and control the horses well. Li Yi did not think this was a difficult problem. He had taken a tram before. It turned a right angle and went away in an arc. What about the fees? Li Longji asked about the specific operation. He had already decided to lay the tracks. The tracks were fast. As long as they were mobilized, they could lay the wooden tracks in 2 or 3 days. Then it would increase the speed of Changmen. They could even pave the tracks along the main road to the Jing prefecture. The speed of horse-drawn trams was fast. But it was different from the one from Chang until Luoyang. That road was a fast track, and the wheels were still the same. With the new bearings, one horse could pull several carriages when placed on the track. Alternatively, 2 horses could pull several carriages at the same time with a fixed distance between them. They could pull several carriages one after the other. Li Longji had learned a scientific term. This was called turning sliding into rolling to reduce friction.
Li thought for a while.
At least we have to earn back the money for the horses' meals. It's hard on the horses. Don't tire yourself to death. If the horses can work for another 20 years, consider the value of the horses and take the money into account. The wear and tear of the vehicles and the cost of returning them are also taken into account. There is a free line and a half-price line for children. There is a weight line and a length and width line for goods. Generally, 1 coin per person from the west to the east of the city is enough. The more people there are, the more money will be earned back. Li was talking about the bus fare. He did not look at the age of the children but the height of the children. Li Longji understood other things, but he had a question about the half price for children. 1 coin per person from the west to the east of the city, and from the south to the north of the city. How do you calculate the half price? I have already designed the currency below 1 coin. 1 coin, 2 coins, 5 coins. Now, the Jing prefecture prioritizes production over demand. Everything is being reduced. Don't look at the taxes collected. When the new rice comes out, the price of rice will be even lower. If I want to buy rice, I will buy 1 caddy. When 1 caddy of rice is less than 1 coin, I will use 1 coin. In the absence of excessive currency, the economic development of the Tang dynasty will be better and the value of the currency will be increased. There will be small denominations of money to make up for the shortage in the circulation process. Li Yi had prepared everything. He did not specially prepare it for the bus. Li family Zhuangzi did not issue excessive currency coupons. They issued as many currency coupons as there were physical objects used as collateral. The gold, silver, and copper ingots in Li family Zhuangzi's warehouse were piled up in one underground warehouse after another. Li Yi's actual wealth was several times more than that of the Tang dynasty. However, that wealth did not belong to him. He had already finished issuing currency. A lot of currency was issued in the form of loans, just like the one used to buy clothes, ships, and sleigh manufacturing. Gradually, the capital would be recovered. In the process of recovering the capital, the currency would continue to be issued, but the return period would be longer. Like the national debt, the continuous loan profits were similar to that of a bank. The difference between a bank and a bank was that if a bank suffered a run, it would be over. Li family Zhuangzi was not afraid. They had enough collateral to replace all the currency coupons issued. With the increase of productivity, the currency would not be overissued, and the price of many goods would be lowered. Li Longji looked at Li Yi. Other than nodding, there was nothing else to ask. When Li Yi proposed this, he had already followed up. Let's do it. Is it enough to produce capital? Li Longji thought of the printing cost. 1 cent is not enough now. However, Li family Zhuangzi has a part of the money issued in the form of loans. It can compensate for the printing cost. Li Yi could not directly control the cost of currency, but he could make up for it through gains. As long as the production technology was good enough and the conversion of productivity was strong enough, the currency inflation in the financial sector could be suppressed. Taxes, commodity profits, and loan interest rates were social activities that promoted inflation. With the same area of land, the increase of crop production, the improvement of handicraft industry efficiency, and the reduction of breeding costs would also reduce inflation. When the productivity was high enough, the currency was not overissued and the rate of inflation could not keep up with the quantity of goods. It was time for the price of goods to drop. At this time, it was time for the people of the Tang dynasty to enjoy welfare. It was not the same as deflation when people took the money but did not buy anything. Deflation was troublesome. Once it happened, other means had to be adopted. For the time being, there was no such danger. Li Yi did not say anything. When the day came when someone colluded with big capital to make trouble, he would let the other party know how powerful the currency manipulation attack was. He had a lot of ways to kill him, and he would not show any mercy. Chapter 859. Let's eat some water at noon. I feel like spring is coming, and I don't want to take medicine. Li Longji wasn't worried about the currency. He believed that everything was under Li Yi's control. He rubbed his stomach and wanted to eat something cold. Li Yi sized up Li Longji and then brought Li Longji to the small hospital to check his pulse. For lunch, we'll eat tofu wine, duck rack hot soup noodles, and vinegar white fungus. After lunch, we'll go to the hot spring. Don't eat too much. Eat more fruits and drink light green tea. Li Yi's medical skills had improved. Li Longji's stomach was weak, so it wasn't suitable for spicy hot pot. Although they could fight poison with poison, what if something happened? Li Longji shook his head. I don't want to eat hot soup noodles. Then let's eat some cold water noodles with egg, black bean sauce, yellow shreds, and a watermelon in her skin. Li Yi coaxed him, as if he was coaxing a child. His third brother was a patient right now. Okay. Li Longji agreed. He would only act like this in front of Li Yi. If it was someone else, he would still be that stubborn emperor who didn't care about anything. They want to give me weak gate winter soup. I don't want to take medicine. Li Longji complained. Yes, you don't want to take medicine or injections.
Ha ha ha.
Li Yi couldn't help but laugh. Li Longji also found himself laughing like a child. I told them to go to the Drunken Immortal Residence's hot spring and use a seal device to fill it with spring water. Then, they can bring it back with ice and mix it with some frozen autumn pear juice and dark plum juice. Li Yi thought of another method. If it was someone else, he would have directly prescribed medicine. If they didn't have money, he would have given them 2 doses for free. Who would bother with you? The Drunken Immortal Residence's hot spring was a natural soda. The Drunken Immortal Residence sold this water for a lot of money. All the hot springs in the capital were occupied by the imperial family. The Drunken Immortal Residence was the only place where one could soak in spring water. One could only soak in the outer area or in the bathing pool of the Drunken Immortal Residence. A cup of tea brewed with hot spring water would cost at least 20 renminbi. The price would depend on the grade of the tea. Even so, the Immortal Intoxication House was still a place that people with a bit of money would flock to like ducks. In the past, they had enjoyed imperial treatment. Moreover, the Drunken Immortal Tavern was opened by the Li family Zhuangzi, so they weren't afraid of being cheated. Li Longji continued to nod. As long as he didn't take any medicine, he would accept anything else. He understood that every dish was actually medicine. It was just that they were presented in the form of dishes. This was the method. During the meal, Empress Wang and Li Longji ate the same thing. She had been a little heady recently. The little guy was still eating assorted fried rice, but there was more meat inside. After he stopped drinking breast milk, he liked to eat fatty meat very much. He liked sweets too, but she didn't give him any. This meant that he exercised a lot, and his body needed sugar. Fat would also be converted into sugar. The little guy had 2 fried bean worms by himself, so he wasn't afraid. He picked them up with chopsticks with great effort, stuffed them into his mouth and chewed. There was a happy expression on his face. Obviously, he liked to eat them. Now the main thing is to give him calcium. He's growing too fast. With the increase in exercise and metabolism, his requirements for carbohydrates and protein have increased. If the calcium can't keep up, it will affect his development. Li Yi watched the little guy eat and said to Li Longji and Empress Wang, "Eat seaweed bone soup and then bask in the sun, right?" Empress Wang learned a lot for her son. He also needs to drink cow and goat milk. If he wants to eat snacks, feed him some noodles and put more sesame paste. It's okay to have a little bit of calories. He's too lively. Li Yi gave other foods.
Zhuangzi's child was the same.
Under normal circumstances, there was no such thing as a broken bone after a fall. Li Longji looked at his son eating fiercely and smiled. Since you gave him a football, he'll find someone to play with him when he's not sleepy. He can still kick such a big ball. He can't kick it if it's small. His eyesight is not good enough. Don't judge him with our eyesight. He's short-sighted now. The ball is not big enough. He can't find it easily. The child is small, but you don't have to give him small things. If it's too small, it's easy for him to eat it. Li Yi once again gave the psychological construction on how to play with the child. Don't treat him as the same person as you. At that time, there were parents who were stupid. Children were so stupid. Things were clearly in front of them, but they couldn't touch them. They even kicked a small ball onto the road. If the parent wore glasses with 800 degrees and took off his eyes, would he be able to do better than the child? Children were very focused when playing. They worked very hard, but their eyesight and body coordination were not enough. Li Longji remembered carefully. Not only for Xiang'er, but also for other children. The little guy looked up from time to time and wanted to participate in the adults' conversation. When he scooped the soup with the spoon, his little hand pressed down, and the small bowl of soup spilled. Pine Tree next to him stepped forward, grabbed the little guy with both hands, and carried him down from the chair. His body was still sinking. Guyan reached out to take the little guy and turned around. The soup flowed down the table, and the bowl also rolled down. The cub pulled Pine Tree away to avoid it. Next time when Xiang'er drinks the soup, help blow and feed him. The soup is still too hot, Li Yi said. The palace maid helped to clean up, and soon another bowl of soup was sent over. Lack of body coordination is like this. Adults sometimes make the same mistake. Li Yi looked at the little guy, who didn't know what he had done wrong, and said. The little guy gave him a smile. Everyone didn't care about the soup spilled and the broken bowl and continued to repeat their previous behavior. After the meal, everyone went to the hot spring of Mount Li. The little girl insisted on being carried by Li Yi and soon fell asleep. Guazi took him. He had good physical strength and his balance and flexibility were good. If it was Li Yi at that time, he could easily win the decathlon championship and the gymnastics championship. In terms of sports, it was right not to treat him as a human being. Less than a quarter of an hour after they left, Bai Gu ran over and learned that a group of people went to Mount Li to play, so he left gloomily. He had something to do, so shopkeeper Liang and the others began to repair the shed. The original shed of the imperial court was also prepared to be separated. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue felt that they should act according to their own will. They had their own theories about how big the shed should be and why. Shopkeeper Liang and the others looked for craftsmen, who also had the same idea. The distance and scale of the shed were increased, and the ground around the shed was increased. There was a conflict all of a sudden, and both sides had different ideas. The craftsmen were realistic. The original shed was on the ground, and it was easy to accumulate water, so they could move it. It was impossible to fill the ground. The people of the Ministry of Revenue calculated the distance. If they moved out 100 feet, the two sheds would not be so equal. At the same time, they considered building sheds on high ground. The livestock would also be there, and the smell would be blown away by the wind. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue wanted to stop them. The money was paid by shopkeeper Liang, and they didn't care about the minor officials of the Ministry of Revenue. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue took action and were beaten. When they came back to complain, Bai Gu was helpless. He wanted to ask Li Yi who was right. He wanted to protect his subordinates, but the other party was related to Li Yi. What should he do? The matter was simple, but the problems involved behind it were complicated. Chapter 860. At night, Li Longji and his group stayed at Mount Li, where there was a palace. Wang Xing came over and asked everyone to enter the palace with a look that said, "I secretly opened the side palace for you."
Don't talk about it.
He was also in a difficult position. What could he do? He had to express that he was unfamiliar with Li Longji, Empress Wang, and Xiang'er, and then say that he was giving face to Li Yi. Li Yi did not say anything, but gave Wang Xing a lot of chili oil. Wang Xing was going to take it back, to reward others. He did not want to eat it. He wanted to prevent his hemorrhoids from acting up. Now that spring was hot, eating it would definitely cause problems. He would wait until summer, when his condition was better, and then he would eat spicy food. "Brother Wang, I need help." Li Yi went to find Wang Xing alone. "Those Tuvo people are all used up. Wang Xing understood what he meant. I can use it for myself for a while longer. Now it's for people who are studying medicine. Li Yi began to teach the nurses anatomy. They used the dead bodies of the tubo attackers. There was not enough. They cut and sewed, and the cadavers were scattered everywhere. The nurses also used other things to work together, but they were not as good as the cadavers. Cadavers were the same kind. When people dealt with the same kind, unless they were psychopathic, they would always feel pressure. Most people would not kill their own kind unless they were in a state of anger. They were not the army. Therefore, the effect of training on cadavers was the best.
They were lacking cadavers now.
Okay, I'll think of a way. Wang Xing agreed. He felt that what he was doing was very sacred. Using the dead to practice and saving the living. He was going to find the family that had just died. He did not want to stay the body for too long. He wanted to send it directly to the Li family Zhuangzi. The purpose of staying the body was to think that the person might wake up and send it to the Zhuangzi. If the head was not dead, Li Dongzhu would not be alive. He would save it. That was what Wang Xing thought. The hurdle in his heart had passed. Just like saving Sun everyone who had participated in digging up the grave felt that they had done the right thing. I've already made a deal with them. The main thing is to give them money. If it doesn't work, I'll mention the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi was full of confidence now. Don't mention the Li family Zhuangzi, unless someone is really alive. Wang Xing didn't want to push the blame to Li Yi. All right, thank you, Brother Wang. Li Yi thanked him solemnly. Once they master their skills and save more people in the future, I'll be doing them a great service. Wang Xing nodded. At night, shopkeeper Liang and the others personally supervised the construction of the simple houses. They were not afraid of the minor officials of the Ministry of Revenue. They paid a lot of taxes, and all of them were very rich. The upper bunks, restaurants, and so on gave the officials many benefits. There were also people from the Shu Salt Gang watching from the side. They were a large group of people, and they were rich. Seeing the capital magistrate's actions, he wanted to do the same in Yizhou when he returned to Shu lands. Yizhou was the Chengdu of Li Yi's time. It was the most powerful place in Shu lands. Now, they didn't care about the officials of the Ministry of Revenue. They were exempt from all taxes. The person they met was the Minister of Revenue, Bai Gu, who was also the Prime Minister. The people of the capital magistrate are all in Li Dongzhu's hands. When the shack is built, it can really help the people coming and going. Yang Huanjin sighed. He didn't have such people's hearts in Shu lands. The Salt Gang only represented power. He found that Li Yi not only controlled power, but also the people's hearts. They had already sold their goods and discussed with Li Yi what to buy. Li Yi didn't ask for money. He said that he would provide the goods when he left. He was willing to wait for the Salt Gang to sell the goods and then buy the goods from Shu lands. This was equivalent to lending them money to do business, even if they didn't lack the money. In this way, they could use the rest of the money to buy things on the road and transport them back to Shu lands. The place where they lived was relatively close to Chang'an. Some people couldn't sleep at night and lived nearby, so they ran over to help. They also didn't ask for money. The people who helped drank a bowl of soup cooked with bones and wild vegetables. They warmed up and continued to work. Huang Xianrong was helping to ladle the soup and said, "It feels like the whole of Chang and belongs to Li Dongzhu." "No, the whole capital magistrate." "You can't talk nonsense. What would His Majesty think if word got out?" The people of the Salt Gang looked around vigilantly and whispered. The people next to them heard, but no one said anything and continued to work. A few people walked away and talked to each other.
See?
The people don't care if Xiao Yi affects the imperial power. Bai Gu, who was disguised, said to his colleagues. Affects what? Li Yi doesn't want to be the emperor. He's just like the foreign minister. Wei Zhigu didn't believe that Li Yi would rebel. No one is smarter than him. If it was someone else, they would have become an official long ago. Song Jing felt that he had seen through Li Yi's thoughts. He didn't believe that with Li Yi's ability, he couldn't see through some people. In the end, he was still able to maintain a balance. This was the most amazing thing. He heard that at first Li Yi wanted to be an official. Later, He suddenly didn't want it and didn't even take the imperial examinations. This person was even more calculating than him. What made him even more helpless was that this person was indeed not ordinary. He madly used all kinds of methods to benefit the people. Su Yi clenched his fists. I found that Li Yi seems to be playing. He sees the world as a playground, like a soccer field. He watches others play, and then gives them pointers. Sometimes he also plays. Every time he plays, many people are unlucky. Bai Gu didn't agree. He knew that Li Yi seemed to be playing chess, but Li Yi was willing to be a chess piece. It was hard to figure out. Now it's your Ministry of Revenue's problem. Shopkeeper Liang and the others insist on building a house where the Ministry of Revenue officials don't agree. If you stand up for your own people, you'll offend Li Yi. If you don't stand up for your own people, you'll lose your prestige. Think about how to deal with this. My Ministry of Works is still better. We have concrete things to do and don't have any messy matters. Wei Zhigu spoke as if he was concerned about Bai Gu. This old man won't be attending tomorrow's morning court. I'll go find Xiao Yi. He should be back soon. Bai Gu was truly vexed. The next day, Li Yi and the others returned early in the morning. Li Longji continued to attend court. When he reached the bridge, he saw Bai Gu. Bai Gu looked around. There were no outsiders, so he said, Your Majesty, I won't be attending morning court. I'm looking for Xiao Yi. They're about to fight. Fine, you can go. Li Longji waved his hand, and the group left. Xiao Yi, something's happened. When Bai Gu found Li Yi was eating hot noodles with quite a bit of chili sauce. He had caught a cold. He wanted to sweat, and didn't want to take medicine. The sky is falling? Li Yi brought over a piece of tissue to blow his nose. It's like this. The Ministry of Revenue officials. Bai Gu explained the situation. At the same time, he had someone bring over a bowl of wontons. He wanted wontons stuffed with chives, shrimp, and eggs. Li Yi understood. You're stuck in the middle, right? Neither side is easy to deal with. You really should leave low-lying areas. The Ministry of Revenue officials are going a bit overboard. They clearly know what's going on, but they don't care about right or wrong. What they're thinking about is their own will. Deal with them? Bai Gu knew, but he was the Minister of Revenue. After dealing with them, will you still have prestige? I'll give you an idea. This matter is easy to deal with. Li Yi brought over another piece of tissue to blow his nose. Chapter 861. In the end, Bai Gu didn't eat the wontons. Instead, he ate the hot noodle soup and 2 herbal tea eggs. Then, he left while rubbing his stomach. He wasn't afraid of eating too much. He drank the soup of the hot noodle soup and digested it quickly. Uncle, those officials are too hateful. Empress Wang, who had been eating quietly, said angrily. People are all the same. They want to have the final say. Even the children in the family fight for the right to speak, let alone the officials. Li Yi didn't care about the matter. It was the same everywhere. Could the officials compromise with the people?
No.
If they could, it meant that the matter had become serious and the higher-ups knew about it. Or the people wanted to make a big deal out of it and had the ability to do so. In my opinion, we should deal with the officials directly. Why should we give them face? Empress Wang was still not satisfied. We are helping old Bai. Li Yi explained. Bai Gu ate a bowl of noodles and felt warm all over. He ordered the carriage to go directly to the place where the houses were being built. At the same time, he sent someone to inform the officials of the Ministry of Revenue. When the carriage arrived, the construction of several simple houses had been completed. 2 people were adding things here, mainly ordinary wooden tables and straw mats. When the weather warmed up, there were people guarding at night. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue didn't expect Bai Zaifu to take care of this matter. They were nervous. Soon, shopkeeper Liang and the others who had received the news came over. They were also nervous. They didn't expect such a small matter to alarm the Prime Minister. Yang Huanjin, Huang Xianrong, and the others came to join in the fun. They had nothing to do. They bought more goods in Chang and were waiting for the Yellow River to flow. A small part of the goods had been sent back by land. They were not in a hurry. Greetings by Zaifu. The two of them had talked to Bai Gu in the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen. Bai Gu nodded to the crowd and pointed to the new simple houses and the low-lying area. I know about your matter. The minor official from the Ministry of Revenue and shopkeeper Liang looked at each other, both trying their best to remain calm. When we do things, whether it's doing good deeds or things that benefit the people, we have to proceed from the actual situation. We have to think, analyze, and research more. It was easy for low-lying land to accumulate water, and the smell of livestock in the highlands was easy to disperse. Therefore, it was necessary to consider all aspects, make comprehensive use of them, and make reasonable arrangements. They stayed on the upland and built a barn in the hollow for the animals. The matter of the livestock sheds in the low-lying lands had to be settled and operated by the Ministry of Revenue. The other areas also had to be supervised in building individual livestock sheds. At night, take the animals to the place where people live and tie them up lest they break loose and run away. Bai Gu hit both sides with 50 boards, criticizing both sides for not considering the problem comprehensively. At the same time, he could also increase the expenditure to make the temporary accommodation more convenient. It was beneficial for the common people to use and appeared more humane. After criticizing him, Bai Gu turned around and smiled at shopkeeper Liang and the others. With all of you doing good deeds, the common people will benefit, and the imperial court will be easier to manage. This old man will report your deeds to His Majesty and reward you accordingly. We must not disappoint those who have done good deeds. You have increased the imperial court's tax revenue and helped the imperial court solve many jobs. This old man would like to express his gratitude. Bai Gu cupped his fists as he spoke, which was considered a salute. Shopkeeper Liang and the others hurriedly returned the salute, appearing to be flattered. However, Yang Huanjin and the others were very surprised. They thought to themselves, "You have such a good relationship with Li Yi, but you are so excited to see Li Yi?" On second thought, they understood that shopkeeper Liang and the others were giving face to Bai Gu. The minor officials from the Ministry of Revenue were a little regretful that they didn't get to deal with the people, but at the same time, they were very happy that Zaifu had helped them. With all of you here, the capital office will become better and better, and the Tang dynasty will become better and better. All of you should think in the same direction and put your efforts in the same direction. The imperial court will not forget all of you, and the people of the Tang dynasty will not forget all of you. The prosperity of the Tang dynasty will definitely be due to all of you. Bai Gu encouraged them again, watched the construction progress, and praised the speed of the construction. He said that in the current situation, the government and the people as a whole could promote the Tang dynasty to move forward. They should seize the good opportunity to urge each other and make progress together. The cold winter would eventually pass. He personally sat on the straw mat to feel the comfort level and praised the weaving of the straw mat. He said that the progress of the handicraft industry had increased the people's living materials and improved their quality of life. In the future, collective handicrafts would inevitably become the mainstream, which should be valued, promoted, and escorted. Shopkeeper Liang, the officials from the Ministry of Revenue, and the others listened carefully to Bai Zaifu's speech. They all expressed that Bai Zaifu's far-sighted speech played a strategic role in their future actions. They would unite under the guidance of His Majesty, the leadership of the ministries, and the needs of the people of the Tang dynasty. They would earnestly carry out and implement the guiding ideology of the imperial court of the Tang dynasty. Bai Gu ended the grassroots visit amidst a wave of cheers, got on the car, and left. When he returned to the political affairs hall, Song Jing and Su Yi came out of their office to inquire about the situation. Xiao Yi's idea took into consideration the feelings of both sides. She also improved the free soup shed at the same time. The effect was good. Bai Gu explained the process, knowing that both sides would compromise in the future. This was the purpose of his speech. Song Jing lowered his head and pondered. Actually, We can think of the same idea. Su Yi shook his head. I can't think of that. I only think that doing good deeds should be done according to the arrangements of the government. Unfortunately, the free soup can only be used in the capital office. It can't be used outside the capital office. Bai Gu attached great importance to the shed. The free soup had benefited many people in the capital office. The imperial court had to spend some money. They also sold other things in the shed, including the money needed to buy the fodder for the livestock. They basically broke even. The people had help at any time, so they wouldn't get sick from drinking unboiled water. They wouldn't get heatstroke in summer, and they wouldn't freeze to death on the road in winter. The people in the capital office always had work to do. After their income increased, their consumption also increased. After the upper bunks made profits, they were willing to pay taxes. According to Xiao Yi, it was a virtuous cycle. The imperial court's income was increasing. If the free soup was released, the people wouldn't have to do anything else. They would come to drink soup every day. They would still have no money. The local government provided free soup, which was purely a financial expense. Moreover, if the local government reported the expenses, you wouldn't know how much the local government really spent on the free soup. If the local government asked for bone soup, what if the local government didn't? If the local government asked for water for free, what if the local government didn't boil the water? One pot of soup was enough for the people around, but the local government said that there were too many people and cooked 10 pots of soup. How would they calculate the expenses? When will the people in the Tang dynasty have a mouthful of clean water? Bai Gu set a goal. Go ask Li Yi. He has a lot of ideas. Song Jing thought of Li Yi's provocation and urged Bai Gu to go over. Su Yi nodded vigorously. Yes, isn't he powerful? Let's see how he handles it. Just say that all the people need a mouthful of clean water. Tomorrow. I'm too tired from running around today. I want to eat fried rice and hot soup for lunch. A bowl of noodles in the morning was good, but I get hungry quickly. Bai Gu rubbed his stomach. He felt a little hungry. He drank a lot of soup when he ate noodles in the morning. Chapter 862. Li Longji still went to work, held morning court, and then went to the hot spring to soak. He wanted to recover from his illness and not take medicine. The commoners sent tea to the Li family Zhuangzi. According to the experience of the past 2 years, the commoners would divide the tea leaves in advance. The people on Zhuangzi would casually look around and wouldn't make a mistake under normal circumstances. The commoners wouldn't purposely put bad tea in good tea. If they were discovered, how could they act? Shopkeeper Liang and the others continued to build simple houses. They were sturdier than last year's and could withstand the wind and rain. They chose high places. They also dug drainage ditches and built animal sheds on the ground. Under normal circumstances, it should have an upper and lower structure and a front and back structure, similar to a relay station. Below were the animals, and above were the people. The people lived in the front yard, and the animal sheds in the back. It was convenient to watch over and prevent the animals from being stolen. The environment of such a relay station wasn't good, especially an official relay station in a remote area. If they could deal with it, they would deal with it. The relay station had its own fields to plant grass and feed the horses. Sometimes, they would also plant other things to secretly supplement themselves. If a commoner wanted to send a letter to another place, the people at the relay station would arrange it and charge them extra money. If the letter wasn't found, they would tell the people here that the money wouldn't be refunded if the letter wasn't found. Under normal circumstances, the people at the relay station were very particular. They took the money and were loyal to the people. They could even help deliver the clothes and shoes to the designated people. This was the only way to earn extra money in the long run. Of course, the requirements for the relay station were also high. They had to send the letter to the officials in a certain number of days. If they were late by a day, they would be beaten. People who wanted to use their legs to send the letter had to travel 50 miles a day. It wasn't easy to travel. Therefore, after the Inlushan rebellion, Tubo oppressed the surrendered soldiers too much. They revolted, fought, and killed. The soldiers themselves had horses, donkeys, and other livestock. Even if they didn't have them, they could still travel 50 miles a day. A group of relay soldiers quickly advanced, causing the Tubo army to be stunned. This was probably the first lightning war in history, although it was suppressed in the end. Historical records said that the rebels fell from the sky and quickly broke through the provincial city. They killed many Tubo officials. The defending general burned himself, and the Tubo monk fled. It was as if they had descended from the sky and were crazily breaking through the city walls. However, none of the couriers of the Tang dynasty had revolted, so they were treated fairly well. Especially when they heard that many places would be printing their own newspapers this year, and the money they earned would be doubled. In the past, he had been able to get by, including his expenses. Now that his income had doubled, how was he going to spend it? There was no need to think about it. It was guaranteed that everyone would share a portion. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to use it all. The next morning, Baigu skipped work again and brushed past Li Longji. Noodles, yesterday's noodles. Baigu was addicted to the hot noodle soup. When it was time to eat, he expressed his thoughts. In this way, the people will live in peace and happiness. Li looked at Baigu seriously. He wanted to know if the other party was joking. At that time, there was no free hot water everywhere. Many places that theoretically provided free hot water did not provide it. He even had to search for a long time to find a public toilet. Otherwise, he had to go to other restaurants to buy something or go to a chain store that provided free toilets. Now, it was not a problem to ask to go to the toilet in the Tang dynasty. There were places on the roadside that provided free hot water. He could learn from the governor. Old Bai, increase the number of couriers. This year, newspapers will be distributed in all the provinces that are not at the border. Set up outlets in the important counties. Li Yi did not mention the free hot water everywhere in the Tang dynasty. Instead, he talked about the couriers. Why not set up more couriers in the border provinces? Don't the local people need to be educated? Why not set up more couriers in the border provinces? Baigu found the problem. There are more couriers, but no newspapers. The spies in the border areas have infiltrated. When something important happens in the Tang dynasty, the enemy will know it when it is shown in the newspapers. Li Yi explained patiently. He was afraid that the news would spread. Important things would be sent by Chong and to various places by fast horses. Sometimes the content that had nothing to do with military affairs could be analyzed from it. It's tiring to set up couriers. Baigu agreed with Li Yi's statement. He mentioned the matter of increasing the number of couriers again. If there were more couriers, there would naturally be more couriers. As long as there was a way, no one would be willing to be a courier. Some couriers were even forcefully conscripted. For example, a village had to send out 4 couriers. The village had to do as it saw fit. It won't be tiring if there are more horses. The newspapers will compensate the couriers with double the money. Are they going to eat and drink? By horses. Li Yi certainly knew that couriers were tired, especially those who ran with their legs. They ran 50 miles a day on the main road, without carrying anything. They ran half a marathon every day with their things. Some of the roads were uphill and downhill. When they needed to cross rivers, they had to change boats. Running for a few days was like exercising. Work had become a part of life. There were no running shoes, no clothes to reduce wind resistance, and no one on the roadside gave them chocolates or sports drinks. There were no cheers, and there were no ambulances by the roadside. If they rode an electric scooter, they could run 600 to 700 miles a day. The premise was that there was a place to change the battery. How many horses do you need? How many couriers do you need? Baigu was tempted. He knew that since Li Yi dared to mention it, he had a plan. There's 1 courier every 10 miles. The official couriers will bring along the civilian couriers. This way, there will be hot water to drink. Can't we walk 10 miles? Why don't we rest at the previous couriers and recover our strength before continuing? If we encounter places where we have to climb mountains, it's better for us to run 10 miles than 50 miles. We can run at the limit of 10 miles. Li Yi considered that in places where the roads were difficult to travel, couriers on horseback would sometimes have to run on the ground. Bai Gu was calculating how long he would need to walk 10 miles.
He was very distressed.
He knew that roads were different from roads. If he walked 10 miles in Chong, and it would not be too tiring. If he entered the Qinling Mountains, he would be exhausted. Li added, "There's one courier every 10 miles. Delivering information can cover 1,300 to 1,400 miles in a day."
Really?
Bai Gu was more interested in this speed. Get on the horse and sprint to the limit. After 10 miles, change horses and continue to sprint to the limit. If you run faster than a human, 1,400 miles a day won't be a problem. Li Yi was calculating the horse's speed. A horse could reach more than 50 kilometers per hour, but you can't let it run at this speed all the time. If it ran for 10 minutes, the horse would not be able to stand it. If it ran for 5 to 6 minutes, it would definitely not be a problem. The horse would probably be quite happy. It would feel good to run for a while. Usually, horses did not need to run so fast. Bad horses could run 150 miles a day. If they were willing to change horses halfway, they could change horses once. If not, they could let the horse rest a few more times. Good horses could run 300 miles a day and change horses halfway. The best horses could run 800 miles. The couriers prepared different horses according to the level of urgency. If there was no good horse when they reached the couriers, the horse might die if it was not used well. As long as they could reach the next couriers, they would not care about the horse. Is the money from the newspaper enough to increase the couriers and buy horses? Bai Gu had not eaten a single mouthful of noodles and was still asking, "It's profitable." If there's one courier every 10 miles, there will be profits even without the money from the newspaper. Li Yi finished his words and went to eat. If he continued talking, it would be cold. Chapter 863. Bai Gu was also eating his noodles absent-mindedly. He could not understand how the relay station could support itself. If it was someone else, he would throw a bowl of noodles at their face. Li Yi said that he was not thinking about the feasibility, but how to operate it. After he finished the bowl of noodles and soup, he still could not figure it out. Li Yi accompanied Bai Gu out for a walk to digest his food. "Xiao Yi, tell me, where does the money come from?" Bai Gu gave up on thinking about it. "There is money now. The people ask the courier to help them deliver letters and goods. They pay money. Of course, they are all rich people. We can open up the business and operate both the official and civilian relay stations. At the same time, the civilian relay stations provide paid services to the people. The water is free. The people do not need accommodation. They bring their own dry food and salted vegetables. They drink water for free. The relay station cannot earn money." Li Yi talked about his logistics and inns. The better inns had free water in the lobby. The worse inns did not have it, unless they needed accommodation. The relay station took the initiative to pay for it. After all, it had to boil water for the guests. If the people stayed, the same price would be safe in the relay station. Even if they stayed in a bunk, it would not be much for 1 yuan for a night. Businessmen needed the relay station to find a place to rest. With the help of the goods, they could earn more money. Bai Gu understood and shook his head. "That's not right. The people have a lot of letters and goods to deliver. They cannot earn back the money." "That's right. The people do not have so many relatives outside." Li Yi smiled and agreed. Then his smile did not change. "But we can get people to deliver the goods through the relay station. Old Bai, you know about the Hami melon, right? Can't you eat it? It will rot when it reaches the place." Bai Gu's face turned ugly. He thought that Li Yi was teasing him. "It can be eaten from the moment it's picked up to the moment it's delivered to your hands. There is a relay station 10 miles away. If I am there, I will send someone to Chang and to ask if anyone wants to buy it. After they have paid enough, they will deliver it to you through the relay station. Li gave a simple example. The Hami melon could be stored for a period of time, 10 days to half a month. It's expensive. Baigu didn't want to spend that money. The local cantaloupes aren't worth much in the local area. As long as you can get 1 melon, no, 2 melons, you can earn a bit more. The rest is all travel expenses. You paid 10 coins for a melon and 2 melons cost 25 coins and you still don't want to eat? I set up a trading house in Hami and another in Chang'an. The Chang'an trading company was responsible for asking people what they wanted to buy. It didn't have to be a Hami melon. It could also be something from other places. There are other trading companies in other places as well. Gather a batch, take the money, and send the message over. The local relay station will send the goods over. Li explained. Since the time required was different, the price would naturally be different as well. If you wanted to eat the lychees from Lingnan, you only needed to spend money to eat them. Even if you had to travel 1,500 miles a day, you would still get them before they rotted. There's a relay station 10 miles away. If you throw in money, I'll let you run on fast horses. If it was something that could be stored for a long time, the travel expenses would be cheaper. If you chose something, you could send it at a speed of 150 miles a day, and it would be delivered within a month. For Li, no one would buy such a speed at that time. Did you think you were selling large-scale machinery? In the Tang dynasty, from Lingnan to Chang'an, it was unbelievably fast to travel within a month. The key was that there were many things that Chang'an did not have. If the merchants transported in large quantities, they would not be able to travel 150 miles a day. Baigu's eyes lit up as he listened. In that case, there's no need to go to Chang'an. The other two places can also operate the same way. Of course, at that time, the relay station will make money, and you will also receive taxes. When the relay station has more money, you can help to repair the roads. Those who have lost their land and become fugitives can be re-registered and help out at the relay station. Or, they can take goods from the relay station and distribute them to the families in the local villages. Li was talking about express delivery services. He didn't have planes, cars, or trains, so he could only take the route of the relay station. Let me go back and think about it. Baigu walked away in a daze. Li tilted his head. He didn't care whether Baigu understood or not. This matter had to be done. There would be a stop every 10 miles, increasing the number of jobs, increasing the speed of logistics, and earning money to repair the roads. The flow of goods from all over the world sped up, and things that should have been rotting in the ground became money. Economic development was achieved little by little in this way. In the past, people who used to send parcels by post were never rushed because it was useless. It was normal for a parcel to take 1 or 2 months to be delivered. If the Great Tang's 10-li relay station could be completed, the speed of its delivery of small items would be comparable to the speed of the postal service in the 1980s. The key was that he could expedite the delivery. For example, if he was willing to pay for the delivery, he could expedite the delivery. Li muttered, "It benefits the people during normal times and the army during wartime." Baigu returned to the political affairs hall. He was still not in a good state. Song Jing and Su Yi were already used to it. Every time Baigu said that he was going to ask Li something, he would come back like this. What about Long Zhe? Can all the people in the Tang dynasty have free hot water? Song Jing laughed. He didn't believe it. Sure enough, Baigu shook his head. Dream on. But wait for 1 or 2 years. If you want to eat Lingnan's lychees, I can let you eat them until they are not rotten. I still think it's easier to drink free hot water. Song Jing felt that drinking water was easier than eating lychees. How can the horse run when eating Lingnan's lychees? Will someone prepare a horse for them on the way? The nearest relay station is a stop every 20 miles. If the road is not good, there will only be a stop every 30 miles. Unless you have a stop every 10 miles, Su Yi echoed Song Jing's words. Then he stopped. Baigu nodded and even gave him a thumbs up, meaning that he was very good. Yes, a stop every 10 miles. It's still not possible. It requires too much money. The Tang dynasty's revenue has increased, but it can't afford to pay for those relay stations. Su Yi denied it again. A relay station needed people, horses, and fields to grow alfalfa. How can it be increased so easily? Why don't they just say, a stop every 5 miles? This way. Bai Gu repeatedly used words in his own language. It included the integration of officials and people into relay stations, businesses asking about the situation in various places, profit distribution, and charging model. After hearing what he said, Song Jing and Su Yi fell silent. The idea was too bold. If they thought about it, it would work. People with a little money were willing to spend more money to eat things they couldn't eat before. For example, oysters in winter, dried shrimps, and shrimps were sold well in Chang'an. It was said that King Song's profits were very high. If King Song's profits were lowered, the people would eat more. Were the greenhouse vegetables expensive? The people would still buy them because they had money and were willing to spend it on food. Sea cabbages were also not cheap. They were all bought by King Song. If the people bought dried sea cabbages from the seaside at a price lower than King Song's price in Chang'an, they would definitely buy them from the relay stations. The businesses in Chang'an would send people to inquire about the season and the place where the products were produced. If others wanted to buy them, they would pay first. When the time came, batches would be sent over. The products that had a short shelf life were expensive. The products that had a long shelf life were relatively cheap. Based on this, all the money is spent on the road. The sellers earn less, and the buyers pay more for the journey. Song Jing noticed the problem in the transaction.
Yes.
Su Yi agreed. Money was spent wrongly. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.